In a world where magic decides everything, he possesses none at all. No spells, no blessings, no hidden powers waiting to awaken. Yet somehow, kings listen to his advice, criminals fear his words, and monsters become easier to understand than people. While everyone else searches for strength, he searches for answers. All he wants is to either live peacefully or return back to his world. But how long can a man survive when his greatest weapon is knowing things he was never supposed to know? This story begins with Dokola, the leader of the mountain bandits, grinning and exclaiming, "Just think, someone found this place. It was him. What kind of magic did he use to track them?" The protagonist answered, understanding. He remembered being spun around in a bright blue space. When he landed, he rubbed his head from the impact and thought, "That's how I ended up in another world." If anyone wants to know the details of how he ended up here, he'll let it slide, as it's a shameful story. In any case, he needs to get out of the forest or the mountain right now. How can he do that? Suddenly, a monster appeared from the side. He thought in confusion, "Trouble out of nowhere? What is that, a bear?" His thoughts raced in panic. What should he do? Feign death or run away? Or maybe fight? Although, who is he kidding? He needs to think. He needs to find a way out quickly, or he's done for. He couldn't think of anything sensible to do except greet the monster. The bear roared terribly. The protagonist thought in fear. Of course, what did he even expect? Suddenly, the monster began to cover itself in something sticky, and eventually, it seemed, it was encased in a transparent cocoon. A gurgling sound began. The protagonist noticed in surprise. Slime? Right before his eyes, the bear began to fall apart, the slime devouring it. The MC, feeling sick, thought this was too much for him. The slime was nearby. He fell to his knees, and figuratively, he was sick. While he was coming to his senses, a loud chomping sound was heard. The space was illuminated by a bright light, and an incomprehensible vortex formed, which almost hit the protagonist. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "What the hell was that?" Staring into the slime's enormous mouth, he thought in confusion, "Is there really nothing left of that bear? Okay, he needs to calm down and figure this out." After a while, walking through the forest, he thought, "That was terrible." And he's not talking about the slime monster, because after that, something even more terrible happened to him. The protagonist noticed that the sparkle had disappeared. It was now a normal forest, but he was able to survive it with a wooden sword, mowing down spider nests. No, seriously, it wasn't just spider nests that were the problem. Honestly, like when he thought he'd met villagers, but in reality, they were savages carrying human flesh with them. How scared he was. And when he found a real road for the first time, he cried. He was so relieved that he even made a memorial marker. He had to write down everything he felt right now. No, this isn't a scribble. This is a real memorial marker. In any case, everything was just terrible. So can you imagine how turned on he was when he saw a settlement? A palace? The most breathtaking landscape in the fantasy genre. But that no longer bothered him. He just wanted to meet other people. He quickened his pace and waved cheerfully at the guards, but the guards blocked his path, grabbed him, and threw him in the dungeon. As they left, he started screaming for them to wait. He just wanted protection, but not like this. They started conversing in a language he didn't understand. MC was surprised. What were they talking about? He lay down on the mat and said, "I want to sleep." This is the most disgusting adventure in his life. He was attacked by a bear, a slime, and when he finally managed to find people, they threw him in the dungeon. He was already afraid of what would happen next. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head. Elise stood before him, a sword over her shoulder. The protagonist jumped up and asked the girl if she had hit him. She had simply whacked him with her sword. Hadn't she? The girl smiled and said nothing in response. He waved his hand at her with a smile, wondering if she couldn't understand him. She hit him again. The protagonist thought indignantly, "She's a monstrous gorilla." Elise loaded him into a sack, hoisted him over her shoulder, and dragged him somewhere. He wondered if she had gone into a building. Where the hell was she taking him? What the hell was going on? Seriously, was something going to happen to him? After a while, she dropped the sack on the floor. It came undone. An MC rolled halfway out. What he saw confused him. Two girls stood before him, one of them his tormentor, and the other unknown. Elise greeted Maya and said, "It looks like he's already woken up." He was about to say she was a monstrous gorilla, but suddenly changed his mind as a thought struck him. Does he understand them? His expression was so astonished that Maya said with a smile, "Have him remain calm. She is a sister of this church." And they had just used a carrier spell on him. It's a simple spell that allows the target to understand their common language, imbuing them with spirit. He muttered, "It sounds like chewing gum." Maya asked, perplexed, "What is he talking about?" The protagonist replied, "Nothing, by the way, thanks to them." Rising to his feet, he added, "Before, there was the problem with that monstrous gorilla." Suddenly he caught himself and corrected himself, or rather he meant to say, before, there was the problem with that lady knight's forceful method. Maya indignantly turned to Elias and asked, was she mocking him? The girl replied that she wasn't. He continued, and to be honest, there were still a lot of things he himself couldn't figure out. So he doubted they would believe him. Maya laughed and said, "Everything is fine." He knew she was very good at detecting lies. The protagonist exclaimed in admiration, "This is so cool." He knelt before her and said, "It suits her so well. He is truly touched." The girl said sheepishly, "He shouldn't tease the old lady." Eli drawled in confusion, "Can they begin already?" MC mentally noted how good she was at detecting lies. If he had such power, he was sure his life would be much easier. He said he came from another world. He also wanted to add his name but remained silent. The girls stared at him in surprise. Maya said, "Indeed, it doesn't look like he's lying." Elias noted, "Yes, this story is really hard to believe." He said it was really hard. He means a bear and a slime suddenly tried to eat him. Honestly, he thought he was going to die right there. Maya looked at him carefully and asked, "Did he really get out of the Black Demon Killer Mountain?" The protagonist was surprised. What kind of hodgepodge of a name was this? The girl, as if she hadn't heard his question, continued, "Why is he still alive? This mountain is so dangerous that even dragons don't dare come close. Does he know that?" He thought, so there are dragons in this world? He should add this to the list of things he must see. He stuttered, "But there was a bear." Maya said, "It's because he ate a rui fruit. After eating this fruit, a person unknowingly goes into a slime's lair." Elias noted, by the way, that the pile of fruit he brought was also rui fruit. He grimaced and said, now that he thinks about it, he had to eat a couple of fruits. Maya exclaimed, "Wow, looks like he's really lucky." She means his mana is surprisingly low, so she thinks control isn't that strong. He gasped, "Really? But speaking of mana, he didn't notice it was overflowing or anything. Isn't that classic? A weak-looking guy hiding his true abilities or something?" Maya asked in surprise. "What are they talking about? Does he know that's simply impossible for him?" She means she's never seen someone with such low mana. It's so low that she even felt sorry for him. The protagonist thought in surprise, so he didn't even get a bonus from transmigration or anything? Looks like he's like a bug in this world. Just steps on him and he's done. So the slime didn't even try to eat him. He's so glad he's just small fry. He thanked God for being a nobody. Safety, after all, is most important. Elias said nevertheless, she was surprised that he was able to reach the city without any equipment. The protagonist exclaimed, "He has equipment. It is an exquisite wooden stick, which is also his faithful comrade." Elias grinned and said, "About that, she's sorry. She used it as firewood." MC thought dejectedly, his comrade. It seems now he has nothing at all. The girl said, in any case, he should be thankful to God that he did not meet bandits on this mountain. They are often seen in this area. Maya said that he could say goodbye to life if he met them in the forest. He replied, "Is that so?" Thank God that instead he met such people on the mountain itself. Elias looked at him perplexedly, and then exclaimed, "Wait, he met them on the mountain?" The protagonist confirmed that it was so. He found a cave there, and while he was looking beyond it, he saw several grim-faced people whose faces screamed bandits. Elias excitedly asked, "Where?" "Let him tell her where he saw them." She ran up to him, grabbed him by the clothes, and shook him, demanding to know their location. "He must tell her right now." Maya laughingly remarked that she was going to kill him. The girl abruptly released him and apologized for this outburst. He fell to the floor, thinking indignantly, she is a real monstrous gorilla. In all his time in this world, today was the closest he had come to death. He's sure of it. Maya pointed out, besides, he probably wouldn't remember the exact location, right? He thought of the writing he'd left on the tree bark and replied, no. He thought he could show her. Maya remarked in surprise. It was so convenient that it even perked her spirits up. Would it be okay if she hugged him? Yes, and please, let it be gentle. After these words, MC knelt before her and kissed her hand. Elias exclaimed in irritation. She couldn't afford to stand still. She had to gather a squad as soon as possible. Please, let him show her the way. Noticing his displeased expression, she said, "She is Elias Ratzel. She is a knight of the Kingdom of Thieves, ordered to capture the bandits from the mountain." Sometime later, the girl's squad, along with the protagonist, arrived at the scene. One of the lookouts went into the bushes. His partner asked, yawning, "Is it time for duty yet?" The comrade answered rudely, "No, you idiot. He went to relieve himself." The remaining lookout said wistfully, "How he longs for a woman with a normal figure right now." After so many plump merchants, it was no longer enjoyable. At that moment, his head was smashed. Those were his last words in this life. His partner returned, activating the intercom, cursed, and reported that he had used detection magic. They will be here any minute. The protagonist, sitting in cover with Elias and her squad, noted in surprise, "Can these bandits use magic too?" The girl replied, "No problem. The cave's passage is too narrow, so they'll destroy them in one fell swoop." MC noted that even if that were true, since she'd been able to carry a grown man all this time, he understood where she got her confidence from, and their speed was simply astonishing. It seemed like each of them was a gorilla, just like her. The girl's comrades truly reached their destination in lightning speed. Elias said, "They should go too, and let him not lag too far behind." The protagonist replied with a dissatisfied tone, "Okay." The girl rushed forward just as quickly, and found herself next to her team. He could only marvel at the speed and power of these people. Having clashed with the bandits, Elias shouted to her comrades, "Don't kill those who surrender, but don't let go of those who try to escape." Her comrades replied that they understood everything. A fierce battle ensued. Elias hid behind a rock near the entrance and waited for the leader, while her companions dealt with the remaining bandits. A huge man named Gidu emerged from the cave and cursed, "These knights are idiots." Elias stood before him, activated her magic power, and exclaimed, "What's wrong?" The bandit stared at her as if he'd seen a demon. She continued, "Is this gigantic body just for show?" Gidu cursed her profanely, and the girl attacked the brute with all her might. After a while, dragging the wounded bandit, She grumbled that her neck would hurt if she dragged that enormous body. She would simply destroy him here and now for all his sins. Without hesitation, before the astonished eyes of the protagonist, she swiftly dispatched Gidu. After this, Elise addressed her squad and told them to use detection magic to find all the bandits who had escaped the fight and to bring back the survivors. Her comrades carried out her orders. After a while, the protagonist exhaled loudly. Elise, looking him over appraisingly from head to toe, said that it seemed to have gone smoothly. He responded, but he thought he'd be injured after this. She was indignant. What was he saying? But he'd seen the success of great knights. Hadn't he been delighted when he watched their efforts? MC smiled and asked one question. Why didn't she use her sword? The girl thought for a moment and replied that she simply didn't want to stain her sword with dirty blood. He remarked that if that was the case, then it was just his imagination. He thought he'd seen her try to use it, but it had gotten stuck in its sheath. She didn't immediately know what to say. Elise finally became embarrassed and said, "She just didn't mean to, just like she said." The protagonist quickly replied, "Okay." He understood, but he was begging her to let him go. And just like that, the destruction of the bandits proceeded without incident. The knights captured 7 of the 30 bandits, the rest died in the battle, and it seemed that not a single one of them had escaped. Returning home, Elise carried him on her shoulder again. He thought he'd gotten used to being carried, even though he didn't want to stand out too much. But most importantly, why did he end up in this world? He thought it was obvious, but as anyone could see, he had a perfectly ordinary body. And he was sure he wasn't the hero's heir or anything like that. Perhaps it was just a divine whim, or a failed summoning ritual. He didn't particularly care whether it was true, but he wanted to see the summoner's surprised expression when he opened his eyes. Leaving him alone on the mountain was too much. Even if he just wanted to live peacefully. He didn't care about overthrowing the Demon King or creating a harem. But please, let him just live in peace and quiet. Meanwhile, deep within the forest in the Kingdom of Thieves, Tukola interrogated his subordinate. Gidu and his squad were defeated? The boy answered the boss. That's right. Also, several of them were captured. The leader chuckled, remarking as if he should be worried about that. They weren't idiots. He knew for a fact that they feared his wrath far more than the torture of ordinary knights. Sometime later, in the Kingdom of Thieves, in the conference room, King Marito Thieves told Elise, "Good job." He was glad they had completed the task completely this time. The girl bowed to his majesty and thanked him for his praise, adding that she would try her best. He asked if they had managed to obtain any information. She replied that they were interrogating them right now, but they hadn't yet learned anything important. In short, they needed more time. At that moment, Leonard raised his hand. The king asked if he wanted to say something. The advisor replied that he wouldn't argue. Elise's success this time was undeniable. He didn't think a woman could handle torture. So, if His Highness didn't mind, he and his squad would begin this task immediately. The others began to whisper. Leonard continued, "Forgive him for saying so, but Elise has a small elite squad. Of these, at most 30 men are completely free. Meanwhile, his squad includes approximately 300 warriors, ready to begin the task immediately." The girl looked at him with irritation. He continued, "They had to take into account what they were saying about the bandits who had been harassing them all this time." He turned to Elise and added that they needed their help, so she should just speak. After some time, the main character tried the food. He thought that even though it was his first time eating food from this world, it was quite good. The herbs had a rather sour taste, and the aroma was astounding. It looked like it needed a little more time to ripen. Old man Karagujesta Domitrikovkon asked, "How did it taste?" He should forgive them for not having anything to offer but last night's leftovers. The protagonist remembered Elise bringing him food last night. He looked at the dish in surprise and asked, "Toast?" He's sorry, of course, but could he get some sleep? He hadn't slept for 2 days. The old man immediately became restless. "What? That's not right. Here, let him change into this. A towel and hot water are there, and here he can sleep." With these words, he arranged everything for MC, and finally said they will see each other tomorrow. The protagonist thought, "Good old man, who is completely different from that gorilla Elise." He asked what his name was. The old man told him his. It was very long and difficult to remember, and the protagonist asked again in surprise, "What?" The old man told him his name again, and seeing MC's astonishment, he laughed loudly. Then he said, "It's okay, he can just call him Grandpa Kargu." The protagonist thanked him for that. Kargu just asked, "By the way, would he have a minute after this?" After the protagonist had breakfast, the old man brought him to Elise. The girl turned to MC and, apologizing for bothering him, asked if he could give her an idea. Although captured bandits are the ideal way to identify the rest, even fish are easier to extract information from than them. He asked if they were interrogating the bandits right now. She replied, "Yes, the bandits communicate with each other in some obscure way. That's why they were so difficult to catch." The protagonist remarked with surprise. He'd thought that with such a powerful force, capturing these bandits would be a piece of cake. He reflected, after all, their leader is a gorilla. Elise said regretfully, "No, it's not just a coincidence. They sent them decoys, but nothing worked. They used detection magic to avoid clashes with their warriors, and in the end, they simply robbed their own bait stations without any problems. He thought about detection magic. It's magic that allows you to detect other mana-using creatures within a certain radius. Essentially, it's a magical version of a heat sensor. Convenient, of course. He wondered out loud if they could do that, then why couldn't they use it to find them? The girl replied sadly, no way. They always carry anti-magic stones with them wherever they go. The protagonist asked in surprise, anti-magic stones? Elise placed a small round object on the table and said, that's the kind of thing. Then she activated her magic, which quickly swirled through space, but the magic eventually dissipated as soon as she aimed it at the stone. Eli said, as you can see, it's literally a stone that can suppress magic. Its effectiveness depends on its size. Even a child could buy one of these with the money their parents give them. MC was surprised, thinking, how could it be so easy to get? What a terrible fantasy item. He asked, with such a thing, mages wouldn't be worth a penny, right? The girl repeated, perplexed. Mages? He means warriors who cast spells? Well, they can use magic if they find an area where stones don't work. But when a battle begins, there's usually a stone on the battlefield that covers the entire battlefield. The protagonist cursed, thinking, it seems it's impossible to solve everything with a single spell in this world. He muttered, even though this is another world, how cruel it is. Suddenly, he exclaimed, stop. If magic exists here, couldn't they just use something like hypnosis magic to make you tell everything? The girl said resignedly, such magic exists, but it looks like they've implanted small anti-magic stones in their heads. She's afraid that if they try to get them, the bandits will die. He cursed and remarked, that was smart of them. He thought for a while. The old man and the girl watched him carefully. Finally, the protagonist asked if he could interrogate them. After a while, he came to the interrogation room. The bandit who was brought in upon learning the gist exclaimed angrily, who is he? He's still just a kid. MC calmly replied, probably the one who will be interrogating now. The bandit laughed and scornfully remarked, now they're sending this piece of trash. How low are the standards in this kingdom? He replied, brute force isn't needed during interrogation, is it? And he doesn't like hurting others, so he should just get over it. The bandit slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, so he's a coward too? He has no business talking to someone like him. The protagonist thought to himself, how stubborn he is. Now that he could look closely, he could see wounds all over his body. So he'd already been tortured. He swayed on the creaky chair and said, it seemed that he couldn't escape the death sentence. The bandit grinned and said, let him tell him what he didn't know. So what were they waiting for? Let them just kill him. And that's it. The protagonist exclaimed, that's it. He just didn't understand why he was still silent, although his days were already numbered. He means, relationships between bandits are usually only business. Isn't he mistaken? They'll forget about him the second they catch him. Everything will be so much easier if he confesses. Does he understand that? He thought, it feels like they're facing something worse than death. He continued with a smile, or, in the end, why is he still silent? The bandit asked tensely, and what will change if he tells? MC said carelessly, well, at least it will make him happy. Besides, if he's satisfied, they'll stop torturing him. Does he understand that? He's definitely not asking for his comrades to be betrayed. He just wants to know why he's not saying anything. And then he'll have a chance to die peacefully. What does he think about this? If he can't even tell them that, then he supposes there's nothing he can do. He'll just hand over the remaining work to the knights. Looking closely at the bandit, he thought wryly, well, what will he do now? The criminal grimaced and said, nothing will change if he dies. He can instill eternal fear in them, wherever they are. So, torture is nothing compared to that. Now let him kill him. MC looked closely at the criminal and thought, him in eternal fear. Now he understands what's what. After a while, Maya exclaimed in bewilderment, magic that allows you to change the soul of a dead person? She threw the books she was holding on the floor, impulsively hugged the protagonist, and asked Elise what she had done to that guy. The girl answered irritably, she hadn't done anything to him. The protagonist, pulling away from the hug, said he thought she knew something about it, so he asked Elise to bring him here. Maya chuckled thoughtfully and said, yes, there's magic that can bring back the soul of a dead person. However, it has been forgotten. He replied, I see. Sounds like magic that anyone would desire. Maya turned to him and said in a stern voice, you can't say that in front of anyone. Does he understand? Depending on the country, he could be executed for simply mentioning that he wants it. He asked, is this magic dangerous? The girl replied, it is. This magic will only make things worse. Does he understand that? Of course. There were people brought back to life with resurrection magic, but they ultimately became humanity's worst enemies. They all became demon lords. MC thought in confusion, demon lords? So they exist in this world? They became like that after being resurrected with this magic? No wonder people declared this magic forgotten. But then again, he had a feeling it wasn't something bandits feared. Maya continued, besides this, there's something called the dead spirit spell. With these words, the girl pointed to the stack of books in her hands. He snatched it from her and said, he'll take this. Thank you. Maya said, although she can't fully resurrect a person, this magic can forcibly extract the soul of a dead person and humiliate them in the world of the dead. For example, by stuffing them into a rotten body, commanding them like some kind of tame animals, or using them for sacrifices. Either way, it's incredibly cruel magic. She'd say there's nothing worse. MC considered this for a moment, then asked if she thought he left them conscious when they became like this. Maya chuckled and replied that he was asking about very complex matters. He said it was important. He didn't want to know the spell itself, but rather how terrible it was, so he could get a clear picture. Maya picked up another book from the floor, handed it to him, and remarked that she'd once fought a man who used this spell in the past. She and her companions had to kill the monsters he'd created. Most of them simply let out a dying scream before vanishing. However, one of them had told her something after she'd killed him. He'd thanked her for killing him. The protagonist listened attentively and, bowing, also thanked her for the story. After he left, Maya worriedly asked Ilaise to keep an eye on him for her. He's too used to malice, and he's interested in the darkest things in the world. Ilaise assured her of this, and added, "But was she sure of it?" The girl replied, "He's not a bad guy. He's just a dangerous fellow who could easily take a wrong turn." The protagonist came to the dungeon, where some bandits were chatting among themselves. He spread his arms out to the sides, smiled and said, he thinks he should introduce himself first. He's interrogating them now, after which he wanted to tell them his name, but the criminals began menacingly and rudely telling him to shut up. Let him just kill them already, since that's what they wanted. The MC, confused by the bandits' angry shouts, fell to his knees and grumbled, "Kill them. Kill them. Are they that afraid of falling victim to a dead spirit's spell?" The criminals seemed dumbfounded by the question, and then began asking in bewilderment, "What is he talking about? They don't understand the question." He thought with glee, how simple. He said aloud, rising to his feet, then let him continue. After he understood their situation, he had a new proposal for them. One of the bandits asked sarcastically, was he letting them go? The protagonist replied, no, he couldn't do that. But he could postpone their execution date. They exclaimed in surprise. What? He said he promised to postpone their execution date until they dealt with the person who cast the spell on them, if they told everything. They asked, what good would it do them? Realizing they had let it slip, the bandits abruptly fell silent. The protagonist replied, at least they could die as human beings. To his satisfaction, all the criminals trembled. He addressed them as gentlemen and asked, were they now to begin the interrogation? Of course, there was some benefit to this for them too. Let them try to imagine. If, for example, they agree and are told everything, they will anger their leader, who is also a necromancer. That's logical, right? However, they will remain alive. They will still receive their food and live, albeit in prison. Of course, this will only last until they catch and kill their leader. But when they are done, he promises, they will be able to die as human beings. Also, the torture will stop, so they can use this time to think about their lives. The bandits exclaimed, and he thinks they will believe this? MC replied, as long as the necromancer is alive, they don't care. There's no point in killing them. After all, then they will just give him more pawns. One of the criminals exclaimed, even so, they will be executed, even if they tell everything. So why would they risk it? The protagonist poked him in the stomach and said, he doubts it. It seems they think the current situation is not so bad. To tell the truth, finding their lair was just an accident. However, they were thinking about how they were found, right? So what if they get lucky again and learn their leader's whereabouts through another means and corner him? What do they think will be the first thing that comes to his mind? Someone has cracked, but who? Now, let them rack their brains. Who will he think of? The bandits, listening attentively, turned pale with fear. The protagonist continued, so let them choose for themselves. Will they renounce the existence they so fear, or will they die before their friends? There are no other options. This was his proposal, and he hoped they would be more talkative tomorrow, and today they could think about it. He bids them farewell until tomorrow. With these words, he left the dungeon. Ilaise and Karaguyu Gesta looked at him with silent, questioning and surprised expressions. He irritably remarked that they should please stop looking at him like that. The old man exclaimed in amazement, with such talents, all he could do is build financial pyramids. He replied, he's out. He doesn't need a life full of malice. The girl asked, will they tell you anything now? He replied that he doesn't think so. Therefore, he has a favor to ask of the old man. Let him come closer. Ilaise exclaimed indignantly, she wants to be in on this too. The allies whispered for a while, after which the girl said admiringly, what kind of man is this? The old man responded enthusiastically, he's definitely a crook, down to the core. The protagonist replied sheepishly, nothing special really, it's just a cute little prank. Let them help him. After thinking about it, the old man said, okay, anyway, they have no other options. Ilaise, struggling with herself, said, if it's for the good of humanity, fine. She agrees too. At that moment, one of the criminals cursed the protagonist, calling him a puppy. He did his best, and they were all thrown into separate cells. Now, he can't even discuss this with others. Suddenly, the leader's voice appeared in his head, urging them to look at him carefully. Immediately after, terrifying images of torment appeared in the criminal's mind, the souls of the sufferers begging for death. The leader's voice declared, this is the fate of the people who betrayed him. The criminal clutched his head and, cursing, thought in fear, what should I do? At that moment, Karaguyu Gesta descended into the dungeon and informed the guards that it was time to change. He asked, did anyone confess? The guard replied, no, everyone refuses to talk. The criminal rejoiced at this. He thought, excellent, as if they could tell everything so simply. They are idiots. The guard asked, will the execution really be postponed? It's just that the food they feed these criminals is earned through the hard labor of ordinary people. The old man replied, no problem. The execution will only be postponed for 3. The rest will be executed soon. That way, they'll be able to give up some of their belongings alive and not lose so many. The criminal, hearing this, grabbed the bars and, shaking with fear, shouted, why only 3? The old man replied, well, even if everyone starts talking, the information will be practically the same, don't you think? And that way, they won't lose much and will be able to check for discrepancies. 3 will be enough, as that guy conducting the interrogation said. The guard replied, I understand. Panic gripped the criminal. Exactly. That guy, he never said this concerned them all. The leader's voice appeared in his head again. It didn't matter who the traitor was. Even if he was already dead, he wanted to make sure he got his reward. The criminal couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the bars and shouted at the guard that he would tell everything. Let them drag that child interrogator here. The old man remarked, why so abruptly? Can't this wait until tomorrow? The bandit shouted angrily. No jokes. He said he'd tell them everything. Kargujesta approached him and said, how loudly? Anyway, this boy has been asleep for a long time already. Here, he can give him some paper. Just let him write down everything he wants to tell. The criminal grabbed the paper and quill, cursed, and thought, if 3 of them confess, then the remaining 4 are left with the most terrible of fates, right? So what should he do? What should he do to become one of the 3? He simply needs to write down everything this boy wanted to know. The main thing is to write as much important information as possible. Growing more and more irritated, he began to furiously write the truth, cursing everyone involved in his actions. After a while, Eli summed up in surprise. In the end, 5 of the 7 decided to tell. That's where they'll start. The protagonist, reading the bandit's scribbles, said, okay, we need to squeeze as much information out of them as possible. The girl grabbed the sheets of paper he had and began pulling them towards her. He wouldn't give her what he had written. Then he asked with a smile, what is this? The girl, looking at him intently, asked what kind of person he was while he lived in that world. The only thing she had heard was that there was no magic there, but that was it. He never told her more. She was very grateful to him for helping them, but his actions were something else. He asked, are they violating the code of honor? The girl, clutching the fabric of her dress, answered, exactly. He uses people for his own benefit. It's a method she can't stand. And that's how criminals usually behave, or people who have some connection to them. He replied that he was just a normal guy who wanted a peaceful life. Elise, embarrassed, said that no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't believe it. He exhaled loudly and noted that a peaceful life meant a very ordinary life. He didn't cause problems and didn't get into trouble. Pouring himself some tea, he continued. In his world, there were many ways to learn about other people's points of view, and when he interacted with many people, it was obvious he'd encounter both good and bad people. And to live normally in such a world, he needed to know how to protect himself from the bad people and how to behave around them. Then strangers wouldn't bother him. That was how his peaceful life had been before. The girl looked puzzled. She simply didn't understand which one was the real him, the one chatting with her and Maya, or the one standing in front of those bandits. The protagonist replied, he thought both. He handed her the tea and continued, like, she also behaved differently depending on who was in front of her, an ordinary person or a bad guy, right? She hesitated, and he added, although, in her case, she acts like the knight Elise in both situations, which is completely different from him, since he changes depending on who he's with, that's all. She noted, so he says he'll become evil when he encounters evil? The protagonist replied, not quite so. He'll become someone who understands evil. After that, they fell silent and drank tea. Finally, Elise said, I see. Now everything is clear to her. It's like a distorted mirror, right? Living peacefully sounds very difficult. After some time, Maya said, looking at the criminals' written statements. So, after processing the information they have so far, one can conclude that everything looks something like this. According to the information they received from the bandits, it becomes clear that the criminals have united and formed a large-scale organization called the Bandit Alliance. And at its head stands a one-armed man who wields death spirit magic. And this is a description of the wielder of this magic, a man known as Dokola. Apparently, he was once a member of an assassination squad for one of the kingdoms. But one day, he broke a ban and ended up on a suspect list. After that, as a bandit, he committed several heinous crimes in the neighboring country of Garn. And then, somehow, he ended up in their kingdom. The protagonist drawled, of course, using the knowledge he had developed in his crimes as a member of the assassination squad. That is, he's the kind of person who makes full use of his past experience. It shouldn't be that difficult to deal with him, knowing his habits. The girls looked at him in amazement. He asked in bewilderment, what? Elise replied sheepishly, he just looked like a villain. Maya agreed, that's for sure. He looked at them irritated. After some time, the protagonist and Elise went into town. He remarked in surprise, what a crowded place. She agreed with him. He thought, Now that he had time to look around, he could say that this kingdom was quite prosperous. He had been in a sack all the way to the church on his first visit, so he hadn't had a chance to look around. He said out loud, he dared to suggest that the king of this kingdom was a very good ruler. The girl exclaimed, "Of course, both the current king and his predecessor, King Govern. This kingdom is wonderful because they care for its people, and there is no greater joy, no better meaning in life than to serve their country as a loyal royal knight. In any case, the more this country prospers, the more merchants from other countries come here. However, among them there may be bad people who are trying to rake in as much money as possible by any means possible, and that is unforgivable." He replied, "Of course. But the Bandit Alliance alone is quite a large organization. It will be very difficult to catch them all if they fail with this surprise raid." The girl exclaimed, "Then she'll summon all of Lord Ragdo's knights. He's one of the royal military commanders who protects this kingdom, and frankly, she's one of his subordinates." He asked, "How many can she summon?" Elias replied, 30. He didn't think that was all that many. MC asked out loud, "Are there other squads? She couldn't ask them to join?" The girl replied sheepishly, "It's not that it's impossible, but he's right. Now wasn't the time to worry about her reputation. She had to prioritize the safety of the citizens. She would immediately organize a meeting and ask the other squads to participate in the operation." He asked if they could hold the meeting in the barracks. She replied, surprised, "Yes, but why?" The protagonist remarked, "He meant that the stranger who merely helped her on the road wouldn't be able to get into the palace, right? Besides, it would be difficult to carry out his plan if he wasn't there." Sometime later, late in the evening, the aforementioned meeting took place. Elias expressed her gratitude for the knight's willingness to gather at such a late hour. Tonight, they would discuss the details of the bandit problem. She wanted to continue, but Leonard interrupted her, saying, "Enough! If she was truly serious about asking for their help, then they should first decide who would be the commander-in-chief, right?" He turned to the knights and asked how many soldiers they were prepared to prepare right now. Everyone responded, 180, 170. Leonard, thoughtfully twirling his mustache, noted, "I see." As they all knew, his detachment Linor consists of 300 knights, so there shouldn't be any objections if he takes command, right? MC thought, "I see." He'd already heard about it from Karaguyujest, but to think he'd do it in such a blatant manner. The old man told him that Elias was supported by the most experienced and respected commander, Leonard. Moreover, although she was a woman, she was a highly valiant and respected knight in this kingdom, so there were people who were dissatisfied with her merits and position. He thought if that were the case, then the difference between being a man and a woman was worthless. What narrow-minded people! He would remember that man who had just clicked his tongue by his face. The squad leaders began to express their opinions. Some said they were not against Leonard, while others had decided in favor of Elis. After all this was thanks to her hard work. Karaguyujest turned to the protagonist and said, "Let him say something to these old fools." Leonard looked at the old man and asked who that man was. Karaguyujest replied that he was the one who had provided important information on their matter. He at least had the right to express his opinion, didn't he? The Lord turned to the protagonist and asked if he had any objections to his command. He replied, "Not at all. It was simply logical to have the one with the largest army lead the others. However, since he was going to be the supreme commander, it would be a problem if he didn't know what he would face in this operation." The old man marveled at his audacity to speak thus to such a respected man. The protagonist opened a map of the area and said, "Here's why. Let him look at this." They had compiled data on the locations of the bandit bases and their routes. He had also prepared a larger map of the area in case it was needed. And while they were on the subject, would he mind if they determined the roles of each of their units right now? Leonard remarked with surprise. He had prepared well, hadn't he? The protagonist replied, he would be responsible for their main base, where their leader was located, correct? The Lord replied, "Of course." MC continued, "Then please let him assign the other units to cover the remaining vital areas, and where they should station Radgo's unit, led by Elias. Are there anyone here willing to work with her?" Everyone was silent, exchanging glances. The protagonist smiled and said, "All right. Then she will be placed in reserve to assist with supplies on the trade route. If for any reason one of their units suffers heavy losses, her unit will immediately go to help. Anyone object?" Leonard said, "Excellent." He thanked the Lord and continued about the assignment of the other units. When Elias learned of the decisions made, she was heading to their destination with tears in her eyes, crying out she was a fool for trusting him. Supply is also an important role, but not for her. He tried to reassure her, saying it wasn't so bad. She continued, "All right. Even though she's a supply officer, she will do it with full dedication. She's responsible for this. As a knight." He asked her to listen to him, but it was no use. He thought, or rather, she's not going to bear him this time? She's going too fast. Doesn't he get any bonus stats like a character from another world? He won't even get some kind of super stamina or anything? The old man told the girl he was so sorry he hadn't been helpful at this meeting. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. The protagonist mentally praised the old man and decided to leave everything to them. The old man told the girl not to worry. Everything was going according to this guy's plan. If everything went according to plan, then the next thing awaited them. He noticed the protagonist was completely exhausted. Eli said irritably. He had no stamina at all. After a while, the bandits panicked when they saw Leonard and his squad. As they fled, one of them shouted, "Why are the knights here?" The second criminal replied, "Just let him run. Let him run. We need to report the knights to the boss." The Lord shouted to his troops, "Let them exterminate these foolish beasts who underestimate their true strength. Let them leave no one alive." Rushing forward towards the bandits' tent camp, he noted that he would never have thought that the document provided by that guy would prove so useful. His behavior at the meeting had been quite commendable, especially the way he flattered them by placing Elias in reserve. That was magnificent. He's quite a useful young man if you think about it. But still, this Elise, this woman. Of course, he was surprised that she managed to obtain information from the bandits, but to provide him with a way to appropriate all the glory, that was something else. Then he wouldn't hold back. He would bring glory to his house for her sake. Running up to the tents, he noticed a head sticking out of the opening of one. Coming closer, he wondered what it was. Throwing back the curtain, the Lord thought in confusion, "A corpse? Just don't let anyone tell him it's a death spirit spell." At that moment, the corpse came to life and screamed. Meanwhile, the bandits continued to run, cursing. All their sentries were taken out in an instant. Reaching the boss, they shouted, and the knights surrounded them. Apparently, one of them had spilled the beans. Dokal spat in frustration and said he was surprised there were idiots who couldn't even understand threats. However, he had a plan for just such a contingency. The knights caught up with the remaining bandits and killed them. Leonard dealt with the corpse and thought, impossible. They have men equipped with sealing stones, so the enemy must not be able to use magic. The corpse, cut down by the Lord, was breathing heavily. Leonard mentally screamed, "He's a monster." He addressed his army and shouted, "Listen to me, don't let them die. Otherwise, they'll become just another undead creature to fight. And anyone capable of using purification magic, do everything in their power to get rid of the zombies." The knights saw more bandits fleeing from cover and cried out, "We need to catch them. Someone, catch them." They caught up with the criminals and finished them off. The Lord, clutching his sword hilt, thought that if they continued to push their luck, there was a chance that one of his knights would also become undead. And such a development was too dangerous for them. The bandits they killed were turning into zombies again and again. He exhaled heavily, searching for a solution. At that moment, Dokola, fleeing with his minions, exclaimed, "These guys become more useful after death, don't they?" His companion marveled at how he did it. "I mean, their magic was practically blocked by their anti-magic stones." Dokola replied, "Yes, no one disputes that anti-magic stones are handy. After all, they dispel any magic around them. However, there's one detail that shouldn't be misunderstood. The truth is, such stones don't dispel magic itself, but the connections within it. And the Death Spirit spell is quite special. It truly differs from ordinary magic. It's a forbidden magic that places a soul into a corpse, turning it into a crazed zombie. Rumor has it that this spell even destroyed an entire country in the past. However, its greatest virtue is that the corpses it creates emit a certain mana that affects the surrounding corpses." Now, did he understand? Basically, it doesn't matter whether they have the stones or not. As long as there are corpses around, he'll be able to create new ones. He thought all he had to do was hide a few of the undead in the barrier near his camp. And as soon as the stones were nearby, the barrier would collapse, and a crowd of enraged undead would descend upon these fools. He angrily told his comrade, moreover, if he was too close to them at the moment of death, he would definitely turn into one of the zombies, even if he wasn't the one who killed him. So, he shouldn't die here. Did he understand? The frightened comrade replied that he understood everything. In his clumsiness, he almost lost the bag he was carrying. Dokola angrily shouted at him, "The idiot! Be careful! It was his precious treasure." The comrade began to apologize to him. Dokola laughed and remarked that he really should be grateful to those stupid knights, because now that they'd killed all that useless rabble, he wouldn't have to share with them. At that moment, Elise said, "Clear." However, she didn't feel an ounce of joy from being thanked by such a scumbag. Dokola even flinched in surprise. He slowly turned and stared at her. The girl, standing proudly on a pile of rocks, told him her name and added that his evil path as a bandit leader would end today. He chuckled and remarked, "She's joking, right? To think someone had managed to find this place." She silently jumped off the rocks with her squad and stared at him. The leader continued, "But it wasn't her, was it? The one who found this escape route, it wasn't her." Elise calmly replied, "She was. The one who found this route, it was she." Dokola exclaimed irritably, "Nonsense! Don't let her talk nonsense! What kind of fool does he look like? There's no way such saintly knights as she would use their comrades as bait, personally patrolling his escape route. He's here too, isn't he? He's not talking about an arrogant knight like her, but a guy who understands how scum like them live." Elise looked at him in confusion. At that moment, the protagonist stepped forward, telling Kargu Jest that he was leaving the rest to him. The old man assured him not to worry. "Just be careful, okay? Elias was about to protest, but the protagonist gestured for her to be quiet. Dokola, looking at him, clarified, was that him? However, he doesn't look like a fighter, MC replied. Well, he's right about that. Hell, he's pretty sure he's the weakest of them all. Dokola, surprised, asked how he even found this place. The protagonist replied that he'd found it by accident when he'd gotten lost in the mountains. The leader laughed and remarked, seriously? Then how did he get those fools to talk? The protagonist said, he told them he'd postpone their execution until he dealt with the death spell user, but only for the first 3, that's all. Dokola drawled. I see. So he's saying that even the living have a purpose, the MC said, as long as they can be useful to him. He meant that he'd gotten this far just by spouting nonsense. Dokola asked one last question. What kind of magic did he use to track them? The protagonist looked at him intently and said, understanding. The bandit chuckled and replied, I see. Now he understands. The protagonist thought, in fact, he kind of expected this one-armed man Dokola to try to escape in the middle of the fight. He means, considering how thoroughly and cunningly he dealt with the knights. It's not surprising that he'd prepared an escape route or two. Besides, he'd already figured out how this man controlled the bandits through fear and terror, and how much he relied on his death spirit spell. But he can't get over the fact that there was another raid in this place on another day. They couldn't find a single corpse after that, no matter how hard they tried. Did he really take pity and bury them? As if such scum as he would do such a thing. Then what was he going to do with those corpses? He obviously hid them for an emergency like this. Dokol, looking at him, exclaimed in admiration, those eyes. Who the hell is he? Is he sure he wasn't mistaken in choosing their side? MC responded rudely. He's just a civilian, does he understand that? The leader chuckled and said that the average civilian should understand the mentality of the rabble. It's stupid. If a guy like him is called an average civilian, then who are the criminals, huh? What the hell did he come here for then? The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully and said, criminals? They can do anything you can imagine, he thinks. Dokola chuckled and exclaimed, is he serious? Mentally, he noted his black hair and black eyes. This guy didn't look like he belonged to any clan he knew. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He chuckled and drawled, I see, he's from Earth, isn't he? The protagonist stared at him in confusion. The leader laughed and remarked, looking at his expression, that he seemed to have hit the nail on the head. I see, he thought, assuming it actually existed. The MC, surprised, asked, how did he know about Earth? Dokola grabbed his head, laughed even louder, and exclaimed, of course he knows. Who does he think he is? By the way, that death spirit spell that ruined his life and brought him to this world's darkest hour is resurrection magic. Right, Earth was the parallel world with the influence that created these forbidden techniques. MC wondered what all this meant. Resurrection magic was created by someone from Earth? It seemed Elias didn't know anything about it either. Why would Dokola lie about it? Or rather, he had no need to do so. And if that were indeed the case, it would be somewhat problematic if Elias killed him, right? He asked the leader what else he knew. Dokola replied with a sly smile. Unfortunately for him, even he wasn't that privy to such evil deeds. Even his death spirit spell was just a small gift from them. Let him find out for himself if he's so interested. Now he has enough leads to search, doesn't he? As for him, he feels wonderful since he got the chance to see something good. So, he thanks him. The villain quickly tried to attack him, but Elias suddenly appeared and instantly deflected the blade. The protagonist wondered in confusion. Did he just stealthily throw a second knife? But to think she could parry both with such ease, what a relief. The girl pointed at him and told him to stand still. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to protect him after everything they'd encountered. Dokola gave the order to his minions to kill them. Cowards and traitors will be turned into undead immediately, so don't even think about it. At that moment, Elias began to attack him, absolutely no less powerful. He irritably deflected the attack and said with a smile, she really is strong. This is the first time he's seen someone so powerful in the kingdom of Garn. The girl simply remained silent in response. The leader, with a sly smile, asked if she had bitten her tongue. Come on, he was offering her to at least enjoy the proceedings for a little while. She replied that she wasn't going to entertain him. Dokola exclaimed with displeasure, she's a boring woman. He bet even sleeping with this guy would be more fun. But he admitted that he now understands why a woman like her can command knights. A few more sword strikes, and she'll break his arms. So he thinks it's time to play his ace up his sleeve. Dokola threw the dagger into the air, causing it to spark black. Elias shouted for him to hurry and cover it with a barrier. It's a death spirit spell. The villain, with a sly smile, remarked that this was a good decision. But unfortunately, these guys weren't some mindless little brats. They were more like obedient pawns, ready to carry out his every command. Huge zombies immediately began attacking her. Elias, having repelled the attack, thought she had defeated him back in the cave. Dokola had said it was true. After all, he was quite a handful. And more importantly, it seemed he had a score to settle with her. Okay, they needed to get down to business. It didn't look like they wielded any sacred weapons, so what would she do now? Now that the death spirit spell had completely blanketed the area, they wouldn't stop even if he died. Did she know that? Elias asked, so all she needed was to deal with this vile mana, right? After saying that, she ordered the knights to have all their squads jump. The knights complied, taking MC with them. He he thought in a panic. So high? Dokola told the girl that, unfortunately for her, he wouldn't allow her to use any magic. The girl said she was sorry to disappoint him. But it wasn't magic. She slashed through the clone's body with lightning speed, unleashing terrifying force. Dokola jumped aside and asked in surprise, what kind of terrifying force was this? To think she could sweep away all the surrounding mana with just one swing of her sword. Eli's replied that if he still had any tricks up his sleeve, he'd better use them now. He remarked with a sly smile, apparently having no choice. Let her try it. He jumped back sharply, clearing the smokescreen. Eli screamed. Is he trying to escape? Dokola tried to run when suddenly the protagonist threw a spear with incredible accuracy, wounding his leg. The villain fell to the ground and asked, aren't you ashamed? He replied, she knew nothing. It was his plan. The bandit leader asked with a smile, so he expected this from the start? The protagonist replied that he'd already escaped their clutches once. Obviously, he'd try again. Dokola noted that his timing was perfect. He replied that they themselves had led him to the moment when he was sure he could escape. MC thought hard. Everything according to plan. Exactly, he only told Karigu just about that one blow. This is the perfect moment. The one where Dokola starts pointing out someone's mistakes before he starts escaping, because it shows how confident he is in his escape plan, and they took advantage of his confidence. Dokola asked with a smile, understanding, was that it? He really had outplayed him, but being outplayed by his tricks and wiles like this was somehow pleasant. He was sure they could have been good friends if they had met under different circumstances. The protagonist replied, perhaps, but he doesn't really like people willing to commit murder. The leader exclaimed, let him give it up. He's sure someone like him would get used to it in no time. MC replied, he would wisely stay on the right path. Dokola agreed with a smile and added, let him not be like him. By the way, among his belongings is a topographic map. On it, he marked a place that no one but him knows about. Let him go and find his most secret base. It will be his parting gift to him. The protagonist responded with confusion, impressed that he was able to smile at a moment like this. Dokola, smiling, asked if he could tell him his name. He'd barely managed to agree when Eli suddenly, lightning fast, severed the head of the Bandit Alliance leader. Afterward, she wiped the blood from her sword and asked if he was going to say anything. Dokola seemed to know something about the world he came from. Didn't he want to learn more about it? MC replied that he'd already resigned himself to his fate. That's why those were his last words. Besides, he doubted he knew anything else. Anyway, if she was asking whether he wanted to ask, of course he did, but it wouldn't have helped. He meant she killed him because she thought it was necessary, right? Otherwise, he might have tried to resist and escaped again. Elias responded in bewilderment. It was impossible for a man to escape after losing both his legs, and if she truly didn't want him to resist, cutting off his arms and legs would have been enough. The protagonist said she had done nothing wrong. Let her look at him. He had literally fooled everyone just to catch him. The girl, slightly embarrassed, replied, no. His plan made sense, even if she didn't like it. MC noted that he might say the same. But anyway, if it would make her feel better, he could listen to her so she could tell him her reasons for killing Dokol, no matter what. Elise apologized and said she was scared. Or rather, no, perhaps she should admit that she felt disgusted when she looked at him. Had she already told him he was like a distorted mirror? Ever since they heard about him from Maya, she felt him becoming more like him, bit by bit, and when he spoke to him, this feeling became even stronger. As if at this rate he would fall to the dark side, as if she could feel him slowly turning into him. So, she couldn't help but swing her sword. MC thought about it. He couldn't deny it. He felt that they understood each other completely. Even though he was a cold-blooded killer, killing without a shadow of a doubt. He said that this was admirable. She didn't stand by and didn't allow someone close to her to stray. That's quite commendable, isn't it? Elias exclaimed that it wasn't. Swinging a sword just because she felt disgust wasn't easy. The protagonist said that this was admirable. She had decided to act and was able to analyze her actions. Wasn't that commendable? The girl sheepishly asked why he was expressing himself as if he were talking to a child. MC answered with a smile. After all, he was older than her. How old was she? She replied that she was 18. Did he realize she was older than him? He replied, no, he was still older. Elias asked in surprise how old he was. Did he have elves in his family? The protagonist exclaimed, of course not. He was 100% human. He thought, sure, the Japanese, looked younger than other human races. But did she really think he was that young? No wonder she thought it was normal to carry him around like a sack. Wait, that in itself was a problem, wasn't it? Elise blushed to the tips of her hair and started apologizing. MC told her to stop. She didn't need to go into etiquette after everything they'd been through. He just needed to act his age, right? Did she agree with him? The girl sheepishly agreed, after which they cleared out what was left in complete silence. The protagonist thought about it. After all, they were able to destroy all the remaining bases without any casualties, and all the mad zombies were destroyed by a squad of clerics led by Maya. There were a few wounded in their squad, but fortunately, none of the Lord's knights perished. Well, it seems his skills as a commander aren't so bad. If only he could have been more tactful with Elise. Oh yeah, it looks like they're planning to hang Dokol's head on display. Oh well, two things still bother him. People who know about Earth and the existence of people from Earth who were the first to create forbidden techniques. It seems he still has a long way to go before he can live peacefully in the new world. Sometime later, somewhere in the forests of the Thieves Kingdom's mountain range, Wolf exhaled, looking into the distance. The next day, the protagonist opened his eyes, sat up in bed, and thought that for the first time since arriving in this world, he wanted to say he'd woken up normally. If only his muscles would stop aching. Wincing, he noted that, given where he was now, that must be difficult. The day before, Elise had asked him what he was planning to do next. He'd replied that first, he needed permission to stay in the country. She'd remarked that she thought that wouldn't be a problem. The protagonist then said, "Then we need to find a place to stay. If she knew a good spot under a bridge or in a back alley, let her know." Next, he needed to learn the language. I wondered how long the host's spell would last. He was causing too much trouble. Maya had to keep an eye on him. Elise blushed with indignation and exclaimed, "What?" He ignored her reaction and continued, "After that, he'll find a part-time job to cover his daily needs. He needed to save up money and arrange a permanent place to live." The girl quickly stopped him, exclaiming, "A benefactor isn't allowed to do something like that." The MC, confused, exclaimed, "That can't be right. He needs to go to another country? Let them have mercy on him and at least let him sleep outside. Better yet, let them send him to prison." Elise remarked with surprise. He could count on more. She thought for a moment, then said that if he had nowhere else to go, he could stay at her house. There were rooms available for one person. He could take care of himself, so she had no objections. He asked in surprise, "What about rent?" The girl replied, "No need." The protagonist turned away, unable to hide his joy. She asked suspiciously, "Didn't he by any chance intend to receive such an offer?" He quickly assured her, "Of course not." He was very grateful for the opportunity to avoid many problems. Now he would have to worry about fewer things than if he had lived under a bridge. Elise spoke with embarrassment. He was so serious. He thought, so this unfortunate guy, thrown into another world empty-handed, begins a happy life, relying on women. Approaching the window, he realized the lonely house was near the market, and he had been given a simple room there. Simplicity is the essence of elegance. His room was stunning. Well, why not take a stroll and look around? Black hair and eyes were quite rare here, so he decided to put on a bandana. After a while, he came to the market. A vegetable vendor shouted at him to come to her. Everything was cheap. Vegetables straight from the garden. Someone shouted if he wanted to try freshly fried yakitori. Someone invited him to look at his muscles. Having bought himself a snack, he continued on, thinking, a copper coin costs 100 yen, a silver one costs 1,000 yen, and a gold one costs 10,000. Market prices are easy to understand, since they are proportionally related to Japanese ones. He muttered, "It's a shame there's no salty food here, but there are good spices." Suddenly, he saw a man lying on the pavement. He wondered, surprised, if he was drunk. The man stood up and MC saw it was a girl. She was sober, and all the vegetables she had in her basket had stilled, ruining it. He helped her pick up the fallen food and asked if she was okay. The girl, clutching the basket, replied, "Yes, I am," and thanked him for his help. Suddenly, she realized her containers were ruined, and this upset her greatly. A minute later, the protagonist handed her a new basket and told her to collect everything here. Saira was surprised. He bought this on purpose. Silently loading all her fruits and vegetables into the basket he had bought, he hoisted it onto his back and replied, "They're blocking other passersby. They need to move on." The girl, hurrying after him, responded with surprise. She understood. After a while, she began to thank him. He'd really helped her out. She told him her name and, pointing to the establishment, said it was her tavern, called the Dog Bone. He remarked in confusion. As he understood, they didn't think long about the name. Sarah laughed cheerfully. Suddenly, Gaze jumped out from behind a barrel and irritably shouted at him not to speak ill of other people's taverns. The protagonist, taken aback, lost his footing and fell, along with the basket of provisions. The man asked who he was. The MC replied, "Just a guy passing by." He said, "I see, that's how Saira gave him trouble." After that, the man introduced himself and added that he was the owner of this tavern. He would pay for the basket. The protagonist protested, "No need. They serve a full meal, right?" He had arrived in Tais a few days ago and was looking for a place to eat. Gaze replied, "Okay, he'll cook it now." The protagonist remarked, "If it's tasty." Saira laughed and said, "Then it's better not." He drawled in surprise, "Isn't it really that tasty?" Gaze asked him to wait a bit. While he waited, he asked the girl a little about the city. She was studying to fulfill her dream, and in her free time, she worked as a waitress here. The girl said she wanted to open her own clothing store someday. Everyone was proud of their work and didn't want to take anyone on as an apprentice, so she was self-taught. With the money she earned here, she bought her own clothes and tried to make similar ones. She still had a lot to learn, but it was fun. The MC remarked in surprise, "Wow." She was practically glowing. For someone like him, it was unbearable. His inferiority complex was killing him. Saira asked, "He's just arrived in town? Already staying somewhere?" He replied, "A friendly knight has lent him a spare room." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "So he knows the knight? What squad is he from?" The protagonist replied, "Elise Ratzel from the Salvet squad." Saira exclaimed in confusion, "What, the same Elise?" Now he was surprised. A gorilla who cuts down trees with a single blow. So this knight is so famous. The girl screamed, "Oh, and how famous! There's not a single person in this country who doesn't know her." He thought in bewilderment. What's wrong with all of them? Saira exclaimed in admiration. This girl won the Thai's swordsmanship tournament. She's simply incredible. Gaze said that her defeating all the knights with just a swing of her sword has become legendary. He thought in surprise. Really? A gorilla in a swordsmanship tournament? He said out loud. Karagyu jest is also strong, but still, he's not so praised. Saira was even more surprised. This time she named him in full. The protagonist noted in bewilderment. Why did he have to do that? The girl continued. He's one of the top 5 spearmasters in this kingdom. Gaze added, stories of him knocking out a wyvern by throwing his helmet at it still circulate. The protagonist thought, in that case, the title of Helmet Lord would be more fitting for the old man. Saira said, so, he helped catch those bandits? He answered dejectedly. That's true. All he did was show them the way. The girl smiled happily and remarked, that's so cool. She'd like to see Elias in battle. MC replied, battle isn't the most pleasant spectacle. Sometimes, on command, you have to do all sorts of dirty things. Seeing her saddened, he mentally scolded himself. He probably shouldn't have said that. She said, I understand. Elias is so strong and cool, but there are plenty of people who say bad things about her. But she's not one of them. There are also those who fully support this cool heroine. He noticed it was written all over her face, but she needn't worry because in this fight against evil, Elias will undoubtedly win. Saira looked at him in surprise, then laughed and exclaimed, it's true. He thought about his ally. Everything was fine, even if not everyone appreciated her, but there were those who truly respected her. He should bring her here. At that moment, Gaze brought him food, and he ate thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to choke. Saira exclaimed in confusion, is it that bad? The innkeeper also tensed up. The protagonist decided he'd bring Elias here only after the food tasted better. He remarked out loud that Saira would probably do better. She replied that the boss couldn't serve customers. The protagonist asked Gaze if he'd ever thought about making the food tastier. The man replied regretfully that he'd thought about it, but there was no one who could teach him. Saira added with a laugh that many were simply scared when they saw him. The MC wondered if they hadn't gone bankrupt yet, but the only thing keeping them afloat was booze. After a while, Maya smiled and said to him, he makes new friends quickly. He thought about the dinner he'd been offered at church yesterday. The food Maya had served him had been carefully prepared and delicious. He told her about Gaze and his tavern, noting that it wouldn't be a problem for her to teach the innkeeper if only one dish. When they arrived at the tavern, Gaze and Sarah stared at the girl in surprise. The protagonist asked Maya if she was a celebrity by any chance. The innkeeper exclaimed in amazement. The head of the Yugra church in Thais, Lady Maya? There's no way he will learn cooking from her. The girl laughed and replied, honestly, she used to be one of the demon slayers. The protagonist asked in surprise, is she joking? She replied that she was quite serious. After a while, she stretched and said how wonderful everything had turned out. She had some free time. The MC asked, so she's not busy? The girl replied, she'd finished her report and was waiting for confirmation. The innkeeper and Saira listened in confusion to their casual conversation, still unable to believe their good fortune that such a distinguished person was in their midst. Maya continued, the younger ones are handling the paperwork. How sweet of them. I wonder how long it's been since she's stretched. The protagonist wondered in surprise how bloody the fights had been. Out loud, he said, then he'll leave Gaze in her care. They don't sell salt in this country, right? She said, he's well informed. It's a rare delicacy for the nobility. He replied that where he came from, it was a commonly available item. With salt, the quality of the food would improve. Maya asked matter-of-factly if she should talk to the trading company about lowering the price a little. The protagonist responded, confused. That would be a big help, but only if the supply was constant. Could she please tell him in detail about the person selling it, as well as about the carrier spell? She paused, then asked, are there any problems? He replied, no. I just wonder how long it will last. The girl exclaimed, this will last until the magic she poured in runs out. Since the duration is a week, he had 4 days left. Once it runs out, she will cast the carrier spell on him again. He thanked her and asked, are there any problems with this carrier spell? Maya looked at him in confusion and said nothing. He grumbled, this church is hiding the truth, lying. The girl laughed and exclaimed, she's joking. She hasn't used this in a long time, and she thinks she's made a small mistake. She thinks it's better to start with the good news. He thought, this isn't good. This is definitely not good. Maya said it's not that bad. She won't drag it out. There are some side effects. After a while, muscle pain sets in. It's starting to appear quite late. Besides, it's only getting worse over time. The protagonist thought indignantly, damn her. So that's what was causing that abnormal pain this morning. He yelled at her to wait. It hurt. His whole body suddenly started aching. Couldn't she heal him? The girl categorically declared it impossible. He clarified, even with healing magic? She repeated, impossible. Then he simply screamed very loudly. Sometime later, he and Saira arrived at the trading house. The receptionist said she would take care of it and asked them to follow her. When she led them into the office, Ban greeted them with a smile, stated his name, and added that he was the head of this trading company. He read the recommendation sheet. They were here about the salt, right? Since it was Maya's request, he would certainly give a discount. The protagonist replied, no, he wasn't here for that right now. Van stared at him in surprise. The protagonist said instead he'd like to lower the price of salt in this country. The company's CEO looked puzzled, asking if he could explain it in more detail. MC had already figured out that in this country, 1 kilogram of salt costs 1 gold coin. By Japanese standards, that's 10,000 yen. Although this country is landlocked, why is its prevalence so low? In a conversation with Maya, he'd mentioned that in his homeworld, salt was a necessary source of nutrients. The disputes were so intense that it had even escalated to a mock war. She remarked that it was most likely due to the difference in the presence of magical energy. Noticing his puzzled expression, she explained that vegetables and grains are full of magical energy. This energy is an excellent source of nutrients. Good soil is used to ensure that food is rich in nutrients. He thought, I see. Magical energy resides in minerals. Maya hugged him, patted his head, and said she wondered why his inner energy was so low. He didn't have any food rich in magical energy. He thought, in other words, that there was no longer a need for salt in this world. That is why it lost its prestigious status. And now he told Ban he'd like to increase demand for salt. That way, by increasing the supply, they'll lower the price. The head of the trading house admitted it was true. That way, they'll be able to import everything more cheaply. They'll adjust the market price a little every day. It won't be that simple. Does he have any ideas? The protagonist replied, yes, speaking of which. They discussed various nuances for a while. After a certain amount of time, Syra approached a table in the tavern and handed the patrons alcohol, saying it was their drink. The tray in her other hand held prepared dishes. The men thanked her. One of them, seeing the dishes, remarked in surprise, what are these? He didn't order them. The girl replied with a smile, it's something from their new menu. Let them try it. These are free appetizers. The customer clarified, didn't Gaze cook this? He had no appetite. The second man noticed, and the smell was pleasant. After trying the dishes, they exclaimed in amazement, did Gaze die? Did someone else cook this? The innkeeper answered rudely, he'll kill him. It was the protagonist's idea. Chips and french fries. Salt definitely adds flavor, and even a fool can see how it improves the quality of simple food. He suggested serving it for free at first, to whet their appetites. After a short time, all the visitors were asking Syra for more and a new menu. The girl smiled at the protagonist and said, it's all thanks to him. He replied, it's all thanks to Bon. It's good that the negotiations went well. She clarified, he was talking about the afternoon meeting. Was it helpful? MC said, from the trading house's perspective, she was a child taken in to be taught by example, which showed him to be deeply interested in trade. That's why he treated a young man like him so politely. She remarked in surprise, he'd thought of that too. He continued, also, it's possible they were just very lucky with Ban. Customers were enthusiastically asking for more yakitori. The amazing soup left a warm feeling, like after a mother's cooking. The drinks were also good. Syra, exhausted by the orders, asked them to wait a bit. Word spread quickly that day. They were all very busy until closing time. Toward the end of the workday, Syra collapsed on the table and groaned. She was so tired. Gaze, also exhausted, apologized to the protagonist for having to help them. They needed to somehow increase the number of workers. The protagonist, lying exhausted on the floor, said, I don't have the strength to take a single step. Meanwhile, Elise, sitting at home having dinner, worriedly said, it's already late. Perhaps he's not planning on coming back. Standing up, she decided he'd probably return tomorrow. A while later, sitting in the tavern, MC winced and thought his muscles still hurt, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now looking at the commotion, he noted, well, he'd been thinking about the staff shortage in this establishment. Somehow, in just one day, it had all come to this. Laura gave one of the cooks an order. Listen carefully. Next, make the soup. Then she told Syra, the waitress must be fast and brilliant. The girl readily replied that she understood everything. The energetic woman had already turned her attention to the cook and said in a stern voice, she's telling him the soup has already boiled. Doesn't he see that? The protagonist thought, this domineering old lady, Karaguyu Jest's wife. That morning, he arrived early at Ban's to order more salt and unexpectedly encountered an old man there. He explained the situation, and they discussed the staff shortage. The old man suggested introducing him to his wife. He then asked, perplexed, would that do any good? The old man replied that after their daughter got married, they were left alone, and he felt guilty leaving her alone at home. So the woman ended up taking other wives with her from other families. Laura suggested that instead of cooking for her husband who might never return, it would be more efficient to continue cooking. The old man sheepishly hid behind the protagonist. The protagonist asked, are you sure about that? The woman replied with a smile, he does it so she doesn't feel lonely. She was perfectly happy with that. But it's a secret between them. He thought with a smile, I see. So that's why the old man felt guilty. She kicked them out of the tavern, telling her husband that if he didn't order, he should get out of there. Then she turned to the MC and remarked, and so did he. With a body like that, he couldn't help. So, let them go for a walk somewhere. Laura simply kicked them out, practically threw them out of the tavern. Once outside, they began to look for the positives in the situation. The old man said with a smile, nice weather. The protagonist also smiled and agreed, that's for sure. Then he pulled something out of his pocket and told Karaguyu Jest to look at it. The old man looked puzzled. What is this? He replied. It's a topographic map of the Dokol vaults, which he copied. It shows the bases and caves of those bandits. It's the only thing he managed to get his hands on, Karaguyuchest said in surprise. Well done. The protagonist continued, saying that Dokala had mentioned something hidden in one of the bases. The leader had said it was a parting gift. Perhaps it contained information about Earth. After examining the map, he clarified that the base that would be the hardest to reach was this one, correct? The old man agreed. MC wondered if Dokala had wanted to entrust the information to the Earthling. If the knights had received it, would they have allowed him to see it himself? He asked the old man what had become of the original maps. Karaguyuchest replied that Elias had taken it to the Lord. Later, it must have been passed on to the king. The protagonist clarified that each base would be searched. The old man said he thought the squad would leave tomorrow or the day after. He then looked closely at the protagonist and asked, in that case, were they leaving now? MC stared at him in confusion. Karaguyuchest noted that he wondered what the leader had left behind. He has a right to know. After a while, getting ready to leave, he asked, is this normal? The old man chuckled and replied, they weren't told it was forbidden. So, they should go until they were told. The allies set off according to the topographic map. Arriving at their destination, they dismounted their horses and continued on foot. The protagonist asked, horses, is it normal that they left them behind? The old man replied, they're quite intelligent animals. If anyone tries to attack, these beauties will beat them to death. The protagonist thought sheepishly, even horses are strong in this country. He wondered out loud, they wouldn't attack a simple passerby, would they? Karaguyuchest assured him everything would be fine. MC mentioned, by the way, that he'd learned he'd knocked out a wyvern by throwing a helmet at it. The old man exclaimed in surprise, what ancient history have he unearthed? He clarified, so it's true? Why a helmet specifically? The ally replied, this topic brings back memories. If he had thrown his spear to shoot down the flying monster, it would have flown who knows where. He would have been disheartened if he lost his favorite weapon after holding it for so long. Suddenly, he dove into the bushes and exclaimed, here. The protagonist, following him, noticed with surprise, a cave entrance. Is it marked in a different color for convenience? The old man replied, definitely. To avoid getting hurt, they wouldn't move thoughtlessly. The allies moved very carefully. Entering the cave, they stopped, and Karaguyuchest, illuminating the space, declared, it's here. Crates lay everywhere, and barrels filled with something stood there. The protagonist looked around and noted what he saw. Ordinary bedding, knives and magic stones, a pile of precious stones. Suddenly he saw a scroll. It was a manuscript. Taking it in his hands, he thought in surprise, it's an old handwritten thing. He wondered out loud if it was Dokol's diary. He peered at the writing and let out a surprised cry. The old man worriedly asked, what is this? Seeing the manuscript in his ally's hands, he asked, what is this? Tell him to wait. He can't read it. After that, Karaguyuchest looked closely at MC and asked, what is this? The protagonist said, it's Japanese. The old man, amazed, asked, is this the language of his country? He replied that it was, and the title was the fourth sample of the Blue Demon King's observation record. His ally, surprised, repeated the manuscript's title. The protagonist said without a doubt, this is the parting gift Dokol spoke of. Karaguyuchest asked, will he read it? MC, amazed, thought, the Demon King's creation, the forbidden resurrection spell. It was introduced and used by an earthling. Besides, the writing is terrifying. A sample surveillance log. He addressed the old man out loud and explained how things were. He wanted to tell him something. The ally looked at him in surprise. After the protagonist told him, he muttered in confusion, what? He's from another world? The protagonist asked that Elias and Maya not know, that they shouldn't be told about what happened here. Karaguyuchest replied, he understood. MC continued, which is why he told him about the book. The old man noted, I see. To avoid damaging their relationship. And what does he want? The protagonist said, read it. No, not now. The ally asked, does he understand that if he leaves it like this, he'll miss his opportunity? The protagonist replied, he'll be alone if he reads this. If anyone else finds out about this, it will greatly affect the world. The old man winked and assured him that his mouth is shut. MC smiled, noting that if it was him, he could be sure there wouldn't be a leak. If he had to endure the torture of having his nails pulled out, he'd go crazy. So he wanted to confide in someone he could trust. Could he ask him for something? Karaguyuchest made it clear with his whole demeanor that he was listening attentively. And then he said he could rely on him for this. This would reach the head of the knights and the king. The protagonist said that since he said so, he saw no reason to refuse. He could be trusted without any problem. The old man laughed, noticing that he entrusted the heavy expectations with relief. After these words, he took the manuscript from the protagonist. MC thought it was for the best. This old knight, who had earned a reputation in this country, if he read this book in front of him, it would only have consequences. And even if he did, the old man wouldn't open his mouth. But loyalty to the king and the burden of a promise demands a similar demeanor. As befits a knight, he would never betray his oath of allegiance, and therefore he would not break a promise. When they emerged from the cave, Karaguyuchest looked at him carefully and asked, is everything really all right? He smiled and replied, I hope to live in safety, accepted by others. After this, the allies returned to the city and said goodbye to each other. Entering the house, he told Elias he was back. The girl said, "Welcome back, right at the door." He shuddered in surprise and exclaimed, "You startled me right at the entrance." "She had been here the whole time?" the girl replied. "No, only since this morning," he thought in surprise. The old man took a day off, so she took a day off too. She had held out since this morning. He remarked out loud, "Just let her not say that she had been waiting here all this time." Elias replied that she had been left alone for the whole day. She even felt lonely. It had been a rather pleasant experience. The protagonist sheepishly apologized to her and offered to have dinner together. The girl, shamefacedly lowering her face, said, "Unfortunately, there were no groceries. There was no way to go shopping." He joyfully exclaimed, "Everything is fine." He had found a great tavern. "The owner and waitress are wonderful people," she said irritably. "I see." He had spent the time she had been waiting for him there, gathering the necessary information, wasn't he? The protagonist thought, "This isn't good. Damn, she's so difficult." Out loud, he said, "Today, Karagu Jest and I went to the same place." Elias thought sadly that while she had been waiting by the door for him to return, he had been having fun with the old man. Then, as if remembering something, she said, "Please forgive me." She was stupid to say such things. She had been all agitated at the thought of having to spend her day off with someone else. He had various circumstances, and she was still too inexperienced. MC, in disbelief, slapped his cheeks and exclaimed, "Let her wait. He'd just change, and then they'd go." She looked at him with tears in her eyes. When they arrived at the establishment sometime later, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the dog bone? It's famous for its delicious drinks, but the food there is a real punishment." He thought irritably, what kind of strange memories were these? Well, in the meantime, the knights had had first-class food. The girl added sheepishly, she thought she should punish herself. "That's exactly the case now." The protagonist replied, "It's fine." It was as if she'd just been born. When the allies entered, there were many customers. Syra, seeing him, wanted to joyfully greet their savior, but upon seeing who had entered with him, she froze in amazement. Then, confused, she exclaimed, "Lady Elise!" She rushed toward her, grabbed her hands, and cried out in delight. She'd come to a tavern like this. It was a great honor for them. The girl looked at the waitress in surprise. He'd noticed. "Was it settled?" She replied indignantly, "Of course." At that moment, one of the patrons called out for Syra, and she immediately ran off to a customer. Elise let out a surprised sigh. Damn it. The protagonist said it was even more crowded yesterday. A little later, when the allies had sat down at the table and were served various dishes, he asked, "Will she listen now?" Savoring the taste of the prepared dishes, she listened attentively. And then, licking her cutlery, she said, "It's so delicious here." MC chuckled. She'd noticed correctly. The girl said he'd managed to do so many things in one day, and yet she regretted being so insignificant. He asked what she thought of Syra's greeting. Elias answered sheepishly, a little surprised. She was shocked. The protagonist clarified, but she was happy about that, wasn't she? She thought for a moment, then blushed, and quietly replied, "I guess so." He picked up some chips and said, "This doesn't just apply to the Karaguyu guest knights. They're also quite popular among the people of the country. But they seem nothing more than a security detail." After thinking for a moment, Elias answered, "I guess so. She wanted to become a fantastic knight like her father. But on the other hand, other people's opinions can greatly affect one's state of mind, especially for a newbie like her." He replied, "That's understandable. That's why people feel bad when they're accused of something, and are also happy to receive praise. This is normal for people, as living beings. If this inexperience could be easily removed, then the heart would weaken." "Or is her father a man who continues to kill the heart, becoming cold-blooded?" The girl responded indignantly. Her father was an amazing man, brave and strict. She remembered how, as a child, she had given him a wreath woven from flowers. He asked touchingly, "Did she make that herself?" "Amazing, thank her." The protagonist said that she shouldn't separate herself but accept and respond. If there is an unpleasant feeling, let her try to suppress it with anger. If she is happy, let her grasp it and move forward. The girl remarked, "So that's how it is." He smiled and replied, "Yes, that's exactly it." Elias looked away, embarrassed. He thought, this girl is undoubtedly the best knight, but in all other respects, she is worse than befits a girl. Elias said that, if she doesn't behave accordingly, she will be no better than a beginner. The protagonist objected. He disagreed. "If she continues like this, she'll become like an ascetic." She exclaimed indignantly. It's not for him to talk about the path. It's not that dangerous for her. He chuckled. Really? He thought, well, she's clinging to even the faintest hope in a human being. She's like the old him. Her expectations had been subconsciously betrayed yesterday. She was downhearted, so bringing her to this tavern was the right decision. She had plenty of friends here who would support her. That's why he brought her here, so this would be her strength. At that moment, Laura dismissed her husband, saying, "There aren't enough seats without him. Let him sit on the floor." The old man joined the other patrons, who were also sitting on the floor with drinks. MC, watching this, thought, it's good sometimes. The next day, Elias woke up with a headache, sat up in bed, and clutching her head said, "What happened yesterday?" She was dead drunk, but it was fun. She laughed at these words. Sometime later, Karagu Jest came to the commander of the knightly troops, Salvet, and asked for forgiveness. The Lord wondered why such a sudden visit. The old man replied that he had come to him with a report. Presenting the manuscript to the Lord, he said he'd conducted a private investigation today using a topographic map left by the leader of the Dokol Bandit Alliance. Salvet repeated in surprise, "Investigation?" There were plans to dispatch a detachment for this purpose. He couldn't have been unaware of it. The old man replied that there were several reasons, but they wouldn't do. The Lord opened the book and said, "Don't worry about it." Leafing through it, he noticed with surprise that he'd never seen this language before. He looked closely at the newcomer and asked, "Have you read this?" The old man replied, bowing low, "No." As soon as he found it, the first thing he did was deliver it to him without revealing it. He could swear to it. The Lord remarked, "I see, that's good. This guy, the protagonist, has good self-control." Karaguyu just exclaimed in surprise. "Did he know about this?" Salvet said. "He heard it from Maya." Elias was trying to avoid this conversation. "This guy came from another world, right?" The old man, his eyes pleading, said, "This must remain a secret. Could he keep it that way?" The Lord promised, "Okay, it will remain between them." Placing the book on the table, the man added, "He believes he didn't open it." "Did this guy read the title?" The old man replied, "Yes. This is the 4th example of the Blue Demon King's research record." That's what he said. The Lord noted, looking out the window, "The worst part of the world's history is the Demon Kings. This Blue Demon King is already the 4th. He needs to find out the origin of this book, unofficially." After a while, the protagonist, rubbing his neck, thought, "The pain, as usual, is merciless." He increasingly begins to think that he should put more effort into finding a living. As it is, he's still living off a woman. If this continues, he won't have a full-time job. If he's looking for profit, turning to a merchant or someone similar would be a good option. Finally, 3 days have passed since his last visit. The MC strode decisively toward the trading house's leader. Ban, seeing him, exclaimed joyfully, thanking him for offering to invest in that tavern. It had led to amazing changes. He asked in surprise, so he was going to continue? Ban replied that what he'd seen had made him forget about anything else. However, the small number of workers dampened his ardor a bit. Making salt more common was a good strategy. To popularize such a product in the market, they lowered the market price, and everything went swimmingly. The protagonist replied that indeed everything had gone well. With the bandits subdued, more traveling merchants had appeared. A variety of new goods had also appeared. As the country grew richer, demand among the population had grown. Also, alcohol was now a more common product. Besides, he'd like to know about a little-known rumor. The trading house's leader looked at him in confusion. The protagonist asked if he knew anything about rock salt. Ban, surprised, replied, "Yes. These are salt crystals mined in the mountain range." "So he's saying there's a place in this kingdom where rock salt can be mined?" MC exclaimed. "Exactly. There's plenty of it in the unexplored lands. When exploring the mountains, it would probably be better to find halite if possible." The head of the trading house asked in surprise. Halite? He'd never heard of it before. The protagonist replied, "It's salt that can be obtained by boiling water from hot springs. Streams of water can often be seen if the mountain is full of caves. There's a high probability that underground waters, full of nutrients, lie dormant there. If there's salt there, we can harvest it." Ban remarked, "Well, that sounds good. If we start mining salt in these, we could make it a development sign. That's very interesting." The protagonist said, "Still, there's a chance the research will fail." Ban declared decisively, "Since it's limited to salt, he'll personally take over the exploration of the land." Overwhelmed with anticipation, he exclaimed, "There's a treasure lurking in this country." He couldn't pass up such a chance. Merchants can't rest easy over things like this. MC thought, as expected, Ban had a keen sense of commerce. He rose from the table, unfolded a topographic map, and said, "In that case, this is a duplicate of the diagram of the leader of the Bandit Alliance that was recently destroyed." The head of the trading house, incredulous, exclaimed, "He actually got this?" The protagonist said, "But it's a secret." The merchant, looking at the diagram, remarked in amazement, "In any case, it's amazing. It covers a large area. The knights of their country have to fight a lot." The protagonist added, "On this map, Dokola has marked a large number of unused caves." Speaking of the unexplored lands he mentioned earlier, since there were those who had previously conducted research, doesn't that offer a higher chance of finding something than going blind? Ban responded enthusiastically. "In that case, the gamble is worth the candle." He let out a cry of admiration and anticipation, adding, "Of course, he's young, but even for his age, he's not lacking in provocation. After all, he has a recommendation from Maya. But that's reckless. This information is very valuable. Didn't he think he could do something with it without him knowing?" MC chuckled and said that in a situation like this, he, the head of a trading house, is good at making the right decisions. Ban bowed to him and laughed. "That's terrifying. Then he'll make a good partner." After a while, Marito, examining the manuscript, let out a corresponding sound of admiration. Then he said, "That man who helped Elise, is that him?" Salvet replied, "Yes. In a generation of bandits, he played a significant role in pulling fish out of water. The king remarked, amazing abilities. Leonard would definitely be annoyed by this. The courage he showed, this man from another world, was truly remarkable. He'd love to meet him. The Lord remarked that he should invite this man to the awards ceremony. The king added, we should also order some delicious aged alcohol. After a while, when the companions set off, Ban, as if possessed, exclaimed, yes! Didn't he say it would be fun? The protagonist stared at him in fear and tried to calm his emotions. He thought, well, back then, he'd let the man look at a topographic map. They'd found a convenient cave nearby. It looked like there were no dangerous animals there. He'd been calculating the costs of solo exploration, but in this case, Ban stepped in. The merchant exclaimed joyfully. It had been a long time since he'd gone for a good ride. He'd come with him too. And now, prancing on horseback, he exclaimed, yes! Adventures in uncharted lands. His heart was simply dancing. The protagonist thought, saying that the head of the trading company was good. In his case, the ability to act thoughtlessly was too good. He wondered out loud, was he used to this? The man proudly answered, of course! In the old days, he was quite the troubled adventurer, but as soon as he met the merchant, he immediately burned out. And now he has a more relaxed lifestyle. Since night patrols still remain, it's better for young people not to be left behind. The MC wondered in surprise. Why were the people he met so unusual? Out loud, he urged Ban to slow down. Gaze and Syra looked incredibly acceptable, but no, they frankly have special abilities. After a while, the partners arrived at a cave. Entering, Ban exclaimed in bewilderment, it looks like this is a dead end. The protagonist, looking around, noted that this place was suitable for hiding, but it wasn't used. It would be a shame if they started their exploration with a failure. Suddenly, the merchant started touching the wall, grunting in confusion. The protagonist was surprised. What was he doing? The man replied that a barrier spell had been cast in this area. Confused, the MC wondered, is there such a thing here? He asked out loud. Have you seen one like this before? Ban chuckled and said, I've seen one like this. He handed the protagonist his bag, asking him to hold it, and began pounding the wall. The merchant tapped it once, a bright glow appeared, and the wall crumbled into tiny pieces. The protagonist, completely stunned, screamed, what is this? Ban smiled and replied, this hammer is enchanted to strike 10 times stronger. It absorbs magical energy. If it weren't for the magic sealing stone, this effect wouldn't have occurred. MC thought, I see. The Japanese man doesn't have enough magical energy to use such things. Ban, peering into the gap, said, there's a way further. After a brief silence, he exclaimed, well, they'll go there. The protagonist noted the man's eyes, clearly showing that he had completely transitioned into the adventurer's mode. The allies moved on, lighting the way with a torch. After a while, the companions stopped, surprised by what they saw. A forest stretched before them. The protagonist, surprised, thought, an ordinary forest. No, he had a bad feeling about this. Ban said, it seems they've made an important discovery. He crouched in front of one of the trees. MC realized they were glowing plants. He said out loud, it looks like the Black Demon King's Slayer Mountain. Ban was amazed, noticing a good observation. The protagonist said he'd encountered a slime that time. The merchant exclaimed in amazement, he managed to survive there. He replied, yes, he was very lucky. Ban, looking at the plants, remarked, it's strange to see this in an area with a high amount of magical energy. He thought this mountain in ties would be no exception. Suddenly he cried out, this is new. This will be a business opportunity. The protagonist shuddered in surprise. He thought, the beginning of the search, which had seemed like a failure, had unexpectedly turned out to be a success. Although it was a habit, it was a good one. He rushed forward, noticing that shouldn't there be valuable medicinal plants or something like that here? While Ban was busy, he didn't notice that something had happened to the protagonist. At that moment, the protagonist heard someone ask if he'd called Obab. He replied yes as soon as he arrived. Oh, it seems their prisoner is waking up. Someone leaned over him and asked if he could hear what they were saying. He winced and replied, please keep it down. He has a headache. When he opened his eyes and sat down on the floor, he was confused by the sight of a multitude of beastmen in front of him. He thought, this must be a kidnapping. But first, he needed to figure out who they were. Black hair, red eyes, so they were demi-humans? No, beastmen? He asked, please excuse me, but could you please clarify the situation? Two people immediately jumped up to him and started threatening him with weapons. One of the beastmen exclaimed, he has black hair just like them. No one else has hair like that except for their tribe. Does that mean he's a demon? The protagonist answered fearfully. No, it's not like that at all. They spoke, and he just shook his head. He knows their language? He understands them? Let him answer. Who is he? The protagonist responded with confusion. He has no ill intentions towards them. So, could they please untie him? The beastmen were perplexed. What the hell is he even saying? MC noted with regret that, as he thought, he was in trouble again. Regarding Maya's spell, if he wasn't mistaken, that's what she said. The spirit's spell allows the caster to immediately translate the speech they hear into a familiar language. All words heard are collected in their mind. They continue to accumulate, allowing them to understand all speech. In short, they can understand all languages they hear. However, they can only speak the common tongue. This is convenient, of course, but still not very good. Those who threatened him with weapons exclaimed, if he can understand their language, then let him say so. At that moment, Obaba asked, who is this youth? Isn't he still a child? All the beastmen exclaimed their leader's name with respect, One of them replied that they had found this man while they were hunting and captured him. It seemed there was another one nearby, but they could only see his fading silhouette. The protagonist thought Ban seemed to have done well. The beastman continued his report, and it seemed to them that this man could understand their language. That is, he understood what they were saying, but for some reason, he couldn't, or simply didn't want to, speak it. Obaba noted with bewilderment that he was saying strange things. With these words, the leader extended her hand to MC's face and said, "Now she'll take a look." After a short while, she began to speak in broken sentences that only she could understand. Then she said, "If that's the case, then we must do this." With these words, she again extended her hand to the protagonist's head and performed some kind of magical trick. After this, the protagonist asked in surprise, "What did she just do with the carrier's spell?" The beastman exclaimed in utter amazement, "He's speaking." Obaba replied, transferring some of their magical energy to the spirits of this spell. He asked in confusion, "Could she by any chance influence the side effects?" Obaba replied, "Excuse me, but that's impossible. It's a very amusing spell. The very design of its casting is beautiful. The odd thing is that it's cast in an unusual place." MC wondered if the muscle pain was because Maya cast it in a hurry. In any case, since he could now speak their language, he shouldn't waste this opportunity. Well, it was time to begin negotiations. He said he had no ill intentions towards them. He thought that was exactly what they wanted to hear from him. At this point, Salvete turned to Elise and said something about the reward ceremony for the capture of the bandits. "The man who helped them needs to take part in it as well," she exclaimed in surprise. "Him? Well, considering his abilities and accomplishments, it's truly astounding." He said, "Could she please tell him to come?" The girl replied, "She will carry out his orders." He looked at her carefully. She looked puzzled. Something's wrong. The Lord had said that, compared to yesterday, the tension in her shoulders had disappeared. Did something happen? Elise blushed and quickly protested. "No, nothing special, nothing worth mentioning." He chuckled thoughtfully and said, "Very well, but still, she looked better than usual today. Nothing special. It's just that her manner of speech had changed greatly. Today, as a knight, it was her duty to convey the invitation to the protagonist and ensure that he accepted. Let her do her best." She bowed hastily to him and assured him that she would do her best. Carguges noted with a smile, "It's all clear." It seemed that the man had changed her for the better. The Lord said with irritation, "He never said anything like that." As he left, the old man said that if he had a granddaughter like his Elise, he'd be very happy. The Lord replied, "Not bad, except she's not his granddaughter, but his daughter." Meanwhile, Ban, realizing something had happened to his ally, studied the map of the area and said, "There's no doubt about it, we need to go back and help that guy escape." One of the beastmen exclaimed in bewilderment after listening to the protagonist, "How is this possible? The Demon King is gone." The second guard said, "That idiot was destroyed? That Black Demon King?" MC thought, "That demon was killed by a slime. Better not talk about it." Obaba said, "Their tribe of black wolves moved to this forest a long time ago, trying to escape the Black Demon King. Until now, they lived peacefully, but they lost contact with the outside world. And now I understand. So, the world right now isn't enslaved or destroyed. And his comrade, where did he disappear to?" The protagonist replied that he didn't know. There was a chance he'd return to gather more people. He wasn't the type to simply abandon someone in trouble. The beastman became worried. Would they have to fight? The protagonist replied with a smile, "No. Up until now, they'd lived peacefully, without war. If he trusted his comrade who'd returned for reinforcements, he could easily negotiate with him." Obaba remarked that if he hadn't been untied, he wouldn't have said such words and would have set his friend on them. MC remarked that if things had turned out that way, then yes, he'd have some doubts. In that case, would they be okay with him remaining in their care for a while? Obaba replied, "Of course. But could he listen to her request?" She straightened her back, assumed an air of importance, and asked if he could act as their tribe's intermediary with the people outside this forest. The beastmen were surprised by their leader's request, as was the protagonist. She continued, "It was high time they began to separate themselves from life in their settlement. After all, they couldn't live forever within this forgotten forest. Being forever cut off from the rest of the world, that's a terrible feeling, isn't it?" He could understand both their language, which no one knew, and the language of people from the outside world. So at least he was an opportunity, right? And they should seize it. The protagonist, confused, replied, "Of course. There were many valuable plants in this forest. There were bound to be many people in ties who would definitely be interested in them. Let him handle the negotiations. He would help them build new connections." Obaba smiled and said, "Very well." Then, it was decided. One of the beastmen asked the leader, perplexed, was she just serious? She replied that he didn't seem like the type to lie, so they could trust him. MC noted that she seemed to see right through him. He asked how long he'd been unconscious. The beastman replied, "About an hour. He should forgive him for hitting him." The protagonist thought, "So that's who attacked him." Out loud, he replied, "Not to worry." In exchange, could he give him a tour of their village? The beastman happily agreed. On the way, the protagonist mentioned that even though the forest is in the mountain, they hunt animals. The guy replied that when the animals become so numerous that they begin to overpopulate the mountain, then they attack entire herds. He said, I see. He was interested in watching the inhabitants of this village. They trained tirelessly and practiced fighting. Seeing one comrade defeat another, he exclaimed in surprise, they are stronger than bandits. The beastman replied that they were fighting the Demon King's troops. Therefore, they had established daily warrior training. MC noticed an interesting place in the other direction and asked, what's there? The boy replied, it's so far away for a reason. If he stays there for too long, he might be affected. This is the home of the unwanted child. The protagonist, confused, saw a wolf who looked at him with interest. The beastmen standing nearby were teasing her and throwing stones at her. The girl simply covered her head with her hands, making sounds of pain. They mocked her, shouting that she was a child under the influence. The protagonist angrily clenched his fists and indignantly exclaimed, why is this girl in such a place? The boy replied, can he see what she looks like? Because she's an unwanted child. With these words, he approached the girl's offenders and drove them away, threatening that otherwise they would also be affected. The bullies obediently retreated. MC felt a surge of anger. He thought, the mockery. It was disgusting to look at him. His face was disgusting. Yes, this was very similar to what he'd been through and felt in Japan. These guys, they don't understand anything. He had to ask Obaba why everyone was making fun of this girl. Suddenly, Kyrgyz Jesta started screaming. Has the boy been captured by demi-humans? They couldn't leave it like this. They had to go. People were shouting, do we need to notify Ragdor? Kyrgyz Jesta shouted that they would do it later. Today was Elias's day off, and he hoped the boy was okay. After some time, the protagonist found himself near Obaba, who asked if he had been given a tour of their settlement. The protagonist replied yes. During the tour, he had become intrigued by one incident and asked permission to ask the girl they call the unwanted child. Why do they call her that? Obaba replied that he had seen her peculiar appearance. This child is a cursed child. Representatives of their Black Wolf tribe should not have a pure white appearance. Therefore, they believe it signifies death. Her mother died during childbirth, and a few days before, her father had failed to return home because he was unable to defeat a huge beast. When they left this death omen in the forest, surrounding plants appeared around it. She takes lives, and they got rid of her because she was very different from them. And besides, they simply didn't want to fall under her curse. Therefore, she lives outside the village and is destined to bring misfortune. MC replied that they were simply using her as a barrier against evil, and Obaba replied that in any case, this is the only way the cursed child will be of any use. By the way, it's late at night right now, and she can't guarantee that he'll be safe if he leaves the village. The protagonist replied that he'll be fine, as long as he doesn't try to leave this. He'll go and check it out. Obaba replied that he can do whatever he wants, and when the protagonist went outside, he saw destroyed wooden parts. He approached the hut where the cursed child lived, and she was very surprised by his appearance, and began screaming. The protagonist began waving his arms, and said everything was fine, and that he wasn't going to hurt her, telling her to calm down. The girl began shaking and clutching her head, and MC realized she didn't understand, because she simply didn't speak the language. The bearer's spell had been corrected, but now he looked at her trembling body and was perplexed. She had been in a place like this, completely alone, living in constant fear since birth. Why was she treated so cruelly? And why was she left to live such a terrible life? He simply didn't understand it. Tears began to flow from his eyes, and he immediately hugged the girl. She was very surprised, and he began screaming that she was lonely, in pain and fear, that it was a mockery, that those who forced her to live like this had no right to live themselves. She wanted to object, but since she was being bullied, she simply couldn't ask for help because she was completely alone. It's normal for a child not to cry, and yet it seems like this world has already dried her tears, but it was already hard to hold back the crying. Unacceptable to society in this case, he would single-handedly make all the suffering she had endured a thing of the past. She might not understand his words, but he would find a way to end it and do everything in his power to ensure that such a thing never happened to her again. If everything went well, he would be able to live a calm and peaceful life. He continued to sob and shout that she would never again know the pain and bitterness of bullying. The girl's tears returned briefly, and she continued to hug him shyly, when suddenly she burst into even stronger sobs and wrapped her arms around him. When they calmed down a bit, the protagonist apologized. He's sorry she had to witness such a terrible sight. After that, he silently turned to her, not understanding. Did she just nod her head, so she understood language? Suddenly, she opened her mouth, and he froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. A bright light appeared around him, and he realized, could this really be true? She wanted to leave this settlement? The girl looked at him silently, and he smiled in horror, when suddenly someone approached him from behind and grabbed him by the hood. He told him to calm down, and the protagonist realized it was a familiar voice, asking him not to scare him like that. When he turned around, he saw a man with a bandaged face and screamed, "Who is he?" He removed the mask and replied that it was him. Ban. MC replied that he was glad he was okay and said he called for help, and just as he was about to hide, he heard a crying man. The protagonist realized he had heard everything, even his sobbing, which made them feel ashamed. Ban continued to say that Karagyu-just squad was waiting at the edge of the forest, but they needed to escape first. MC raised his hand and exclaimed, "No, please let them wait." Ban turned around in surprise, and the protagonist said the locals wanted to negotiate peacefully. There was silence between them when they mentioned the girl. He pointed at her, but she ran into her hut and began shaking violently. Turning around, she couldn't speak, and the protagonist asked her not to be afraid. Ban said that these locals were the unknown bandits, the Thais. He answered no, because that's true, but suddenly Ban began to sob loudly, causing the protagonist and the girl to be stunned and say, "Oh, that's how it is, now everything is clear." The protagonist smiled and said he had a small favor to ask. He shouted, "Okay, he'll do everything," and with that, he ran away from them. MC wondered if he was about to stray from the path of a peaceful life, but after careful consideration, he decided he wanted to save this girl himself. So just this once, he was willing to temporarily abandon his usual thoughts and desires for a peaceful life. He said that everything is fine, and that he would save her, as he was granting her freedom. He also promised to give her the opportunity to choose her own path without regret and maintain peace of mind. That was the best choice. After some time, Elise clutched her face and began sobbing, asking why. Where could he be? She listed possible places where the protagonist might be, unaware that she had searched every possible place. Today's mission was for Lord Ratzel, the previous assignment from Lord Ragdor. At that moment, a familiar man ran up to her and said he barely found her. He was a messenger from Ban, and she was surprised. Perhaps she could learn something from him, and perhaps he was here about that man. The guy replied, "Yes, the thing is, he was captured by demi-humans." Elise was surprised and asked, "What?" When the protagonist entered, he said he wanted to add one condition regarding yesterday's negotiations. Obaba replied that this was rather sudden. Did he want to take it back? MC replied, "No, as agreed upon during the negotiations, food supplies will be delivered, but if she, for example, makes an additional condition, she will receive appropriate compensation." Regarding the negotiations with Marito, once they accept equal terms, the rest will be quickly resolved. Obaba replied, "If they don't accept equal terms, they will attack their settlements?" The protagonist replied, "No, there simply won't be any supplies then. The results of the negotiations will depend on this, and they will definitely be able to trust her if she accepts these conditions." Obaba asked, "What condition?" MC demanded that the unwanted child be allowed to leave this settlement. She was surprised by this and asked, "Give him the opportunity." But why didn't he say so earlier? They will gladly grant it to him. The protagonist replied that it was for her own good and theirs. Suddenly, Obaba's servants came running and shouted that there were people with weapons at the entrance to the settlement. She was frightened by this realization, and no one understood what it was. The protagonist told them not to worry, because these people had come for him, and they would continue their conversation. Who was the strongest? Then he would fight the unwanted child, and if she won, she would be given freedom. The guy started shouting, saying that he should kill her. The protagonist replied that it was so convenient. If she couldn't fight well, then no one objected to killing her. Obaba replied that everything was clear. He was the same guy. He didn't feel sorry for her, but he also felt disgust. So he proposed a duel and let them sort it out. He replied that it was fine if she thought so. So what? Did she accept it? Obaba replied not to worry. No one would take the curse on themselves. His provocations hadn't worked. He chuckled and asked again, "Then these guys will start fighting in earnest." They exchanged questioning glances, and suddenly the battle began. The knights pounced on the demi-human, and the two struggled for a while. A moment later, Karaguyu Jesta laughed, but then suddenly received a blow. MC said they weren't planning to fight, which is why only a few had come, so they shouldn't look down on them. They were being shown the troops. Obaba replied that this guy was holding a match to a powder keg. Well, they had no alternative, so the negotiations continued, and thanks to the demonstrated difference in their abilities, no replacement was needed. The protagonist suggested they begin then, not interfering, and merely ensuring that the village's strongest player accepts this duel. A little earlier, Elise had come out to the square, musing that it was the middle of her day off. Suddenly, she began screaming and shaking her head. No, this wasn't a day off. Her task now was to find him. She needed to extend the invitation and make sure he accepted. She had to try to do this. Since his arrival, he'd made only a few new acquaintances. If you think about places where he could be found, then that. But before she could fully consider this thought, she was suddenly greeted by a familiar girl who shouted her name. She asked if Elise had come for lunch. She asked her to sit down. Elise replied, "Thank you, but no, she has a task." She was looking for him. Had he by any chance stopped by? At that moment, Laura intervened and said that if she was looking for that guy, she'd only seen him that morning. Were they having any problems? She should contact her if she needs help. Elise thanked her and said she'd then go check other places. The woman noticed that her facial expression became softer, and it seemed like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Elise chuckled. What a shame, but Sir Ragdor had said the same thing. The woman wished her well, and after a while, Elise found herself sitting at Maya's table drinking tea. She replied that she hadn't seen him, but why not have some tea together? Elise shouted that she was in a hurry, and Maya asked, "What about the fact that they live together?" Elise felt awkward and replied, "That's how it is. She's busy with work assignments, and he's busy with something too, something different." For the first time in a long time, she was having a good time. Maya looked out the window and grinned, after which Elise shouted that she'd been sitting too long. At this rate, she wouldn't find him even by sunset. She thanked Maya and said the tea was delicious. It was her face, however, that was too serious and tense. When Elise went outside, she continued searching, thinking about finding him, but she couldn't yet. Perhaps he was hiding somewhere. After a while, the protagonist waved to the girl, and she blushed. His acquaintance crept up to him and asked, "Well, is everything as he asked?" MC smiled and said it was a good performance, and thanks to them, they'd be able to see something interesting. They could rely on him. For now, nothing more was required of them. Obaba replied that everything was as they had agreed. The strongest youth in the village would deal with the unwanted child on his own. His true target was already the curse that drained life force. The protagonist replied that they would find out now, and they were already starting. Obaba looked away without any tension, and the battle between the unwanted child and the strongest demi-human began. Tears were in her eyes, and MC didn't know how to react. He looked into her eyes hopefully, and at that moment the fight began. She was frightened when the demi-human began to pounce on her, when suddenly his weapon broke in two. He was dumbfounded, as were everyone around him. The girl herself and the protagonist shouted, "Act now." She must take his life with her own hands. The girl listened to his order and prepared herself, then struck the strong man with incredible force, who was thrown aside and hit hard against a wooden house, which was destroyed. The real goal was for everyone to hear that the girl they hated was not a cursed child. It's a genetic disorder called albinism. It's not some kind of curse. Symptoms of this condition occur in 1 in 10,000 children. A tragedy like the death of this child's parents is normal and could have happened to anyone, but they fear this tragedy and have invented non-existent curses for an unwanted child. Due to their own ignorance, they decided to commit such a foolish act, and this is their sin. There will certainly be those who won't believe him, but in this duel, he proved her worth. Nearby there is a place where translucent leaves grow, and they thrive in an atmosphere where ribbons contain a large amount of magical energy. Due to the excessive amount of magical energy, the leaves emit light, and this shine in the girl's hair is a sign of her possession of excess magical energy. That time, unexpectedly, her understanding of language came in handy. Her radiating magical energy penetrated and influenced the spirit of the spellbearer. Such a terrifying amount of magical energy lurked within this girl. This was an exceptional talent, and the protagonist confirmed it. An exceptional talent on par with the hero who defeated the Demon King. This child wasn't unwanted. The heavens were giving them a savior. Her talent rivals even that of the hero who killed the Demon King. The entire village fell to their knees, along with Obaba, who was declaring that this monster had done such a thing. The protagonist hugged the girl and said that, as agreed, he was taking this girl. Do they have any objections? When he and his squad stepped aside, the group began to discuss how amazing the performance had been. This child wasn't unwanted. The heavens were giving them a savior. It was absolutely spine-tingling. MC asked them to please stop this discussion. It was so good that there were no objections that could have escalated into a rebellion. At first, he thought it was right to put on such a wonderful performance, but if you think about it, there's nothing as terrifying as a gorilla. Only thanks to Ban's explanation of how to release magical energy did this duel succeed. The girl freed herself from the village's fear and won with her own hands, and this experience will undoubtedly become the foundation for this girl. But it was also for the good of the village, because belief in the supernatural had imprisoned them, and those with malicious intentions had exploited them. Now, they could understand their mistakes and would regret it. They began to blame him for not convincing everyone. After all, he was still inexperienced. It was a truly pleasant feeling. When one of the knights addressed the girl, she hid behind the protagonist, and the knight told the boy that he could please resolve this misunderstanding between them quickly. He chuckled and suggested that, by the way, his joint performance with Karaguyu Gesta had amazed everyone. But a slight nervousness remained. The amount of magical energy was on a completely different level, and 10,000 villagers shared the same fear. Just before the duel began, he spoke the following words to her. If she lost this duel, she would die. But she shouldn't worry, and he would die too. Then the girl feared for his life and started screaming. And thus, out of the villagers' fear, she became desperate for someone. She's an incredibly kind child. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. She was still so innocent, though that wasn't the case anymore, and it was hard to say. So, once they got home, he'd wash the girl properly, feed her some food, and he'd talk to Elise about a place for her to live. Suddenly, he saw her in front of him, and she glared at him angrily and started laughing, saying that, judging by their appearance, it was already over. The guys turned to her in fear, unsure how to react. They didn't understand what to do. The protagonist turned to the knights and began discussing how he didn't know why she'd crossed their path at this particular time. If he understood correctly, then they should contact those on their day off. Besides, it had taken quite a while to get here. The search for the people took longer than expected. MC asked again, wasn't there a more suitable guide? The knight replied that as soon as they knew he was safe, everyone spent the night peacefully in the cave. Elias spent the entire night searching in the forest. Elias exclaimed how jealous she was of their exceptionally good relationship and began laughing. The knight placed the protagonist in front of him and begged him to do something, and he looked at Elias in fear, not understanding what was going on. Karagujesta, he's the elder here, so he should handle this situation himself. The knight said nothing and wished him luck. MC apologized to Elias for worrying about him, and she remarked on how long she'd been looking for him. Suddenly, he hugged her and said that the search had left her very tired and thanked her for that. She blushed and replied that this was normal for a person. But before she could finish, the protagonist interrupted her and said she was afraid because she didn't understand the whole situation. Honestly, it was his fault. He apologized because he was so glad she was so worried about him and desperately trying to find him, and Elias sheepishly replied that it was good that he was okay. While they stood there together, a smile appeared on Karagujest's face, and he said that the matter was settled. Perhaps if Elias were here, they would have finished this much faster. The knight replied that it wasn't so, because he was sure that this time he had said that if Elias were here, then relying on pure force, things would only get more difficult. He said it so loudly that the protagonist heard it. Why did they need to talk about this when he had just calmed her down? He would definitely have to endure horrific pain. He wouldn't return home safe and sound? Elias asked. Was that true? The protagonist, frightened, replied no, it was more complicated due to the circumstances. Elias asked, so from the very beginning, he was doing very well without her? He replied that he hadn't been himself then, and that it had slipped out. She began to hurt him, and he cried out in horrific pain. The girl watched in fear, and Ban and Karagujesta trembled with fear but couldn't move. Afterward, he lost consciousness from a single blow from the gorilla. He was a weak visitor from a parallel world. Elias replied that everything was clear to her now. Couldn't he explain everything right away? Karagujesta and Ban were assigned the report, and Elias dragged the girl into the bathtub and washed her completely. Now the girl emerged from the bathtub, and MC was surprised at how beautiful and clean she had become. The girl was trembling with fear when she suddenly began to cry loudly and scream. At that moment, she realized she had completely forgotten she was as strong as a gorilla, because she had nearly strangled her benefactor to death right before her eyes. Elias said that it had been hard for her because she hadn't wanted to obey. The protagonist replied that he would first take her to Maya, and if he could use the bearer's spell, they could come to an understanding. Elias replied that this was indeed the case, but he couldn't pass up such a chance. Lord Ragdor conveyed that he would definitely like to see him at the awards ceremony for the capture of the bandits, as well as at the subsequent reception. He replied that he would probably refrain, and Elias said that was true, because it was true. It truly was a great honor to be invited to such a celebration, when she suddenly began screaming. What? She managed to grab his clothes and screamed at him not to move. Why? He was invited because he was recognized for his merits. He screamed that he was in pain, and she apologized and let him go. MC explained that this is important for a knight. A knight's trust is built on glory and honor. She asked again, does it matter whether he is a knight or not, if he lives in this world? But before she could finish, MC said that he hates attracting attention, but she herself understands and is conspicuous. And yet, she can move forward thanks to her partners and their support. Elias clenched her fist and said, can't they be each other's support? The protagonist replied that they could. Karagujesta, Maya, Ban, and she, they were people he thought he could rely on. She exclaimed, but he asked her to listen and grabbed her face, asking her to moderate her ardor. About a week had passed since he arrived in this world. He needed time to carefully determine how much he could trust. If he stood out, he would be unprepared for the consequences, and that would attract enemies. And he wanted to avoid that. That was just his cowardice. Elias repeated, clutching her face. His cowardice? But he replied, naturally, let her try to survive a sudden attack by a bear or a slime. He understands that he can rely on her, but he lacks the courage to rely on her completely, because he can't trust his life to someone he met a few days ago, right? Elias answered in a trembling voice that she agreed, and the protagonist concluded that since he had the chance, he would say it frankly. At the moment, the most reliable person for him is she. Elias replied that he was good at choosing his words, and MC continued to say that, in general, that's why he was declining the invitation. Everything became clear to her. Lord Ragdor instructed her to persuade him, but it seemed she would have to give in. He replied that in that case, he would come, and Elias exclaimed, what? He replied that he would refuse if it were a regular invitation, but now his refusal would affect her prestige, wouldn't it? She replied that she did, but before she could finish, the protagonist continued that she cared about him, and at least this way he could thank her. She should have said so right away, that it was an order, and they were all bound by the boundaries of society. She was surprised by his reaction, and he told her to hurry up, and first they should stop by Maya's. When they arrived at her palace, the girl demonstrated her abilities, and Maya exclaimed that everything was ready and that it was now flawless work. Elias approached her, told her name, and asked if she understood her words. Let her try saying something. The girl replied that the weather was fine, and MC said he wasn't entirely sure she'd done everything without a single mistake. Maya called him stupid because everything was fine, she wasn't a boy. He asked again, what about the side effects, like more muscle soreness? Maya had replied that she hadn't said that would happen, and he envied that. The girl turned to Elias and asked, who is he? MC realized he needed to think of a name for him, and thought that calling him by his name would be fine, but it would be offensive if she called him without a respectful suffix, as she had called Elias. Maybe the nickname Master would suit him better? Maya said he was treading on thin ice and that he was willing to support her and be responsible for her so she wouldn't learn to live independently. This would require a lot of explaining, so she should call him Master or Teacher. Elias said he was showing off, and the girl asked again, Teacher or Master. The protagonist said she could choose either option, and she chose Master. This struck a chord with him. He felt very pleased. After this, the protagonist turned to Maya and asked if she could teach her how to keep her magic to herself. She replied, no problem, that everything would be fine if she learned to release it slowly and carefully. He replied that everything was fine, but next they needed to figure out clothing, food, and shelter, which meant, but before he could finish speaking, Syra saw the girl and started shouting about how cute she was. He called for Syra, who was relaxing at home on her day off. Elias asked again how he knew where she lived. He replied that friends exchanged addresses first. He turned to Sarah and asked if she could make clothes for this girl that would fit her. She asked again, what? They sell clothes for demi-humans in this city, and she was just practicing. What would she say? She replied that everything would be done, her inspiration overflowing. After these words, she rushed out of the building, and they now will learn how to talk. MC stroked the girl's head and told her to listen carefully. Thanks to the Mayan bearer's spell, she could understand what everyone was saying. But that was only half the story. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to live independently. He understood what she was getting at, but he shouldn't look at him like that. As for him, he knew what he was saying. The first thing they needed to do was learn words and social etiquette. So, it turns out they were relying on her. The girl exclaimed, they are relying. Maya grinned and said, boy, does he even remember how he made her call him? She exclaimed, Master. And the protagonist said he was explaining how to live, but he was new to learning the language and customs of this world, so he told the Mayans that they were asking her to do it. She grinned and replied, okay. After which they gathered around the board, and she began pointing at it with a pointer and teaching the children. Elias, meanwhile, was practicing, and after a while, Syra ran up to them with new things and shouted that it was ready. MC was surprised. Had she really already finished? That was very fast. She shouted, yes, let him go out for a while. She threw him out the window, and MC landed on the ground, surprised and silent. A moment later, she opened the doors and said he could come in. It worked perfectly, and it was her masterpiece. The girl was wearing an incredibly beautiful dress, which made everyone marvel at her appearance. Syra shouted that she was so white and beautiful, and she decided that black clothes would suit her, emphasizing it. The protagonist replied that he understood everything, of course, but weren't her bare legs a bit too much? She replied, he behaves just like her father. And the girl was surprised by this word, after which Syra slightly adjusted the suit and asked how they liked it. The protagonist was surprised and replied that it was not bad. She was a master of her craft. Indeed, the clothes suited her, but the design seemed to correspond to modern fashion. But what about this world and reality? Do these clothes suit this world? Do they really suit it? Maya remarked that the clothes might be flashy, but they looked good on a half-human. MC thought they were of the same mind and turned to Syra, suggesting that next time, he sew clothes for Elias too. She exclaimed, what? Syra asked again, can she do that? The protagonist replied that he'd also like to see the clothes she'd designed for the human. This time, she'd help them out, and he thanked her for it and paid her with coins. Syra took the coins and asked if he could just pay for the materials. She was interested in sewing these clothes. He replied that wouldn't work, since custom-made clothes also require the artist's skill and experience, and it's important to pay a price commensurate with the work. She mentioned that she wasn't involved in sales yet and said to just accept it. Making custom clothes herself would require a fee. If her hands were shaking because the fee was so high, she could train their skills even further, and at least everyone here was already convinced of her competence and development. All the girls were smiling, and Syra started laughing too. In those few hours, she had not only come up with a design but also completed it with shoes and accessories. She was waiting for more orders, and MC replied that he was eagerly awaiting a chic outfit for Elias. Her skills were truly worth their weight in gold. A ton of impressions had been made in one day, and Syra also had more interesting things to do. So they arrived. The girl looked around, and when she entered, she saw many new faces. Laura turned to him and asked if he had brought that incredibly sweet girl with him. He replied yes. Could she please pour her something non-alcoholic? The woman asked for a minute, and the guys sat down at the table. Elias said that the number of customers had also increased, and MC confirmed that it was true. At this rate, they could soon start thinking about the next step. She asked again, What? The protagonist replied that it was about how sweet you can use sugar. She replied that she hated fruit, and he said he'd surprise her again. He then placed the plate on the table in front of the girl, and the protagonist explained to her to watch, to eat like him, and to imitate him. She tried to imitate him, but she was having trouble, drooling, and her hands were shaking. But when she finally managed to do it, she was transfixed by the incredible taste. She began eating at an incredible speed, asking for more. When they left the tavern, Eli stretched and said it was very tasty. The MC confirmed that she hadn't been unruly at all today, and he praised her for it. She yelled at him not to treat her like a child, and the girl asked again, "What does it mean to be unruly?" He pointed at Elias and said, "That's how it is. This child needs to be taught a lot. Learning combat skills is also important, but first and foremost, she needs to be taught how to live. For a child who doesn't even know the alphabet or words to learn to live independently, this is absolutely necessary." The protagonist asked what they would name the girl. In the village, they only called her the cursed child. Elias asked for time to think about it. A child of the Black Wolf tribe, in a language of his world. What would black be? MC replied that it would be Kuro, Koku, or black, for example. She replied that none of those suited her. And what about white? He listed variations of white. Elias asked again, what about wolf? She liked the name wolf, and they decided to change it a bit. Let's call her Wolf. What did he think of that name? He replied that it exuded a certain strength, but with a touch of softness and lightness, the sound became pleasant. That was quite nice. And he leaned down to the girl and said that from that day on, her name would be Wolf. She was surprised and tried to pronounce the name, but she finally succeeded, and she was very happy about it. MC smiled and stroked her head, after which they approached the house, where he announced that this was their home. Eli said that this was actually her home, and the protagonist, smiling, said that from now on, it was her home too. The girl looked at this in shock and began to run. From that day on, a new life began for the child named Wolf. After some time, Marito, sitting on the throne, said that this meant that in the territory of the Thieves Kingdom, a tribe of demi-humans, the existence of which people had never suspected, lived. The elimination of bandits, the Demon King's book, and now the appearance of demi-humans. How many things had suddenly fallen out of the blue? Was the invitation to the reception accepted? The subordinate replied that yes, it had been fraught with difficulties, but consent had been granted. He replied that everything was clear and that he was the man bringing change to this country. Since he would meet a beautiful girl from an aristocratic family, his heart began to dance. The subordinate replied that he, as always, was good at joking. King Marito, he chuckled and said he was looking forward to the celebration. Meanwhile, the protagonist was at home and thought, Elias usually adheres to her image of a strong and righteous knight, but perhaps deep down, his words about not being able to trust her completely hurt her. She is overly sensitive to the judgments of others, and then worries about everything at once. That's why she accumulates stress and denies this worry. If you think about it, this is Eli's strength, avoiding a direct course of action. And this is her unique strength. No, he's overthinking things. Because of the incident with Wolf and his interactions with opponents and rivals, things will change, and this prospect doesn't exactly please him. He needs to calm down a bit and get his thoughts in order. Everything will be fine, because he will be here, as always. He lowered his gaze with these thoughts. After a while, he began to get ready for the banquet. He wanted to attend the award ceremony for his victory over the bandits, and he asked Ian to find him suitable clothes. He prepared everything and, with a grin, said that it suited him. Wolf mentioned that the master looked different, and the protagonist responded with embarrassment. Yes, he realized they looked like a medieval aristocrat. When he exited and approached the carriage, Karaguyu Jesta emerged and said, "His boy, he looks magnificent." MC asked again, "Does he wear his armor as usual?" He replied that it was unusual. "Are there special ones for the ceremony?" Karaguyu Jesta explained that that was why there was so much dust, and he had to work hard to clean it. Incidentally, the country had put Yan in charge of trade between the Black Wolf tribe and the Thais. For now, all other merchants would have to trade through him. They also agreed on a share. For his mediation in negotiations with the Black Wolf tribe, he would receive a few % of the net profits from future trade with the tribe. Although it was pure coincidence, he was no longer unemployed. After some time, he found himself inside the hall where people were discussing the ceremony about to begin. What cunning tricks has she used this time? It seems there's some kind of ill will, according to the king. She doesn't know her place. The king's subordinates asked for silence, since he had arrived. Marito came out to the crowd and smiled. So this was King Marito. He was quite young. Marito immediately looked him in the eye, which surprised the protagonist. Did their eyes really meet, or was he just imagining it? He was introduced to several people, and finally it was Elias. For her achievements in eliminating the bandits and above all, for her bravery in defeating the bandit leader, he expresses his gratitude. When they found themselves in the banquet hall, the tables were beautifully set. He took a plate of food and said how exquisite it was. He really wanted to get some for Wolf. I wonder if anyone had a container? Elias approached him, and he asked if she had finished her business. She replied, yes, she had already greeted everyone. So she offers to go with her. Suragudo wants to meet him. MC finished his food and went after Elise. Ragudo said he believed he was the young man and introduced himself. He thanked him for taking care of his squad. MC replied that it wasn't at all, they were the ones who helped him. Marito replied that everything was clear, so he was Rachel's partner. He stated his name and that he was the king of this kingdom. It should be said that Rachel was a valiant woman, but she was rather inexperienced and lacked a bit of perspective as a knight. Nevertheless, he managed to make her a significant figure, and he would like to talk to him about it. Marito smiled slyly and wondered how he would react to this, his dear young man from another world. The protagonist thought about it. Black hair and black eyes, everything was exactly as stated in the report. He had heard about his relationship with Rachel, and now he was asking for a handshake, right after he had a little fun with her. He'd already discussed this with him beforehand, so they wouldn't interfere with his reaction. He simply wanted to know what kind of person he was. What would his next move be? When Marito reached out, the protagonist simply turned and walked away. Marito looked at him questioningly, and no one expected such a turn of events. A waitress approached him and asked him to try it. He didn't understand what all this meant. Did he perceive his handshakes as a request for food, or was he planning something else? But these fruits are quite difficult to eat. Maybe he gave them to him on purpose and to show his clumsiness? However, it didn't really matter to him. So what did he do now? When he turned around, he saw that MC had simply left the banquet without a word. Marito was perplexed, not understanding. Did he really just leave? He became very angry and shouted at him to stop. After all, he had finally met him, and now he would just leave? He had already prepared several ways to evaluate him, and if everything ended so quickly, then he tried to run out of the office, and the protagonist asked, "Is he in a hurry, Your Majesty?" Marito was surprised to see him standing there. MC said that it seemed he wanted to play a little game with him, to which he agreed, but he didn't expect His Majesty to follow him. Marito said, "So he tested him? Is he satisfied with the results?" He apologized, unable to contain his curiosity. At that moment, Elise ran in, asking why he'd suddenly left. Marito couldn't help but laugh at the whole thing. Elise's acting was terrible. He liked him and offered to start their conversation from the beginning. He'd like to borrow this young man from them for a while, Rachel. Elise responded well, and when they entered the office, Marito said they could be casual and just call him Marito, his other friend from another world. The situation quickly escalated. First, he asked to be allowed to thank him, since it seemed their knights were attached to their chivalry, and because of this, the bandits were using it to their advantage. MC thought for a second, what was with that casual tone? Ragudo's subordinate mused that this was their king, and the protagonist continued to think that if he said so, he'd said everything, and that it was because, until then, luck was on his side. Marito had mentioned that the knight's ability to extract information from the bandits and Rachel's ability to defeat the bandit leader was undoubtedly thanks to his wisdom, right? He confirmed that this was probably true, and Marito suggested that he didn't seem to be proud of himself. The protagonist replied that exploiting people's weaknesses wasn't something he could be proud of. If he wanted to praise someone, it would be better to praise Elise, and he asked again, what would it take to praise her? MC replied that despite her ideals, such as the same knightly path as her father, she was willing to face the consequences and accepted his offer. He wanted to thank him properly for his attitude toward the Black Wolf tribe. He did promote equal relations, didn't he? With the strength of this country, he could easily fix and control them. Marito laughed and told him not to talk about such dangerous things, otherwise he'd ruin his reputation as a wise king. This guy's behavior resembled that of a man under extreme stress. Marito said that while he'd be happy to hear a story from his world, he suggested ending it first. The protagonist looked at him questioningly, and Marito pushed the package toward him. And MC realized he'd brought up the topic he'd most wanted to avoid. Marito apologized and said it was important, because he'd given him sample number 4 of the Blue Demon Lord's research. It's written in the language of his world, but he hadn't read it, right? Although, no one would know if he did. MC replied that he was with old man Karaguyu Jesta at the time, and didn't want to do it with the participant. Marito replied that everything was clear. In fact, research into resurrection magic is prohibited due to an intercontinental agreement. If this country had a strict taboo rule like Megis, they would have searched the entire country for him and executed him. The protagonist asked again, even if he hadn't read it. Marito replied that if he had, they would have killed him on the spot. The protagonist said everything that was terrible, and Marito continued to say that the territory received the most damage from the Demon Lord, and many areas are still barren wastelands because of this. They are very sensitive to questions about the Demon Lord. MC was dumbfounded when he realized that the bandit leader Dokola was used as an assassin from the Megis. It all sounded dubious to him. Marito continued to say that if this book really contained research, it would be an intercontinental problem. Then he would prefer not to be part of it. That's why he wants him to analyze this book. The protagonist asked again, did he even hear what he just said? Marito asked him not to worry, because he guarantees his safety. He understands how important this is, right? He wants to know how much information is in this book. That's what he wanted to say, right? MC asked again, how many people know about it? Marito replied that only he and Sir Ragudo, Maya, and Yugura were not informed about this. Yugura's sacred place is in the Magis, and Maya was put in the position of greatest responsibility in ties. And in fact, when they finish dealing with the dead and can go to headquarters for research, they most likely know about the existence of this book. MC was dumbfounded and gaped, and Marito asked him not to be upset since she's not exactly a secret agent. It's just that even if he trusted her, he shouldn't trust the people behind her and Yugura so much. Since the Magis didn't say anything about this book, the protagonist thought that Rachel's mother is Maya's best friend, and most likely she will advise Maya about this if he tells her. That's why he really wants to find out whether this book is dangerous or not. The protagonist thought for a moment and said that he understood everything. What does he want from him? Marito replied that he wants him to translate this book into the language of this world. He asked again, but wouldn't that be too dangerous? Marito said that would be the case if the translation were handwritten, and the information would be stored here. In his head, MC was dumbfounded, and Marito said that from now on, he'd like him to regularly visit the palace and bring him the book. He'd already thought of a title that would help avoid suspicion. It would be consultant. He'd have a position similar to a minister and would share knowledge about his world with him. From everyone else's perspective, he'd be something like a court jester. The protagonist wasn't very pleased with Marito's approach, saying that information from his world could eventually be useful to them. He explained that he was a simple citizen and had no special knowledge. Marito replied that he hadn't expected much and would simply listen to the radio for pleasure. The protagonist exhaled and replied, "Okay, but there's one thing that's bothering him. He'd like him to do some preparation." Marito replied, "I see. It's not that hard. He'll see what he can do." And MC said again, it was a pleasure doing business with him. They shook hands, and Marito replied that everything was the same, and he proposed a long-term relationship. When the knight approached them, he said that it looked like they had a good time, His Majesty. Marito replied, yes, he turned out to be much more interesting than he expected. Was he normal? He replied that he couldn't stop laughing, and an awkward silence ensued. Marito said that he would talk to him like that alone. That would be a time when he could relax. He really wanted this, not just as a collaborator, but also for him to serve this country. He really wants this man under his command. Sometime later, Elise arrived home, and MC thanked her for her good work, but they weren't done celebrating yet. Elise was surprised. The conversation with the king was unexpected. Today's star was Elise. The warning against her will likely never disappear, which is why today he would like to congratulate her on behalf of everyone present here. When he and Wolf began congratulating her, she thanked them. In the dungeon, the cloaked men were discussing among themselves whether the notes had been found. It turned out that they hadn't. They would have searched all the places he used, but this meant that someone had already taken them. They were currently monitoring the borders of the ties to ensure the books weren't smuggled abroad, and they had also organized intelligence agents to search for them. Sooner or later, they would definitely find it. The cloaked man advised him to hurry, because if the book leaked to the public, he would be in big trouble. He would become a burden, and he wouldn't behave any further than that. If his existence were discovered, this attitude would be over. The boy thanked him for the advice, and before him stood the Red Demon Lord. Sometime later, 10 months had passed since he arrived in this world. Wolf burst into his house and wished him good morning. It was a lie, actually. Only about 2 weeks had passed. He told her she was as tipsy as ever, and that Wolf was learning very quickly. She no longer needed possession magic to communicate with people. Although these are just simple words, she can already speak the language of this world. It's one of the Japanese words she learned from him. And as for a person from another world, no, that's impossible. He still depends on Mayan magic mastery. Elise also got up and wished him good morning. He replied, what a surprise. He thought she would be cheerful even in the morning. She replied that it would be as soon as she got dressed. It's all because she wears armor even when she's at home. But why does she wear armor even when she's at home? It's even a little creepy. She needs to pay more attention to her public impression. At least she should respond to their greetings with a smile. She tried to force a smile, but it was still a scary face. He supposed he thought she needed to learn to smile naturally first. She managed to do it from time to time. She replied, is it even possible to learn that? The protagonist said of course, and suddenly she froze. He asked, is there something she wants to say? She replied that she would try to do so. It seemed Wolf was beginning to get used to the suspicious looks people gave her. If she gained a little confidence, she could approach a popular beast girl in the area. The country had also made an official statement recognizing demi-humans in Tai's territory. Over the past few days, he had seen several members of the Black Wolf tribe around the city, and he also received this pass, permission to have an audience with Ragudo or Marito without having to go through any formalities. When he arrived at the king's office, he greeted him and said, Your Majesty. Wolf also wished him good morning, and he reciprocated. The protagonist asked if they had arrived at the wrong time. Marito told them to just sit there for now, as he would be finished soon. Since Marito was finishing his paperwork at random, he prepared seats for them so they wouldn't get bored while they waited. He felt like a blissful court jester. Suddenly, Wolf jumped up and asked if it was time for training. Wolf exclaimed, "Win!" to the old man, "Karaguyu Jesta." She goes to him. MC wished her luck, and Marito apologized for keeping him waiting. He asked again, "Have there been any changes?" Marito replied yes. Giving students the opportunity to choose their studies at school is usually well received, and the program will begin with a few selected candidates. But when it comes to raising the country's educational standards, as expected, he didn't receive much support. The protagonist suggested it was because the children would be valuable workers, and Marito replied that if only everyone could aspire to high ranks, it would sustain their hopes. But still, there are so many ideas from his world, a population of about 7 billion, he can't even imagine it. He was currently answering all of Marito's questions, and he suggested this when he didn't know what to say about his world. He answered questions about political norms and the state of the population, which he vaguely recalled, and after that, they discussed why things were the way they were. Then, they decided whether this policy could be used in ties. Even if it was effective in his world, that didn't mean it would be different. Hereditary monarchy and democratic electoral systems, the main problem was deciding which one was more suitable for the country. Marito scribbled his pen and replied, "Okay, enough about politics. Next comes cultural development. Let him tell him about cooking appliances." He replied that he'd already explained what a rice cooker was last time, and that they had a microwave. It would be very useful if they could create something similar using magic, but problems arose when it came to fundamentally understanding how it worked. It seems he needs to find an experienced mage he can trust. Suddenly, they hear the bell ring, and things seem to be going well, so he suggests they take a break. They looked out the window, where Wolf was fighting Karaguyu Jesta, screaming loudly. Sparks flew all around from their battle, and Marito guessed that Wolf was growing at such a terrifying rate, even though she hadn't been able to land a single blow on Sir Ragudo's team. He replied that this was understandable, as it was simply a matter of skill and experience, and that his knights shouldn't be underestimated. MC replied that, while they might be old soldiers, they were still veterans, and the difference in weapon handling and coordination was too great. This was simply something else. Marito agreed. Not only was she as skilled as everyone else on Suragudo's team, she possessed an incredible amount of magical power that dwarfed even Wolf. It simply didn't make sense. Her body-strengthening magic was also nothing special, and he'd heard that she once deflected Sir Mitrikovkan's spear with her body. He asked again, did she deflect Karaguyu Jest's spear with just her body? That meant she wasn't just burning, but a magical metal gorilla. She looked in their direction. The protagonist didn't know what to say and remained silent, and Marito asked why he didn't join them. After all, being able to defend oneself wouldn't be so bad. He replied that he understood everything, but Eliza's teachings were a bit off. To use magical power, he simply had to focus it, like this. Then he had to do this and that. This girl was hopeless. Marito laughed and asked, then why not ask Team Ragudo to teach him? That technique alone would be worth learning. He could join him if he wanted. So, he was a man of many talents. MC replied that maybe another time would work. Marito laughed and said that it was close, but he almost forgot to tell him something important. Maya asked him for something. She wanted to borrow some of their knights as guides to villages far away. What time would be a great opportunity for him to go with him? The protagonist asked again. What did he mean? Marito replied that a messenger would arrive from the Yugura church headquarters to inspect the branches. They wanted to check the churches in each village, visit those that didn't have them, and build churches in villages that requested them. So he decided to choose Karaguyu Jest as his guide and intermediary, as he was trusted by the villages. He also chose Ilais, who had close relations with the Mayans. The protagonist asked again, do you want him to use this opportunity to see the village? Marito confirmed this idea, as what impressed him most about his opinion was that he understood the difference between his world and this one. He thought this would help him make better decisions in the future when he saw life outside the palace. MC responded, but he's not a knight, is he sure he should go with them? Marito said he shouldn't worry, as he had already told them that there would also be a candidate for the State Affairs Department who would be arriving for training. The protagonist thanked him for not calling him a court jester. Sometime later, he returned home and Elise was there. He asked if Wolf had fallen asleep yet. Elise replied yes, she wanted to say goodnight to him before bed, but she never did, and then she carried her to her room. He was glad to see that it hadn't been a busy day, and even felt a little envious. Elena said he could sleep just as well if he joined their training. How about joining in? He mentioned that Marito had said the same thing, and she exclaimed that she knew it. After all, His Majesty understood everything. But since he addressed His Majesty without any specifics, she still couldn't get used to it. He told him to call him by his first name, and that he still had to watch his tongue in front of others. Elise replied that everything was clear to her, and at that moment, MC decided to say that Marito had also ordered a place for him to live. Since he now has to visit the palace every day, it would be better to live together closer to the palace than in her house. Elise was upset, and MC said that he refused his offer and wanted permission to stay with her for a while. Elise asked again in surprise why he refused. He replied that the first reason was Wolf. She had already become attached to her, and the second reason was because of him. He had already told her that he was still getting used to this world, right? He still feels a lot of anxiety about living in this country. Something like that. Eliza's eyes widened in shock, and silence fell between them. The protagonist stood up and said that he was going to bed, and Eli shouted at him to stop. What did he mean? He told her to interpret it the way she wanted, and that he thought that was the right thing to do. She looked after him thoughtfully, and realized that he meant he wanted to rely on her, and that was what he wanted to say. She blushed at the thought, not understanding why he was so worried. When the protagonist lay down on the bed, he realized he'd been putting on a show, using Wolf as one of the reasons for his rejection. And frankly, he was the only one here who was worried. He was afraid to think about sentimental things like the loneliness he'd feel if he left. And when he returned home, he saw Elise waiting for him, and thought to himself, this life isn't so bad. Although he acts like an adult in front of everyone, he's still an immature person who can't help but depend on people. Just like in Japan, he should have been perfectly fine living in this world alone. But when his heart was about to break in the face of a life-threatening situation, he deluded himself into thinking it would be a good experience. It was only a matter of time before that kind of thinking would no longer be acceptable. In everything he'd experienced, Elise had played a major role in his life. She gave him advice, opportunities, and a place to live, giving him a support system to get used to this world. And he can't even thank her properly. He's still not mature enough. If you compare it that way, this world is much less convenient than his own, but this world also has its charms. Most people in this world live honestly. Even those bandits were the same. After he received information about them, he heard from Bone that they were all executed 2 days after Dokula's death. His life was lousy, but he could die as a person because of this. He thanks him. That's what he said then. And MC wondered, who? Warriors. The people in this world sincerely live their lives, and innocent people with pure hearts, it's convenient to be around them. He doesn't need to feel disgust every time he acts in order to live a peaceful life. Although it's too early to think about it, it's like spending the rest of his life in the countryside. It will still be one of the paths he chooses. Until then, he will try to find a way to return to his world. At least he will try to find it without losing sight of the possibility of living in this world, and even in this other world. As long as he peacefully lives his life, that's all that matters. After some time, Wolf looked at her backpack and equipment and said everything was ready. Maya said she hadn't expected him to be the candidate. He'd come a long way. The protagonist replied that it was just pretense, as he told him to expand his knowledge and learn something outside the palace. Wolf would also go with him and study diligently, so who would be the church's envoy? A girl approached her and announced it would be her. Her name was Lakra, and she offered to work hard on this journey. The protagonist was pleased to meet the girl and asked how he should address her. She replied that he could simply call her Lakra, and that he had a very strange appearance. Black hair and black eyes, and very little magical power. Could she ask where he was from? Unfortunately, for as long as he can remember, he was constantly moving from place to place, and Thais is the first place on the continent he settled in. He has had little magical power since birth, and because of this, he is not very good at physical labor. Lakra was very surprised by this, and suggested that he was accompanied by a spirit. This spirit is due to the Mayan possession technique. Did she already know that the Black Wolf tribe had been discovered? Lakra was surprised and replied, yes, that girl with white hair is from there? The protagonist replied, yes, she already speaks their language well, and he uses the spirit possession technique to communicate with other representatives of the Black Wolf tribe. A merchant he knew discovered the village, and he is helping him. She replied, is that so? He's so young, but so diligent. He said she was too. It was an honor to work with such a beautiful girl like her. She continued to laugh, and this friendly, business-like interaction brought back memories. The others got fed up and told him to stop talking like that. Elise asked Lakra if she could accompany her, and Maya remarked that he was rather cunning. The protagonist said that his entire past should not be revealed. Maya? And did she notice anything strange in his speech? She replied, no, she didn't sense a shred of deception. That's true, because he didn't lie about anything. Like Maya, Lakra is a cleric of the Yugura religion, and he suspects that she too can sense lies. Their ability to recognize magical power is higher than others, and they most likely see fluctuations in magical power because they recognize lies. If they can discern everything hidden in the heart, then that's their advantage. But does that mean their method is truly like that? There's no doubt he's a boy who found himself in this world, settled on this continent specifically in Thais, and her possession technique can be used to communicate with the Black Wolf tribe. If you use only the wording of the loop, even they won't notice the trick. Had he thought through his answers in advance? That was right. He figured such questions would come up anyway. While he was keeping even the smallest secret from Maya, he didn't want to arouse suspicion if he had to resort to such a tactic. Since things had gone this far, there was nothing he could do, and he said from the heart that Lakra was beautiful. And after this conversation, they sped off in the carriage. Suddenly, when they found the right point on the map, they opened the carriage and were able to see the views. All the guys got out, and MC remarked on how quiet and blissful it was. He asked if they had running water here. Elias replied that it depended on the location. Most depended on rain or groundwater. When necessary, they used magic, which was convenient. But even a single village was difficult to supply with the necessary amount of water using magic. The protagonist was surprised that there was a watchtower here, as a countermeasure against monsters. MC was frightened. Monsters, they declared. Demons exist in this world too. He had never seen them. Elias explained that this was because monsters appeared from beyond the two-way world and were once controlled by demon kings. And this applies to territories isolated by special magical powers. There was an otherworld in ties too. The protagonist, surprised, asked again, "What?" She replied that the entrance was near the bark of the Black Demon King's slayer. He thought about it and realized, is this about that slime? Karaguya Gesta said that sometimes a wyvern leaves the mountains, but most of the magical creatures visiting this place are controlled by that slime. He really was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. MC laughed, thinking it must be because he lacked enemies, since the Demon King had been killed. Thanks to their story, Karaguya understood the reason for his appearance here. At that moment, Locker began enthusiastically exclaiming that they had conducted a wonderful inspection and could even count on a bonus from the Uyghur religious administration. The Uyghur religion, or Uygurianism, is the name of a hero who once saved this world. Born through magic, resurrection is taboo, and demon lords held the world in fear. With divine aid and protection, the hero overthrew the demon lord and saved death. The teachings of the Uyghur emerged when it was decided to record this teaching for future generations. It became not only a legend, but also a religion. It seems this sacred place is in mages, right? It's a monarchy, but real power rests in the hands of the priest. King Magi holds private negotiations with him and informs the people of the chosen political course. That's his role. He thought everything was clear. Mages is unforgiving of taboo violations. The situation is such that Uygurianism plays a direct role in this, and Dokola, who was Mage's puppet, and the taboo book are connected. So those who cornered Dokola were Uygurians. Things are getting more and more heated. At that moment, Wolf began to scream, "Master! The cow in this village is smaller than the cow from the previous village." For some reason, they wanted to become cows too. After some time, they decided to spend the night in the village church and arrived there. The old man Karaguyachest was lured into the village headman's house. It turns out he's very popular in remote villages. When they entered, the protagonist placed a package on the table and said he was sorting through documents, as befits a candidate for secretary. He'd been sitting at his desk writing for a long time when he heard a knock on the door and asked him to come in. It was Lakra, who'd come in late at night but couldn't sleep and decided to take a short walk. Then she noticed the light was still on in his room. Was she bothering him? He turned around in surprise and said, "No, not at all. He was just finishing up some paperwork." Lakra came closer and said, "The secretary. He's so diligent and passionate. Could she take a look at this?" He replied, "Yes, please." And Lakra was surprised, because everything was described down to the smallest detail. He said that it was best to write down everything as much as possible so as not to miss anything important. Lakra replied that as long as someone like a secretary was around, everyone could rest easy. He grinned and wanted to thank her, but she pulled his body close to hers and wanted to kiss him, causing MC to break out in a cold sweat from terror, confused about what was happening. She tried to sit on his lap and said that she had actually come to him for advice. This inspection had another purpose. She lifted his chin and said that he knew where the book describing the resurrection technique was, right? That was exactly what she was looking for. Suddenly, he froze, and she flinched as he jumped up from his chair and left the room. He breathed a sigh of relief, and she didn't understand what had happened. He knew everything. They had assumed from the start that Lakra's goal was to find Dokola's abandoned item. They had discussed it with Elise, and most likely, that was exactly it. It was just that since his arrival in this world, something like this had happened to him for the first time. But Lakra was simply astonishing in her impatience. Was it really so difficult to prolong the pleasure a little longer? Lakra asked again why he was sighing like that. He answered, clutching his head, that she had simply come so seductively, and all for information. Lakra closed her mouth and started screaming that it wasn't so. Had the seduction magic really failed? He was surprised she'd used some kind of charm and said, "No." She pressed herself so close to him that in a sense he almost gave in. Lakra was utterly embarrassed and didn't know what to do when she suddenly began sobbing and screaming at him to forget everything. The protagonist asked her to calm down and was very happy that she was so charming and beautiful, but Lakra screamed back that it wasn't so, that these were necessary preparatory measures. She grabbed him by the shirt and started shaking him, and he continued to say that he'd already said everything was fine and that he was already positively impressed. She was making him worry. Lakra screamed with tears in her eyes, asking why the magic hadn't worked. She gathered all her courage and did something so embarrassing. He replied, "Maybe it's the seduction magic that's cast on the opponent's head?" She spoke in a trembling voice. "Yes, through eye contact it penetrates the opponent's magical powers and influences them." He replied, "I see, it's all clear. He has so little magical power, apparently it's not even enough to influence them. In this world he's like a first-level mage, a complete noob. At first he thought he was lucky, but most healing magic wouldn't work on him, and suddenly he felt like he was in a bad situation. She spoke in a trembling voice. How could this be? What should they do now? Suddenly, she beamed and screamed. Yeah, right, she said. What if I directly infused him with her magical power? He asked again. And how? Wouldn't it be easier and faster for her to simply seduce him? Lakra screamed that it was impossible for her, and he was disappointed, causing Lakra to hit him with a pillow. Afterwards, they compiled all the facts into a single unit. As a countermeasure against the Demon King's second coming, the Yugara Directorate heads classified all documents concerning the taboo and the Demon King. However, as a puppet of the mages, Dokola stole a book, sample number 4. On the Blue Demon Lord's research. Maya requested documents on a one-armed man capable of controlling resurrected people, and that's how they discovered Dokola was in the ties. However, they didn't find the book they were looking for, and suspicions arose about Maya, so they secretly sent their co-efficient and talented man, Lakra, to investigate. He was surprised, and she exclaimed, yes, that's true. She can use various high magic, but most importantly, she's an expert in exorcism, and can single-handedly deal with the resurrected dead, even if there's an entire army of them. Then her recent failure was especially absurd. Lakra screamed, but she'd met him so well, a secretary who could possess the necessary information, like divine providence. MC asked again, hadn't she destroyed herself by rushing the attack? She replied that she'd screwed up her secret mission, exposed herself in a shameful light, and it was all over for her. He replied, no, just let her find out what she needs to know openly. She asked again, even about the forbidden book? If its existence became known, there would be those who would want it. He asked again, did she already have an explanation from headquarters about Maya? She thought for a moment and said, sure, what if Maya herself is hiding it? The protagonist asked again, but why would she do that? Otherwise, her activities would be suspended. Lakra exclaimed that everything was clear, and MC was tired and said he was going to bed. Lakra continued sobbing and asked if he wouldn't help her. He asked again. Maybe they could continue where they left off. She asked to forget about it, but he shouted that it was impossible to forget. Was it her imagination, or were his words too harsh? And she thought he was a wonderful person, a secretary. He thanked her for these words and said that she, too, had been wonderful until recently, which made Lakra start screaming that he would stab her in the heart with a knife. He replied that he understood everything. He would help her find the book. Was she happy now? She asked again. Really? After that, she thanked him, and the protagonist thought about how tired he was. He wasn't going to share information about the book with her, but at least he managed to calm her down, when suddenly she asked if he knew anything about the book. MC asked if there was any information about its appearance. She replied that it was an old book, and the title was written in an unknown language. He asked again, what were the contents? She confirmed that yes, it wasn't easy to decipher. He had never read such a book in ties, and Lakra was upset. He asked again, was there no way to find it? She replied that there was one way. The book contains special magical powers, and if certain barriers were cast, they would manifest. The protagonist understood everything, and assumed that this was why she was placing barriers in the village churches. Wolf told him about this, and said that it consumed a little magic, but it didn't cause any harm, so everything was fine. It was very convenient that the fatigue effect and the need for installation were minimal. Lakra continued to say that if the magic of the book and the barrier touched, she would feel the resonance even from a great distance. It would be great if they could place barriers in all the villages, and finally, in the capital of Ties. He asked if she had permission to do this. She replied, Secretary, can he somehow assist in obtaining this? He replied that he was a candidate for secretary, and unfortunately, he had no such authority. He could only consult with the king. Lakra replied with a smile that that was enough, and she remarked that, since preparation was so important, she should be more responsible. She replied that, given the amount of his magical power, she thought it would be easier to handle, and he replied that one day, he would vilely betray her. Lakra began to scream. This is cruel. Does he really think so? Thus he entered into a rather unclear partnership with Lakra. She screamed, by the way, why did he start addressing her without respectful wording? She was older than him, after all. He replied that they had had enough of this. Sometime later, they found themselves in Mages, the main religious sanctuary of the Uyghur. Pope Uparo and Archbishop Ika were there. They were discussing the meaning of returning the aforementioned book. Had he sent Lakra there? Ika replied that everything was correct, and Uparo remarked that if he remembered correctly, this girl had mastered practically all the magic of exorcism at such a young age, and her achievements and successes were undeniable, making her an outstanding cleric. He confirmed that everything was correct, and Uparo added that she possessed several talents, but was completely incompetent in so many other areas. Why had he chosen her? Yika chuckled and replied that if he appointed such an absent-minded person as inspector, Maya would let her guard down, and that was their goal. He asked again, had they secretly sent another person? He replied, how perceptive he was. He had already sent the major subordinates there, while Lakra was unable to conduct her search openly, and their excellent subordinates' actions in the shadows would be able to obtain the book. That was their brilliant plan. Uparo remarked that if this plan were brilliant and well thought out, there wouldn't be any comments, but they should avoid actions that could worsen relations with ties, and Yika asked him to trust him, then left the office laughing. He was happy that everything was going perfectly. After all, his plan was perfect. Suddenly, he was surprised that Locker's report was already ready and walked inside when his friend started shouting, "What?" She told the secretary candidate everything. Locker said everything was fine, he would help her find the book. The secretary was responsible in her work, so he surely understood the underlying meaning of things. He replied that it was wonderful, because she had acquired a worthy ally and should do her best. At that moment, Edwig called him over and asked if this was a message from Locke. Yiko was surprised that it was him and said that, surprisingly, Locke was making very promising progress, even better than the subordinates he had trained. Perhaps she would find the book faster than them. Edwig grinned and replied that success came first, and Yika confirmed, yes, he had some business with him. Edwig submitted the documents and said he had come to obtain permission to increase the number of people to assist him, operating on the shadow side. Yika replied, fine, and that this matter needed to be resolved quickly. Edwig replied, yes, he would go. And as he began to leave the office, Yika suddenly froze and turned around, asking, was someone here just now? He felt quite frightened. Meanwhile, MC was standing next to King Marito, who read the documents and said everything was clear. Thank him for the report. It seemed he had conducted a thorough inspection. The protagonist replied that it was by chance that he and Lacra had ended up collaborating. Was that okay with him? Marito replied, yes. They should take advantage of her. He asked, what does that mean? Marito replied that the more he saw Lacra's antics, the more logical it seemed that someone else was sent to investigate besides her. Marito replied that this was the only conclusion that led to the conclusion that merchants and adventurers were likely using mercenaries from Magi. MC asked again, what was he planning to do with that book? Marito replied that he thought time was running out. They should probably start deciphering it as soon as possible. After a while, he went outside. Lacra started shouting and waving at him. Secretary, she's finished with her preparations. Let him tell her what to do next. He asked again, doesn't she know? She shouldn't think a pretty face would help her. He received permission to set up a barrier outside the palace. The area here is large. Let her start from the palace gates, and then follow the walls, expanding the barrier to include the city. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the book were taken to another country while the search was in full swing. She replied that everything was clear, and the protagonist thought that this would buy them time to prevent Lacra from finding the book. This was the only way to help. What worries him more are those who, besides Lacra, were probably sent on the search. They might leave without anything on their own, but he still needs to be on guard. They continued to talk, and Elias asked Wolf when they had become such close friends. Wolfie replied that the master was currently thinking about many things, just like when he took her from the village. Elias asked again, along with Lacra? She replied no. Lacra wasn't thinking about anything. Everything became clear to her, and at that moment, MC, looking at the map, said they thought it wouldn't hurt to also explore the cave near Dokola, which he used as a base. She could fight monsters? Lacra replied, of course, she's strong. The protagonist looked at her silently, and Lacra asked, don't you believe her? If he remembered what had happened to him before, then she would prove her strength. At that moment, she used her magical powers and created a strong wind, saying that it was protective magic. Weak attacks wouldn't even scratch the shield. MC said, okay, Wolf should hit it with full force. She replied, understood, and then punched the barrier without breaking it. Lacra blinked silently, looking at her, and asked, how are they? It was pretty cool, because nothing broke. Wolf cried out in pain, saying her arm hurt. Eli said, it was simply amazing. Could she test the shield's strength? Lacra replied that she wouldn't mind, and Elias decided to try slashing her sword into its sheath first, since she was putting out roughly the same amount of force as Wolf's attack. At that moment, she struck the barrier, and it shattered into pieces. Lacra's mouth dropped open in shock and despair, and Elias said that, as expected, it was a strong barrier, and judging by the recoil, it would be difficult to break without serious effort. The protagonist asked Wolf, lying nearby, if she'd tested it. It would have been better if Lacra had blown away. Lacra began shouting that she'd proven her strength. Elias didn't count, but someone like a secretary couldn't break such a barrier. The protagonist ignored her, and dug in with a shovel, then placed various pieces right on her barrier. Lacra was dumbfounded, and started screaming that she couldn't get out of there anymore, and cried for help. After all, she couldn't move the barrier. Eli said he was such a jerk, and he had literally the same ideas. He asked if she could change her shape to a cone. Lacra screamed that she couldn't do that, and MC asked again, what about blowing it away with wind magic, for example? Lacra screamed that she couldn't do it at the same time. If she made a mistake and didn't manage to blow it away in time, it would be bad. He replied that if she encountered an enemy who, say, exuded poison, she would be finished. Lacra tried to follow suit from there, screaming for someone to stop saying such things and to help her now. At that moment, Elias blew everything off the roof with the wind, and Lacra started screaming how cruel it was, how cruel he was. The the secretary. He said that he pointed out her weak spot and she called him names. Blaze kept saying no. Any normal person would immediately think he was cruel. Wolf shouted that bullying was wrong, master. After some time, an unknown man in a robe walked through the narrow street passages and knocked on the door. When he entered the room, he grabbed the magic ball, which flared, and someone said to listen to the report. The man replied that after everything, Lakra, along with the young man mentioned in her report, had installed a detector barrier around the palace walls and gates. They had also conducted an investigation at the base. He replied that everything was clear, meaning she had indeed met a bona fide ally. The man asked again what his next instructions were. Edwig replied that he'd been monitoring the situation for a while, searching for the book's location and the main task. Is there anything else he should tell them? He replied that the ally's appearance was rather strange, with black hair and black eyes. He hadn't sensed any magical powers, but it also didn't seem like he was hiding them. Edwig paused. His appearance resembled demonic, which was alarming given their situation. He also had connections with Ilais, the one who killed Dokola. Given all this, they should be extremely vigilant, as he had sent his comrades to him. They should unite and be ready. The man replied that the task had been accepted, and Edwig formed a magic sphere and decided that everything was now in order. Meanwhile, in Uparo's office, he exclaimed at Yika that he was simply an idiot. When he asked for cooperation from an official of another country, he had to explain the circumstances and reasons. He had told him not to worsen relations with the Thais. Yika replied that he would, but before he could finish, Uparo told him, "I'm satisfied." Perhaps it was too late, but he must contact the Thais king and recall the mercenaries he had already dispatched. Yika shouted that he was obeying his orders, and as he ran out of the office, he shouted that this was trouble. He needed to contact Lakra first, then the mercenaries, when he suddenly froze and couldn't figure out what was going on. Who was he sending there, by the way? Edwig called him, and Yika turned around, surprised to hear it was him. He told him they were in trouble, to be honest. But before he could finish, Edwig informed him he was aware, not to worry about it, and would instruct him to deal with the mercenaries while he focused solely on Lakra. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking down the street and saw a familiar face. It was Gadzin, who asked if it was him. Gadzin is a man without a home in Thais. He's basically homeless, and thanks to his wanderings around the city, he's up to date on everything. The protagonist sat closer and asked if he'd seen any unfamiliar faces around town lately. Buying him a drink can yield useful information, and sometimes he gets it that way. Gadzin swallowed his drink and said that nothing had changed. The city was the same as always, but thank goodness he brought such delicious sake. MC addressed him by name again and suggested that perhaps dangerous people had been lurking in this city recently. He should be more careful when wandering at night. Gadzin asked again. What was he even talking about? The protagonist told Gadzin not to be so rude. He was a valuable source of information and didn't want him to needlessly get into dangerous trouble. At that moment, he snapped his fingers and tossed coins into his hands. Gadzin replied that he was a weirdo. Well, fine, he had exactly what he wanted, and until the money he gave him ran out, he would listen to his chatter. MC asked again, what does he want besides sake? He replied that he should consider himself busy with agricultural crops. He was working on it with his own money. If there was a bountiful harvest, then so be it. He would share a small share with him. The protagonist replied that he was looking forward to it. The next morning, an urgent message came from Lakra, saying that mages had ordered him to explain all the circumstances to the Thais king and to request cooperation in searching for a book, something like that. He went to Marito for advice as quickly as possible, but he replied that this meant that this Lakra girl reported having entered into a secret collaboration with him without concealing a single detail. This was naive simplicity. Uparo must have been shocked when he heard all this, and this could have become a clash between the countries. After all, it was logical. However, they could no longer buy time, and in the future they would return the book by pretending to find it in a treasure chest. Until then, the book's magic left no trace on them, and they created this room. He would be able to decipher this book overnight. MC put on gloves and replied that he was ready and that he shouldn't complain about everything that was happening. After some time, they revealed it to everyone, and they all felt very sick. The protagonist shouted that this book was a complete disaster, and everyone was shocked. And the hieroglyphs, they're old and hard to read, most likely from an ancient era. The demon lord lived over 500 years ago, the times match, but travel between parallel worlds also exists. Common sense is not to be found here, and the main problem is the written content. Does he think Magi knows what this book contains? He replied that it couldn't be. If they could interpret it, the Yugura religion would have already directed all its efforts to reclaiming it. MC suggested that Marito should think about what to do after deciphering it. He replied that it goes without saying, and the protagonist suggested that perhaps it wasn't too late to return it and pretend they had nothing to do with it. He replied, what a coincidence. Ika shouted that they wouldn't do it anyway, and MC wondered if the information could bring trouble to people. What would happen next? Suddenly, he opened the next page and froze. His eyes widened, and he turned to Marito and said that the Ugurians definitely didn't know what was written there. Marito asked, "What does that mean?" He replied that if they knew, they would have burned the book long ago. He pointed to a specific line, and everyone in the office froze. A bright magical sign appeared above them, and they didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Gadzin, who was strolling through town, remarked on the delicious sake he'd just drunk. It was strange. He always brought good drinks and treated him like an equal. He was about to say that the night was just beginning, but accidentally said something completely different when he suddenly noticed something off to the side. It seemed the old man from this house had died 6 months ago, which meant there were thieves there. He started shouting at the freaks not to climb into empty houses. Even he doesn't do that kind of thing. Suddenly, he thought about what the kid was saying, about dangerous people hanging around here lately, and suddenly they attacked him. When he fell and saw only the sky, he heard someone talking among themselves, discussing whether he'd killed him or something. The other guy replied that he'd looked inside the house. He was just a homeless idiot anyway, but they'd still be found out it was murder. At that moment, there was a loud bang, and they hit Gadzin as if he'd fallen on his own. It looked like an accident, and now they wouldn't have any problems. Marito left upset, saying he didn't want to hear this information, and MC indignantly exclaimed that they didn't want to know either. Ragudo, who was shaking all over, asked the two of them to calm down, and Marito remarked that he looked like a newborn fawn. It was the first time he'd seen him like this. The protagonist asked if it would really be better for the world if they put things back together, pretending they had nothing to do with it. Marito noted that it was indeed a difficult question, and then said with a smile that he had come up with something. They would pretend that he had just deciphered the book, and then he would consult with the Yugura clergy on what to do. He indignantly exclaimed that he was directly telling him to die, and then he placed his hands on his shoulders and confidently said that it was his duty to look after the future of the Tais people, so he shouldn't hold a grudge. He shouted in a rage that he would immediately hand him over, after which they decided to take a short break. MC sipped tea while they all pondered what to do. Ragudo told His Majesty that he wouldn't want to keep such a book in his bosom, and he responded by telling him to be patient. He himself was uncomfortable with him hanging around at the same time. He remarked that this was so cruel, and MC smiled nervously, thinking that he had undoubtedly gotten himself into trouble. I wish it would say somewhere in this book, contents fiction, but alas. He asked if there was anyone in ties like a mercenary squad. Marito answered him that there were such people. They were looking for the origin and history of the book. However, for his own safety, he could not share information about the participants. MC smiled nervously and said so be it. He was sure he would give them everything before the torture began. Marito said it was a pity that he already knew the contents of the book. This made him feel uneasy and wearily covered his face with his hand, asking if there was any kind of oblivion magic. Marito immediately jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that it was a good idea. He turned to Lord Ragudo, and he said the problem was that the spell wouldn't work on him, so he should accept it. The protagonist said that he wanted to know what mercenaries were like, what they could do, and what motivated them. That's all he wanted to know. Marito smiled awkwardly and said that he certainly understood why he needed it, but he could entrust that entirely to Tais. He exclaimed in response, could he really trust someone who was willing to hand him over to the enemy? Marito smiled and said that then he would introduce him to one of the mercenaries, and he asked when they could meet. His Majesty replied that he was behind him, and then someone suddenly touched his shoulder and he jumped up in fear, and Marito excitedly told him not to turn around. It was better for him not to know his identity. MC froze in place. He returned to the chair and smiled awkwardly, saying that he could at least give him some time to prepare himself mentally. He almost died of fright. The mercenary apologized and decided to introduce himself. He guards and escorts His Majesty. That's what he is like. MC smiled nervously, thinking that he was quite friendly, and asked, so he is Marito's guard? He confirmed it. Using magic, he hides his presence and protects His Majesty. Marito said that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the most capable person in Tais. He feels completely safe with him. The mercenary added that he is the strongest, and MC said with a smile that he is so confident in himself. He probably pretended that this promising man died in the line of duty, and then promoted him to personal guard. The mercenary smiled and noted that this was to be expected from a close friend of His Majesty, who had been with him his whole life. He was quite perceptive. The protagonist was confused by the words, together all his life, and said that this had not happened, to which Marito only smiled. The mercenary said that ever since he first spoke to His Majesty, he had always been watching him from his side, so he could be trusted. When he caught His Majesty off guard at the reception, he was tormented by the question of whether to cut him or not. But it was good that he held back, even though he was on the verge of it. MC felt uneasy, and asked him to stop adding gruesome details as if nothing had happened. But the mercenary continued, saying that during the recent clash, he also thought about cutting him, but it was good that he held back. He became nervous, no longer understanding whether the mercenary was joking or serious. He asked if he was not mistaken. Magic could be affected by the magic sealing stone. The mercenary confirmed this, but he understood the magical powers that were needed, so he knew how to dodge them. If his appearance was revealed, he would have to kill everyone present in the room, and that would be a real hassle. The protagonist smiled nervously and asked him to try not to show himself, even for a second. So, he shared what knowledge he could about mercenaries. Lately, he only hung out with straightforward people like Ilace, and it made him nostalgic. Marito took a sip of tea, and when he looked at his face, he felt uneasy. Before he left, he asked him to simplify his face, as his eyes were too gloomy. After that, MC left the palace. He shielded his face from the sun's rays, thinking that the morning sun was so bright. Growing up makes staying up all night a real challenge. If only someone would spare him. Eliza's voice was heard from the side. She greeted him and asked if he was coming home. She noted that she was early today. Had she started work already? She answered him that she was just patrolling now. As she saw, he had also become busier. She heard he was in the palace all night. So he was with Lacra? Seeing her embarrassed face, he thought that this was it. He felt how unnecessary misconceptions were appearing. If the details about Marito and the book have to be hidden, then wouldn't it be a problem to exchange information on the same level with Lacra? For the sake of safety and a peaceful life, he would have to stop this. He told her everything up until Lacra arrived for the book, and she was surprised. He told her that Lacra forbade him to spread about it. Everything was top secret. He felt sorry. He should have consulted her. She smiled and said that everything was fine since he was forbidden to tell. She felt lonely and sad, but it was better than breaking promises. He asked, so she felt lonely? She immediately exclaimed embarrassedly that she did not. She assumed that the two of them were keeping some kind of secret together, so it was more of a feeling of alienation and disengagement. He asked if she still felt lonely. She asked him to shut up. It wasn't just her. Wolf was also worried. That's how he found out that Wolf also had a bit of insight. As for her, she was rather worried about Elias. When a loved one is upset about something, you yourself are restless. And Wolf is exactly like that. The knight excitedly called Elias and she said goodbye to MC since she had to continue working. He mentally noted that they looked quite tense. Had something happened this morning? He noticed a bloody body being carried out of an alley and thought it was disturbing news. He looked into the alley, saw the same wineskin lying there, and his eyes widened in fear. He immediately ran to the knights, pulled the cloth off the body, and saw Gazin on the stretcher. Elias asked if he knew him. He answered that he knew him, although they weren't close. She said that it looked like he had too much alcohol and fell, hitting his head hard on the wall. MC glanced at the book on agriculture that remained in the alley, and thought that he had just had a desire, even if it was something simple, a harvest. He picked up the wineskin and thought, did that mean he drank too much? That's strange. He sniffed the neck of the bottle and thought that without a doubt, this was the sake he had given him. He brought it in a convenient soft flask, and Gazin treasured it, drinking little by little. But this amount is still not enough to get drunk. If that's true, then why did he die? Elias approached him and asked if something had happened. He took the old man's things and asked where they were taking him, to which she answered that he was going to the Maya church. He said that he knew him. Could he go with them? She was a little confused, but still agreed, and he said that there was something suspicious here. Let them thoroughly examine his body. Perhaps he was murdered. She turned to him in surprise and asked why he thought so. He told her that he fell, but his arm was not injured. If he were conscious, he would have tried to protect his body from the fall with his hand. Her face immediately became serious, and she said that she understood everything. They would conduct an investigation. Sometime later in the church, Elias pulled the cloth off his body, checked his head and neck, then frowned and covered him with the cloth again. She approached the protagonist and said that his neck was broken, but it wasn't due to a head injury. Most likely, the neck was broken intentionally. MC's face immediately darkened. He said that he understood everything, and his gaze sent goosebumps down her spine. He headed for the exit, but she immediately grabbed his hand and asked where he was going. He answered her that he was going to the palace to consult with Marito. She asked, can't he consult with her? He answered her that it would be an extremely unpleasant and hostile conversation, and he didn't want her to interfere in it. She exclaimed that she had already interfered, and he said that he didn't want to burden her with the duty of hiding everything from strangers. She answered him that he had dumped this only on himself. She refused to silently watch this. They could bear this debt together. He warned her that if she got involved in this, she would undoubtedly regret it, and she confidently declared that it was better to regret something somewhere than to let him regret it alone. He cursed and whispered that she was acting like a wonderful hero, and then exclaimed, did she really think it was worth going that far? She was not saying anything definite. She told him that as far as he was concerned, she would decide for herself whether it was worth it or not, and that he should not decide everything for her. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that he probably would have told her that if she really wanted to get involved in this, at all costs, She should persuade him first, but he would not do that. She immediately drew her sword and he worriedly asked her to wait. He was speaking figuratively. She apologized to him, but asked him to calm down and finally give in, and he said that was what he was going to say. After that, he sighed heavily and thought that he had run into her stubbornness, but it was his mistake that he had given in to his emotions, so it was too late. Well, Marito would help him somehow. He told Elise that he would take her with him, but he would not take responsibility for her. She smiled and said that everything was fine. She would make him take responsibility, and he asked, maybe after all, she would not interfere? He headed for the exit and said that they needed to hurry while there was no news from Lacra. Elise was delighted and clenched her hand into a fist victoriously, and then the two of them came to the king. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked why Miss Ratzel was also here. MC answered him that she said that she wanted to be involved, so he brought her. He failed to convince her. He noted that he could easily leave her alone, and he answered with a smile that he could not. Rather than break ties with her and abandon her, he decided it would be better to involve her in their affairs. Marito called him weak, and he responded by saying he didn't remember him calling himself strong. After that, Marito turned to Elise with a serious expression and said that the problem they were currently burdened with was extremely burdensome and troublesome. If she got involved, she would most likely have to say goodbye to her good relations with the Yugura clergy, with Maya, and with everyone from Lord Ragudo's squad. If on one side of the scale was him, whom she had only recently known, and on the other, everyone else with whom she had been together until now, in the worst case, she could lose both sides. Was she ready for this? She confidently answered him that if that happened, it meant that they were not capable of more. Seeing her determination, he asked what drove her to go so far, and she answered that she did not know. Her determination simply overwhelmed everything else. He smiled and said that everything was clear, that arguments wouldn't win her over. After that, he turned to the protagonist and asked if he would take responsibility. He became nervous and asked if he was serious. Marito threw his hand on his shoulder and said that he was to blame. That was clear. Let him reflect on the fact that he had demonstrated his feeble-mindedness and courage to her. MC sighed heavily and said that it was making his ears hurt. He suggested that they start a conversation and told Elise that if she had any questions, she should raise her hand. First, they needed to do something about the fact that Lacra could be killed. Elise immediately raised her hand, and MC said that she was so frisky, he was scared. She exclaimed in response that she was the one who was scared, that the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Marito asked him to explain everything to her step by step, and he decided to start with events a little earlier. He started talking about Yugura's followers, who believed in the Demon King, and Elise raised her hand and started hitting him, saying she didn't know that either. Was he kidding her? He asked her to stop. It hurt, and then decided to start from a point she would understand, which was almost from the very beginning. After a while, he finally finished his story with the book's decoding. Elise said she understood everything, but she still didn't understand why Lacra could be killed. MC placed a board and several pieces on the table to make sure she understood everything and told her to listen carefully. First, the Yugura clergy's goal is to recover the book, lost over time, to resolve doubts and fears about Maya. Obviously, such a mission wasn't entrusted to the foolish Lacra alone. There's a high probability that other scouts are hiding, but Megis didn't mention anything about that when he requested cooperation. Assuming there are scouts, they are in a position where they are forced to hide their identities. In short, they must be mercenaries. Elise asked, "So, did they kill that man this morning?" He replied that this was most likely true, but the problem was timing. It seems that the person directly giving Lacra orders is Archbishop Uka. Based on the fact that time passes after her report before orders arrive, one can assume that Archbishop Uka relies on the judgment and assessment of someone even higher up the chain of command. Marito said that the only person higher than the Archbishop is Pope Uparo. To avoid worsening relations with ties, the Pope requested cooperation. The protagonist noted that Gazan was killed after that. Immediately after the higher-ups assured them that they would move quietly and peacefully, the murder occurred. This is very strange. This means that someone else is giving orders to the mercenaries. He is a member of the Yugura clergy, but he opposes the will of Pope Uparo. The mercenaries' goal is the book. Who can get it at this stage? Elise understood everything and excitedly uttered Lacra's name, and MC said that not only were they acting against the Pope, but their goal was not to return the book to Megis. They were going to intercept and take it away, which meant that in order to take it away, they would definitely have to get rid of Lacra. And now it was time to move on to the most dangerous topic of conversation. Lord Ragudo immediately closed the curtains, and MC said that it seemed they knew the contents of the book, which is why they needed it so much. Ilus asked if it described resurrection magic. He answered that these were records concerning the Demon King. Marito added that the birth of a Demon King is the strictest taboo. Although information about resurrection magic was scarce, this book described the birth of one Demon King using this magic, nicknamed the Blue Demon King, as well as observation of him. Elise was very surprised by this, and MC said he would skip the details, but basically there was a lot of important information about the Demon King. She irritably said that he could have left it at that, but then she immediately shut her mouth and told him to forget about it. He said that was it. No excuses would be accepted. Most likely, Pope Uparo and his people will not be able to decipher this book, for fear of leaking information regarding the strictest taboo. The interpretation would be of no use to someone like Lacra. However, the book originally belonged to Magis. There is a book that only Magis knows about, namely the Yugura clergy, and there are those who know the true contents of the book, which even the Pope does not suspect. Among them are those who are versed in the affairs of the Demon King, and they should soon reveal themselves. Elias exclaimed that these are the ones he spoke of, the believers in the Demon King. He said that whether they could be called believers or not was still unclear, but the fact that there were some was certain. She was getting a headache from so much information, and he said that, in short, there were those among the Yugura clergy who had independently deployed mercenaries and were looking for the book, and something needed to be done about it. She smiled and said that she understood everything. It would have been better if he had said so right away. He tiredly clutched his head, asking her to give him back his wasted time, and Marito laughed and said that they were planning to hand over the book to Lacra today. What will they do now? The protagonist glanced at Elias and said that it wasn't that he didn't have ideas, but since they had her, the likelihood of success increased. He stood up and walked to the other end of the room, called the others over, and they began to whisper about something. After that, Marito said with a smile that he didn't mind. And does he agree to this? He replied that he was quite angry that they had killed his friend, and that it was necessary to do so, if only for the sake of revenge. Marito smiled and said that in that case, he would entrust it to him. After that, MC turned to Elias and asked her if she could handle it. The job would be difficult. She set down her sword and confidently told him not to underestimate her. If he also wishes this, then she will draw her sword and then show a result beyond his expectations. He said that this is excellent. Then it is decided, he will reveal their plan. He left the office, and the girl thought that after he saw the dead Gazin, he changed. Although no, it was as if he switched to the side of his personality that he hid from them. Because she and Wolf were with him, she felt that he was walking towards them, but she was wrong. His being is like a distorted mirror. In him there is both justice and evil at the same time. And now His Majesty holds the reins, but where and how he directs it she does not understand. His Majesty is a king, not a knight. She does not know which side of his personality the king prefers. But those eyes of his are simply unbearable. She does not want him to look at the world through such eyes, and therefore she cannot leave him alone. Time passed. Lacra was in a very high spirits, and now she was skipping towards the meeting with MC. She smiled and thought that she had followed the Archbishop's instructions, and had also fully installed the barrier near the palace walls. The magic spells worked a little, well, just a little bit differently than she had planned, but she still did well. She saw the protagonist, who was waiting for her in the square, and ran up to him, asking why he had called her so suddenly. He answered that he wanted to tell her where the book was, and that it was currently in the castle treasury. She stared at him in surprise, and then her eyes filled with delight, and she happily said that he had found it after all. She had no doubt about it. He said that it seemed that the language the book was written in was not from this world, but it contained information on the resurrection technique. She asked, so did he finally look at what was inside? Although he couldn't decipher it, relying on diagrams, drawings, and the like, he learned about the resurrection technique in a constructive way. He lied to her that everything was like this, and she exclaimed, he didn't remember anything. Did he? He answered that he wouldn't interfere with this on purpose, and she asked doubtfully, so he would return the book? He confirmed this, and said that before that, he would like her to give something to the Archbishop of Uka. Tais has the ability to translate the text of the book, and if they wish, they hope to share the content. She was a little confused at first, and then sternly stated that it was impossible. One shouldn't have too much knowledge about this technique. He said that if that were the only issue, they would not have made such an offer. The book also contains information about other taboos. They were convinced of this by studying the contents. This is the reason why he became a candidate for secretary. His Majesty hired him because he was the one who could decipher this language. She was surprised, then frowned and noted that he was apparently not lying. He said that they did not need her opinion. Let her convey his words to the Archbishop, and also that they were ready to either involve or leave Pope Uparo aside. If they refused to cooperate, they would immediately return the book. Tonight at midnight, in this same place, he would wait for their response. He would bring the book with him regardless of whether they ultimately agreed or not. His Majesty was aware of everything and approved everything, so they need not worry. She answered him that she understood everything. She would make an urgent call. She hastily left, and he watched her go, thinking that clergy can see through lies, which is precisely why they do not dig deep. They are not subject to excessive and unfounded suspicion regarding the motives and thoughts of others. The downside is that their trust is easy to gain. If she conveys his words to the Archbishop, they will certainly reach the power broker operating behind the scenes, and just like that, the power broker will run straight into a trap. Some time passed, Haiti was watching the square from the roof of the house, and Lahit contacted him and asked if there were any additional requests. He told him that Lakra was scheduled to receive the book at midnight tonight. They would change the plan. As soon as that happened, let him kill her and take the book. There would be negotiations with Tai's man at the designated location. Let him be extremely careful. He remarked that this was so cruel. What should be done with him? Lahit replied that, of course, he must be killed too. If by chance Lakra survived, it would be forgivable, but he would not forgive him if he survived. As for the body, let him leave the brain intact and take it with him. Otherwise, let him do as he wishes. Haid said he understood everything, cut no higher than the neck, and he shouldn't let him down either. The connection ended, and Lahit thought that the one she was working with seemed to have black hair and dark eyes. Maybe he could be useful to them. Things would take an interesting turn if he was an Earthling. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a special bracelet, and contacted the Red Demon Lord to report something. It was midnight. The protagonist, Elise, and Wolf arrived at the meeting place, and Haiti hid in the branches of a tree. He thought he could kill them, but the guards would be troublesome. There were 4 mercenaries under his command, and against them was Elise Ratzel, a knight in the top 5 of Tais, and besides, she was the one who defeated Dokol. To be honest, he wished he hadn't attacked head-on. This beastman is not a serious problem. She has a lot of magical power, but she is still very young. She has a keen sense of smell, but the mercenaries' equipment can dull the beast's 5 senses, and several at once, in an instant. The young man is an ordinary person. Killing him is easy. The main problem is Lakra Sulf. There are many rumors about her, that she is a clumsy person, but during a battle she is completely different. That is the real problem. If they work in tandem, then he will have to retreat without a second thought. And to prevent this from happening, he gave orders to numbers 1 and 2 to distract, and the rest should deal with Lakra. At this time, she arrived at the meeting place. MC showed her the book, flipped through a few pages, and asked if the contents were real. He was right. She confirmed it, and he asked, "Then what is their answer?" She exclaimed that the answer is no. She was ordered to reject their offer and return the book. He said that means nothing can be done with them. He wanted to give her the book, but she exclaimed, "Why?" Their continuation, and the fact that they are returning the book is their sincere intentions. She knows it. However, despite the fact that they are aware of the danger of the book and have indicated it, why did they decide to return it without hesitation? MC answered her that it is all because Tais does not want to worsen relations with either Magis or the other clergy of Yugura. Lakra thought about his words, and Elise heard some rustling in the alley and went to check everything. Haiti was surprised and wondered what that sound was. It was definitely not them. But Elise left her place. Luck had turned in their favor. He ordered number 1 to go to Elise and everyone else to Lakra. MC told the girl not to worry too much about their thoughts. Shouldn't she follow orders from above, first and foremost now? He handed her the book and she hesitantly agreed with him. And then he accidentally let go of the book and Haiti, seeing that they were distracted, thought this was their chance. He immediately rushed into battle and ordered the mercenaries to begin killing Lakra. They attacked her from all sides and she didn't even notice. But Elise arrived in time and swung her sword in a semicircle, protecting them from the attack. One mercenary was slammed into the wall by the blow, but the rest, except for one, managed to dodge. Seeing his severed body, Wolf turned anxiously to the master, and the protagonist noted with a nervous smile that they were not showing mercy. Lakra, meanwhile, was completely confused. She didn't understand what had just happened, and then MC grabbed her by the waist and pulled her close, telling her to quickly put up a barrier. She became worried, but quickly realized it and put up a barrier just as throwing knives flew at them. They hit the barrier and bounced off, and MC nervously thought that it was close. However, the safety of someone who could have died from one such blow was now guaranteed. Since he was still clutching the girl, she sheepishly asked him to let her go, and he immediately apologized to her. Elise and Wolf stayed outside to protect them, and then Hage showed himself to them. He landed in front of Elise, laughed, and asked, "Are they serious?" He couldn't believe his eyes. She was able to prevent a surprise attack from 5 people from such a distance? What kind of monster is she? She told him that it wasn't a problem when you know what time the target attacks. She decided that they would all attack Lakra if she created an opportunity for it. MC thought she was so proud, but it wasn't her idea. Hade chuckled and asked, "So they dropped the book on purpose? They did a good job, after all." He, like Dokol, also needed a resurrection technique. MC thought his name had come up again, and he said that they were undoubtedly the same Magis mercenaries. Lakra became agitated and began shaking him, asking why the Magis mercenaries wanted to kill her. He told her that they were ordered to, the ones who wanted to take the book. She tearfully said that Uka wouldn't do such a thing, and he told her that it wasn't the archbishop, it was someone else. She was shocked. She couldn't even imagine who could do such a thing. Meanwhile, the mercenaries began to slowly gather in the square. Elise asked, "Are there only 3 left?" Hade pointed at the guy slammed into the wall after her blow, and told her not to underestimate them. He quickly left after that and joined his comrades, and the protagonist thought in shock, did they really survive after that? Elise clenched her teeth in frustration and asked, didn't she hurt them badly? MC mentally noted that they were thrown so far back that such a blow can hardly be called mediocre. Hade told the mercenaries that their position is good. It's to their advantage that Lakra is locked up. Let them attack the beast and the others the knight. Elise asked, does he think 3 people can stop her? He told her that attacking head-on was of course impossible, and then he literally vanished into thin air and began to press her with blows from all sides. She quickly parried each one, and when there was a lull, she asked if this was shape-shifting magic. There was a whistling sound, like something cutting through the air, and a throwing knife hit the barrier, right where Lakra was standing, which frightened her greatly. Hade told her to continue maintaining the barrier as long as she could. If she dispelled it, the boy would die instantly. She exclaimed that she knew this without him, while Wolf dodged the knives flying at her in every possible way, and because she couldn't see her opponent, she was extremely irritated. Lakra grabbed MC and screamed in fear, saying that things were really bad, but she suddenly noticed something. She pointed to the dagger and told him to look at it. There was poison on the blade. MC tiredly touched his face and told her that everything would be fine, so she shouldn't worry. She stared at him dumbfounded and asked why he was saying it so sincerely when his face was like that. He immediately closed his eyes and grabbed his head, thinking that this wasn't right. Emotions reflect the train of thought. He needed to relax a bit. Pulling himself together, he smiled and told her to trust him. It would be over very soon. At this time, Wolf attacked the enemy, but she failed to hit him and was already starting to get tired. Her opponent said that if she gave up, he would quickly finish her off, and she turned to him, saying that she gave up. He remarked that she was such an obedient wolf, and she stated that an ordinary wolf was no good, but this wolf was giving up. She used magic to strengthen herself, and the mercenary thought that she had amazing magical power. She pounced on him, saying that she would show him a move her master taught her, and then she punched him. But he dodged and thought, is she relying on bold moves? That's so unreasonable. She assumed a fighting stance, and he thought, is she going to hit him with her palm? But that's easy to calculate. But he didn't expect what happened next. She clapped her hands, and magical power suddenly flared, throwing him aside. And the protagonist thought that the move she used wasn't a move at all. It was just a clap of hands, into which a lot of magical power was put. It all started when Maya gave her a lecture on how to release magic. A mosquito was simply flying in front of Wolf, who had accumulated magical power in her palms. Of course, she got distracted by it and wanted to catch it. And when she clapped her palms to finish it off, a roar was heard. The result was clear. Even though there was no damage, they were all scared. Even Elise froze for a second, which would easily knock a normal person unconscious. The mercenary staggered, but managed to stay on his feet, and while he was stunned, Wolf launched an attack. She leaped high into the air and, lifting her leg, shouted that victory was hers. After that, she kicked him in the head with all her might, and he no longer moved. Hade was outraged that they were losing to this worthless jerk, and Elise asked, is that what he calls Wolf? She still looked like a rough diamond, already so strong after just a month of training. Hade threw a knife at her and said he was sure she would be scary in the future, but not now. She parried his blow and said that this was getting boring. She would finish him off quickly. She lunged forward and struck, finishing off the mercenary next to him, and shook the blood off the blade, saying that even if he blinded her, she could still feel his presence. Hade chuckled and asked what was going on. Was she just fooling around? She told him that she was measuring his strength, and they were all weaker than Dokol. He noted that this was to be expected. He was exceptional, even though he was a loser because he betrayed his country. He thought the situation was dangerous. He didn't think he could win. First, they should just distract her while they killed the others. That person was the highest priority to kill. And then Lakra, the girl with the ears, isn't that important. Although she's already powerless, they could take her hostage. He took a knife out of his pocket and shouted that he had no choice but to do it, and then threw it at Elise. And at that moment, a smoke screen appeared. She was distracted. Hade ran past her and picked up the book, thinking that they had completely forgotten about it, that it was such a stupid thing to do. The situation would be reversed. Suddenly, something hit him in the shoulder at high speed. His mask flew off his face, and his arm was separated from his body. A spear pierced the floor not far from him, and he immediately turned around, wondering where it came from. He saw an old man on the roof of a nearby building and turned furiously to the mercenary and shouted, "What is he doing? Let him help him." After that, the Lord's sword swung right in front of him, piercing the mercenary, and Hade looked at him, thinking that it was Salvete Ragudo. Hade noted that the god of the spear and even the strongest knight ties was here. He turned to MC and asked, is this all his doing? He told him that it was very effective for dealing with people like them, and he chuckled, noting that if they had shown up at the very beginning, they wouldn't even try to fight. The protagonist said that's why he made them arrive late, so they would think they still had a chance. Elise left the area because of a sound created specifically to leave them a passage, and then Lakra focused on defense and couldn't act. Only Wolf remained, who he thought didn't pose any threat. With a clear path in front of him, he'd rather take it on foot. Right? Hade grinned nervously and said that it seemed like he wanted them dead so badly, and he answered him that they killed a vagabond, and this was retribution. The man was surprised and asked, "Is he serious? Just because of this?" He confirmed it. "They will all die just because of this." "Who killed him?" He answered him that it was the guy who shamefully lost to the wolf. What is he going to tell him? Serves him right? MC said he understood everything, which means he was the one who disguised his death. Hade noted that he had some scary eyes. Is he sure he's on the right side? The protagonist answered him that he's never killed anyone, not even once, and he asked, "But he has people who can kill, right?" He threw a smoke bomb at his feet and shouted that this is even worse, and when he was about to leave, Elise rushed after him, saying that she won't let him escape. Her sword didn't reach him, leaving only a scratch on his body, and he, quickly running across the rooftops, thanked her. His lost arm made him feel lighter. Lord Ragudo noted that he had escaped after all, and Lakra discovered the book was missing and screamed loudly, saying that this was bad. She grabbed the protagonist by the shirt and exclaimed in panic that he had taken the book. What should they do now? He remarked that it was so annoying, and she asked with a serious expression, "Is he lying?" He said that it was amazing. She could tell when he was lying. Meanwhile, Hade continued to run. He thought he had the book, but they couldn't kill anyone. He walked up to the wall and thought that there was always next time. Now he needed to retreat. He stabbed the knife into the wall, and immediately there was a surge of mana. He immediately realized that it was the Lakra barrier that was activated. She said that if the magical power of the book in question came into contact with the magical power of the barrier, it would cause a resonance, and she would feel it even from a great distance. He used the knives as support and continued to climb the wall, thinking that she knew he was here, but that it was no problem. He climbed over this wall and would be far away from here before they arrived. Of course, it was hard for him to climb the wall with one hand, and while he was thinking, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the wind behind him. And then something pierced him at high speed and knocked down part of the wall. Soon, MC came to the spot. He looked at the destruction and thought that the aftermath was like a cannon shot. Without further ado, one could say that this was done by Elise. As soon as the book began to resonate with the barrier, he told Elise to throw a spear at that spot with all his might. To think that Marito agreed to such a plan, he has no shortage of tolerance. At first, he expected old Kara to do it, since he has the ability for high sniper accuracy, but she declared that she could do it herself, so he trusted her. This was to be expected from a gorilla with a muscle brain. He found Hades' remains among the rubble and thought it was such a horrible death, but it was expected after being hit by such a blow. He found a book and was glad that Sir Ragudo had cast tempering magic on it, so it was in perfect order. He also found a crystal ball for communication. After that, they went to the palace and gathered in the king's office, and the crystal ball was placed on the table. Lakra was uneasy and asked the protagonist to explain the whole situation, and he told them to wait. They would find out everything soon. After some time, the crystal ball finally activated. Lahate called out to Hades and ordered him to report. MC asked, "So the killer's name was Hades?" When a strange voice came from the crystal ball, Lahate was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and asked with a smile, "Who did he dare to talk to?" MC, with the same smile, answered him that he was the man he ordered him to kill, and that he was glad to meet him. Lahate noted that this meant had failed. Plus, the fact that he took the trouble to wait for a message from him meant that he needed something from him, right? Lakra suddenly became happy about something and wanted to intervene, but Ragudo stopped her, and the protagonist said that he was thinking of taking the opportunity to talk to him. He didn't mind, right? He answered that he was only glad to be able to talk to him, and MC asked, even though he wanted him dead. He answered that he asked them to bring his head, since he could get information from him, even if he was dead. MC sighed heavily, thinking that they were starting to talk about a bad hobby, and said that first he would like to know his name. What should he call him? He answered that he could call him Lahate. The protagonist looked at Lakra. She shook her head, showing that she did not know this name, and he said that it was a pleasure to meet him. If he had any questions, then he should feel free to ask them. Lahate was surprised and asked, "Is it that simple? Doesn't he have questions himself? Isn't he curious about his true identity?" He asked if he had any other identity besides being the Demon Lord's lapdog. Lahate paused for a moment, and then asked how exactly he came to this conclusion, and he told him that it was simple. He deciphered the book. He inquired about what was in the book, and he told him not to play dumb. He was sure that he already knew the contents of it. That's why he wanted to kill him for claiming to be able to decipher the book. He told him that wasn't exactly true. He just asked to kill him on a whim. MC chuckled and asked if he would get into trouble if his connection with the demon lord was revealed. He planned for the demon lord to turn him into a demon or something like that. Lachate was confused, and the protagonist said that he was losing confidence in his words and that he should show him more composure. Lachate, nervous, was already squeezing the crystal ball to the point of cracking, but remained silent. After not waiting for an answer from him, MC said it didn't matter. He would answer his question anyway. The book contains observation records of the Blue Demon Lord after it was created. A certain person who was originally human used resurrection magic to revive a human and turned him into a Blue Demon Lord. He recorded everything that happened to him. Moreover, it is clearly written there that he was already the 4th Demon Lord. Thus, there are at least 4 Demon Lords born from the intervention of the same person. The content also includes detailed analysis data of the person's ability, talent, and lifestyle. In short, from the very beginning, the author of this book established contact with them, intending to turn them into demons. Furthermore, this same author was involved in the deaths of these people. He also gave them power. Common abilities were given to all demon lords. First, they were given the method of creating the demon world, which would become their territory. Second, they were given the method of turning people into demons. In addition, each demon lord was also given a unique ability. As for why this book is called a book on necromancy, the Blue Demon Lord apparently ruled over the undead and was called the King of the Undead. The author of this book passed on his knowledge to the demon lords he created to bring chaos to this world. And then the worst events in history followed. Lahite noted with a smile that it seemed he really managed to decipher the book. As he thought, he is an earthling, isn't he? He confirmed this and said that it seems he is not an earthling himself, which is sad. He asked why he was so sure of this, and he explained to him that he had pronounced the word too distortedly, which showed that he had only heard about it. Now, should he also explain to him why he called him the human lord's lapdog? The description of the demon lord's abilities was written in the book. He doubted it, thinking that this information could cause inconvenience to the demon lord if it were made public. But his doubts were dispelled when he tried to steal it. Lahate asked if the Yugura church also tried to return the book. Did he know that? He responded by saying that it was not for him to say that. He hadn't even told the Pope about the book's contents, and he asked why he thought the Pope didn't know the contents. He sighed heavily and said that dead demon lords would be allowed. If he had known about this, the church would have approached the matter differently. Lahite noted that this was also written in the book. However, he doesn't understand this. Even if he worked for the demon lord, there shouldn't be anything that could connect him to him. MC asked, wasn't it him who took Dokol's hand? It all started with him. He was the Medes assassin. Why did he betray his country and steal the book? Why did he entrust the book to an earthling he just met? Because he knew that the one who introduced the forbidden resurrection magic was an earthling. However, he couldn't read the book. Then how did he know about it? He heard it directly from him when he was still an assassin. One day, he discovered that there was a person behind the scenes who was manipulating the Archbishop of Uka. The country he trusted was corrupted by the demon lord's shadow. He stole the book as material for negotiations, but it turned out to be something he couldn't handle. At that moment, he could only trust people he could control. Then an earthling appeared, which is why Dokol entrusted him with the book on his deathbed. Perhaps he thought the earthling would be able to reveal the identity of the person behind that crystal ball. He had high hopes. Lahate thought for a moment and noted that he was right. He was an exceptional person. Who would have thought that he would notice his existence? The protagonist asked, was it more convenient for him this way, right? Even if he was hiding in the Yugura church, he tried his best to get the book. That's why he asked Dokol to do it for him. It was risky, but it was the only option. This way he could more easily solve one of his problems. Lahate noted that earthlings really are full of intelligent people, and he asked if he really thought so. Perhaps he thinks he's an idiot who talks too much. Lahate asked with feigned surprise, so he admits it himself? Information is like a weapon. He boastfully tells another all the information he has, it's just stupid. He replied that it was because he didn't want to live wisely, he just wanted to live safely. If he tried to live wisely, he could become someone like him. Using people for your own benefit, thinking you're above everyone else. He'd seen many people living like that. He was sick of that kind of life. He categorically rejected it. Lachate said that was rather rude of him. Would his conscience bother him if he did something like that? He replied that of course it would, after all, he was weak. Being able to live in peace, both physically and mentally, was already more than enough for him. It was just that people like him would get in the way of that. At that very moment, a crash was heard behind Lahate. He turned around in fear. Something banged on the closed doors several times, and then they swung open with a bang, and Uka ran into the room. And MC said that he notified Pope Uparo through Archbishop Maya that the one who was communicating carelessly in this difficult time was the mastermind, that is, him. Archbishop Uka furiously called him a rat and shouted, how dare he plot against them? But even when faced with him, Lahate did not lose confidence and said with a smile that, judging by his look, It seemed his hypnosis worked. He used it. Uka felt it and exclaimed in rage that it was impudent. But only magic of this level does not work on him. He realized that he had strengthened the resistance of his mind. This old idiot took countermeasures against his hypnosis. Uka said he had nowhere to run, and one of the priests ran into the room and threw something on the floor. Lahite ignored it and said he thought he'd made a mistake about that part. Several magical clots appeared behind the archbishop, and sharp ice crystals flew out of them, which the old man managed to dodge. Lahite walked unhindered toward the exit, thanking him for making way for him. With that, he bid him farewell. Uka extended his hand, telling him not to underestimate him, and then the man was immediately pinned to the ground by an enormous pressure. He realized it was gravity magic and, looking up, realized he'd used a magic circle right above him. He said he never imagined he could create such powerful gravitational pressure. He's quite good, despite being called the weakest archbishop. He told him he was right. He was weak, his abilities and achievements inferior to those of the other archbishops. However, he was still one of them. He increased the pressure and said it was over. But Lahite wasn't going to give in so easily, and used magic again, bringing down several ice blocks on the old man from above. To dodge, he had to cancel the gravity magic, and when the crystals crashed to the floor, Lahite stood up and said that it was quite close. Suddenly, he smelled a strange smell, staggered, and the archbishop said it was over. Lahite clutched his head, his gaze falling on the pot that one of the priests had thrown earlier. Inside was sleepy incense. He wanted to create a barrier to protect himself from this, but his magic didn't work, and Uka exclaimed that he had told him it was over, so he shouldn't make him repeat it 3 times. After that, he sealed it in a barrier. He took a step and a small round stone under his feet fell off the step with a loud clang. He picked it up, examined it, and said with a smirk, meaning this sealing stone was the reason he could use magic. He tossed it aside and noted that he had been careless. When did he even have the chance to throw it? Not to mention that barriers were only supposed to be created around themselves. Not only did he manage to use 2 barriers at once, he also moved the second one, trapping him inside along with the sleeping incense. That was expected of an archbishop. He extended his hand forward and thought that his magic was sealed by the stone, so he couldn't break this barrier, and his body was also feeling heavy from the sleeping incense. He had no choice, so he took out a dagger and admitted with a smile that it was checkmate. Uka told him not to think he could do anything with that small dagger, and he replied that he could do something after all. After all, as long as they didn't get any information from him, it would still be considered his victory. Uka realized what he wanted to do, and then he abruptly pressed the blade to his neck and bid him farewell, saying that he had outplayed them. Uka excitedly rushed toward him, but it was too late. He had slit his neck, and as he fell, he took one last look at the crystal ball and smiled. He didn't move again. After this, according to a report from Magus, Lahite ended his life, realizing that he couldn't escape. His body was tightly sealed, as a third party could try to take it. The protagonist was surprised that the archbishop managed to corner him to the point of ending his life, but Lakra said it was nothing surprising, since he was her teacher. That's why she became like this, thanks to her teacher. But the fact remains that they did something more. MC is confident that Pope Uparo can handle it. Marito explained about 90% of the book's secret to Maya, since she was cleared of suspicion. When Pope Uparo heard about this, he went to Tais. The reason for this was to personally apologize for this incident and take the book back as the person responsible for it. And now the protagonist thought that the matter could be considered closed. Marito approached him and asked if his hypothesis was true. Was there another person or demon lord responsible for sending Lahite to Magis? The protagonist's face darkened, and letting out a long, heavy sigh, he told him to just discuss it with the Pope and do something about it. This made the issue seem delicate. Marito agreed with him and said, despite this, he wanted to give him the role of telling the Pope about it. He asked displeasedly, isn't that the king's job? He was burdening him too much. Marito sighed tiredly and asked if he should just become king then. He remained silent and thought that was true. After all, nothing had been resolved in the end. On the other hand, the book's biggest problem still remained. He would need to decide how they would deal with this after telling Uparo about it. This could potentially change world history, and he personally thought it was better to leave it untold. In any case, they should be having peaceful days now. He thanked the king for everything and said that he had to leave, and he asked even though he wanted him to come tomorrow. He wondered why he would do that, to which he replied that he could tell him more about his world. MC asked if this wasn't just a cover for deciphering the book. The king smiled and asked what he was even talking about. Hadn't they been working on various strategies? The contract would be extended, of course. He sighed heavily and thought that it looked like his peaceful days hadn't arrived yet, and he agreed without much enthusiasm. But let him just not come to him with crazy ideas. Marito laughed and asked, aren't they friends? He sternly told him not to come to him, after which he said goodbye and left. He entered Maya's church. Wolf immediately smelled his scent and greeted him with a smile, and he, seeing that she was studying, remarked that she was always so devoted. He was proud of her. She happily wagged her tail, and Maya, with a nervous smile, said that she really was amazing, unlike someone who was always scheming with His Majesty. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to her, and then she indignantly exclaimed that even Elise tried to deceive her. Could he stop being a bad influence on her daughter's best friend? After that, she calmed down and said that she thought he could be given a passing grade for coming here trying to apologize. She understood what was going on. Besides, he had a good influence on Elise. She had recently become mentally stronger. Until now, she had always been chasing her father's shadow, so this is a good change. However, Elise is her daughter's best friend. She wants to watch her grow up well and properly. He understands what she's talking about, right? He became nervous and promised her that he would be careful. After which she went to make tea, and he sat down next to Wolf and seriously said that he had something to tell her. First, he wanted to apologize to her. She looked at him with confusion and asked if he had done something bad. He told her that he had used her as bait that night. In the eyes of the enemies, she looked the weakest, and that was how they lured out the killers. At that moment, it was definitely the most effective method. He told her that there had to be other methods for this, but he still used her as bait, so he was no different from the Black Wolf tribe that tormented her. She immediately grabbed his hand and exclaimed that he was wrong, all because he was angry. At that moment, he was angry with her, and this is her most precious treasure. If Master is angry for the sake of other people, she wants to help them with him. He stared at her in surprise, and then patted her head, and she said with a smile that since he apologized, she would forgive him, and he thanked her, after which he thought that she had already grown up and become a beautiful young woman. At least she was strong, unlike some people whose emotions were easily influenced. He had only known Gazan for a short time, but when he learned of his murder, his emotions got the better of him. That was why Elise scolded him for so long, and besides, he also used Wolf without hesitation. He told her that she tried hard, she managed to defeat the killer. He would think about growing something at home. She was not willing to help him? She happily told him that she wanted to try, and they continued to chat serenely. Despite his weak psyche, what he did was insidious. He's definitely not a very good person, but he's still thinking about finding the book Gazan had. Maybe he can figure out what crops he wanted to grow from it, although he'd probably prefer sake to that. A new day dawned. The protagonist came to Wolf and said he had sad news. Her heart began to beat faster. She thought something bad had already happened, and when he said Locker would come to them, she stared at him in confusion and asked, "Is that really sad news?" A few hours ago, MC was relaxing on a bench, enjoying the weather. It had been so restless lately, which was why he was pleased to relax like this. This neighborhood was heavily damaged, mainly due to Elise, when the assassins came, but now it's completely restored, as if nothing had happened. Magic is truly amazing. Speaking of which, in just one night, the castle wall destroyed by Elise was also restored. Apparently, Ragudo's team had gone to great lengths to fix everything overnight. Magic is truly magnificent. Lacra sat next to him on the floor and cried, but he ignored her and thought that this made him want to learn magic too. He would be glad to learn even a simple spell. He wondered if he could ever achieve that through training. Lacra started whining again, louder this time, and he glanced at her. He didn't want to deal with her problems at all and decided to go have lunch, but she grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Will he just ignore her?" He asked her to let him go. He wanted to stay in a good mood today. She said that in that case, he shouldn't leave her in trouble. She was kicked out of the Mayan church. He smiled and patted her on the shoulder, not at all sincerely regretting her expulsion, and she exclaimed indignantly that she had not been expelled, but simply thrown out. He pointed out that she had tried to help them, but instead had ruined everything, and they had told her to leave. He was right, wasn't he? He had hit the nail on the head. Because of this, she couldn't say anything. Apparently, she really was hopelessly useless. She had been told to stay in the Maya church until Pope Uparo arrived, but she had made too much of a mess there, and in the end, they had thrown her out. Maya had said that they were busy preparing for the harvest festival, and so she didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Also, apparently, the barrier she had put up during the inspection, other priests could do 10 times faster. He knew that sooner or later they would throw her out, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Locker grabbed him by the clothes, asking for his help, and he told her that he was not talented enough to cure her uselessness. She exclaimed that it did not matter. I mean, it did matter a little, but more importantly, she had nowhere to live. Could she stay with him? He immediately refused her, and she indignantly asked the reason, to which he answered that he lived in the Elise house and could not just let some freeloader in of his own free will. She was surprised and asked, "So a young man and a girl live under the same roof?" He noticed that she forgot about Wolf, and she asked, were they desperately fighting together? He ordered her to stop this already, and she, awkwardly coughing into her fist, noted that this was not good. What will he do if a mistake occurs? This requires her supervision. He told her not to worry. The only mistake that can happen is murder due to improper power adjustment. She was very surprised and exclaimed that she needed to protect them both from his ulterior motives. He pointed out that she had an ulterior motive herself, that she should just give in and sleep outside. She remarked that it was cruel, and then rushed to him in tears, asking him for help again. She didn't want to sleep under this bench anymore. He thought, so she had already slept here? She grabbed him and said that she was lonely and scared here, and he, sighing heavily, thought that she was so stubborn. Apparently, he had no choice. He came to Elise to ask her about it, and when she stated that she didn't mind, Locker was very happy, and the protagonist, shocked, asked why she should have refused her. She answered him that, as a noble knight, she couldn't ignore a woman sleeping outside under this cold sky. He asked, is she acting tough? He should just think about it. They only have 3 bedrooms. As a freeloader, he would feel bad if she had to share his room, but he was a man, so he couldn't sleep with her either. Elise said she could just stay in Wolf's room, and he called her a fool. What if her uselessness affected her? Locker remarked that he was being too cruel, but Elise seriously thought about his words. Seeing this, she became worried, and then Elise said he would sleep in the attic. He was offended and headed to the church, thanking her for everything he was taking Wolf. She worriedly asked him to wait. She was just joking. She thinks there is enough space in the pantry. It just needs to be cleaned out. MC sighed discontentedly, saying that they still need to ask Wolf about this, and now she said that she agrees. She likes Lakra. Lakra immediately hugged her, calling her a good girl, and the protagonist became upset. But since nothing could be done about it, he said with a dissatisfied look that then they needed to quickly clean everything up. He asked Wolf to help him, and Lakra also volunteered to help, but he ordered her not to move from her place. After that, the cleaning began. Lakra wanted to help them, but since she is known as a bungler, she only made things worse. So they sent her to the bathroom so as not to interfere. She decided to take a bath, had already managed to relax, but suddenly saw a spider hanging from the ceiling and screamed loudly, shouting at the candidate that she hated him. Wolf flinched in fear, and the protagonist told her that he did nothing. She confidently moved towards the bathroom, saying that he had the perfect alibi, and he asked where she learned that word. After that, they continued cleaning, and while they were washing the floors, Lakra decided to move the bucket of water, and MC, noticing this, hastened to stop her. As he thought, she slipped and dropped the bucket, causing all the water to fly onto Wolf, and they had to bathe. Evening came. Elise came home, and all 3 greeted her. The protagonist thought that the 3rd freeloader quickly mingled with them, and Wolf rushed to Elise for a hug. Seeing a pile of things folded in the corner, she said that she didn't know there was so much there. She continued to stuff everything into the pantry. It all had something to do with her family. MC noted that those things were very high quality. They are all very dear to her, right? She confirmed this with a smile, and taking the sword, tried to swing it and said that it brought back memories. This sword was given to her father by the late king. The protagonist asked if he remembered correctly. Her father was a knight of ties, and her mother was a priest, like Maya. She confirmed this. Both of them were good parents, whom she respected. He asked if she would want to just throw away mementos of them. She told him that she still needed to sort through them. It was pointless for her to have so many. She was thinking about donating some of them to the Mayan church and the Ragudo team. She saw her father's clothes and enthusiastically told the protagonist that they were just his size. Let him try them on. He could become a decent man, just like her father. He noted that if these clothes could give him such an effect, then they were cursed. She smiled and suggested that they continue tomorrow. Today they should go to bed early. She had a message from His Majesty. He said that he wanted to see him at the castle tomorrow morning. While he was wondering what he wanted from him, Lakra said that she was hungry, and Elise went to her room to change. Wolf rushed to set the table, and the protagonist hit Lakra on the head, telling her to help her too. She wiped the table, Wolf brought food, and then they all sat down to eat. Just like that, another freeloader joined their house. Everyone went to bed, and the next day MC went to the palace accompanied by Elise. The king told her that from that day on, her task would be to guard an important person. She was very surprised, and the protagonist asked, does this mean the Pope has finally arrived? Marito answered him that it wasn't so. He would arrive with quite a lot of people, so he would probably be late. He inquired who this important person was then, and the king told him that he was standing right in front of him. He pointed his finger at him and said that it was him. MC was very surprised by this, and Marito sighed tiredly, noting that he lacked self-awareness. The fact that he can read the Earth language makes him a valuable person. Has he already forgotten that? If word gets out, there will be more like Lahite coming for his head. When that happens, he won't be able to protect himself, will he? Now that the protagonist thought about it, it definitely makes sense. But he let out a nervous laugh, asking, will she really be his bodyguard? Elise turned to him indignantly and asked if he had a problem with that. Marito said that if he had a specific person in mind whom he would prefer to see as his bodyguard, he should tell him directly. However, he will not give him Sir Ragudo. He said, upset, that he knew he would say that and thought about it. Elise might be perfect for this role, but she is Elise. Noticing his hesitation, Marito asked, doesn't he want it to be a woman? Elise's expression immediately changed. She was already starting to tremble with rage, and MC realized he had just provoked her. He told the king that this wasn't the case at all. In fact, he preferred it to be a woman, but unfortunately, Elise lacked charm. He thought she was perfect for the job, regardless of her gender, but his compatibility with her was a bit poor. He asked who he felt most compatible with, and he replied that, if he had to judge among all the knights, he would choose Old Man Kara. Hearing this, Elias became indignant, and then she decided to challenge Kara. After that, they gathered on a spacious platform. She gripped her sword tighter and challenged him to a duel, but only if he didn't hold back and attacked, as if his life depended on it. Kara was shocked. He didn't understand how things had come to this. He approached the protagonist and whispered, "What happened? It looks like she wants to kill him." He answered him honestly that His Majesty entrusted her to guard him. "He thinks that's the matter," he asked. "But could this be the reason for such a reaction? Maybe they were talking about something else?" He remembered their conversation. He told His Majesty that, according to a knight he knew, Old Kara was perfect. Marito clarified, "Is he talking about Sir Domitor Kafkan? He really could be suitable for this role. But at the moment he has already taken the position of escort, it will be difficult to put him in this post. Maybe they should call a young knight?" MC answered him that in that case, and the conversation with Elias will be short. The king said that it was all decided. Elias will protect him. For some reason, she even became upset. Having learned what was going on, Kara immediately walked away from the protagonist, and then threw his arm over his shoulder and said that guard is a very honorable job. If you tell a person that someone else is more suitable for his position, he will feel unpleasant. After that, he headed to the court, saying that it was so terrible, but he could rely on him since he had been given such an honor. He stood in front of Elias, and MC thought that this was the first time he had seen a duel between them. Elias was as strong as a bunch of gorillas, and Kara was her equal. Even Wolf, who was making great progress in training, still couldn't land a single blow on the old man. At this time, she waved her arms, supporting Elias, and shouted to her, "Put that old man down in one fell swoop." The protagonist looked at her in shock and thought, why is she here? And how does she know these words? Is she really offended by what happened during their first meeting? What then? That now she doesn't think of him in the best light? He even feels sorry for this old man. At this time, he gathered all his strength, then rushed at the girl. She blocked his blow. He spun in the air and lunged forward, and Elias began to parry his blows. MC supported Kara, saying that he was not inferior to her in speed, and Elias, hearing this, grabbed the old man's spear and said with a smirk that she understood everything. She lifted the old man with his spear with one hand, which made him nervous, and then threw him back a few meters, and the protagonist called out to him worriedly. He thrust the spear into the floor to stop. He wanted to run back into the fight, but seeing how she was rushing at him, he almost cried. After that, she struck. He was able to block it. Then she put away the sword and left, thanking him for the duel. The poor old man was shot in the lower back. He fell in pain, and while he was being carried away on a stretcher, Wolf ran to Elias and delightedly said that she was so strong. MC turned to her and said that she could at least think about the poor old man, and she exclaimed indignantly, what was he even talking about? He was a very experienced warrior. She couldn't fight half-heartedly. He noted that she could have adjusted to his rhythm and considered this fight a training session. She didn't know what to say to this and embarrassedly said that it was very difficult to understand who was actually stronger. He asked, so she was worried about his words about the old man being better suited? He meant that it was easier to develop any strategies with him. She knew this herself. He prefers to come up with strategies than to fight with his own hands. He clearly understands his role and has stability. At the right moment, this will play a huge role. She indignantly asked what about her. He told her that she was too strong. The battle becomes easier as soon as she joins in. And she asked, so that's how he sees her? He said that without a doubt, she can be relied on. If it was only a matter of defense, he wouldn't mind. He just wanted someone to talk to. Would she feel satisfied if she just used her trump card like that in his place? She was confused, and he patted her head, telling her that she could be relied on. In this situation, he felt like he was being spoiled too much. He didn't want her to feel worthless, and he was sorry if he made her feel bad. He was wrong. She sheepishly touched her head and ran to Kara to apologize to him. And the protagonist approached Wolf and asked if she thought her recent words were normal. She answered him without remorse that he deserved it, and he asked when she would finally make peace with him. She answered him with a smile that she would think about it. Meanwhile, Elias went to the infirmary. She approached the old man who was resting on the bed and treating his lower back and apologized to him, saying that she was driven by resentment. He laughed and said that it seemed she had talked to that boy after all. She shouldn't worry, he understood everything. Besides, he had lost. Or did she want to take his place now? She answered him that this was not at all the case, and he said that he really liked that she was doing everything so that the boy would acknowledge her. She was surprised, not understanding what he was talking about, and he said that it seemed that she herself did not know the reasons for this. She asked, does this mean he knows? He answered her with a smile that it was love, nothing else. In a rage, she took out her sword and threatened him that if she completely broke his lower back now, it would no longer hurt. He excitedly waved his hands, saying that he was just joking. He also has a wife and children. He knows what love means. But her feelings are different from that. She asked him what he meant exactly, and he told her that it was respect. Something close to that. It was different from respect as a knight. It was respect for a person who could do what you couldn't. The boy lived differently than they did. If necessary, he would try to understand the heart of a villain. He was ready to follow this path. His strength was completely different from the knightly spirit. Of course, her knightly spirit was the most genuine. She didn't strive to follow a different path, and she also didn't want to follow the boy's path. She respected him for being ready to follow any path he deemed necessary. She nervously clenched her fist, asking him to speak a little more simply, and then he asked if, following the knight's path, she could turn to evil. She indignantly exclaimed that of course she wouldn't, and he laughed, saying that that was the whole point. This boy understood them, the knights, and at the same time, he could understand others. He can do what she can't. That's why she wants him to acknowledge her. She was surprised. He was right. After that, she smiled and said that maybe that's true. After all, she's still immature. Kara agreed with her and told her not to be biased. That's why she wants this boy to appreciate her. She asked, does that mean he thinks so too? He answered that it's nothing special, because it's not limited to just one boy. For example, His Majesty's praise would mean a lot to him. To be acknowledged by someone who can do what she can't is a great joy. She was surprised again and thanked him with a smile for these words. Now she began to understand a lot. After that, she left, and the old man lay down again and thought, how did he even think of supporting him in that duel? He's not very good at imitating others. Because of him, he almost died. After a while, the protagonist said, well, that's how it is, as expected from an old man. Elias looked at him and said she felt very awkward. He assured her that she shouldn't worry. He should be ashamed. She added, in any case, starting tomorrow, she'll be guarding him. He could rely on her. He replied that he was counting on her. Then she said, by the way, she was curious. She looked to the side and asked, what is this? And the protagonist said he was glad she asked. He grabbed a stick and, holding it out in front of him, said that he found it in the forest and fixed it up. This is his second partner. The first one went for firewood. She asked in surprise, but wouldn't this one break in one hit? If he wanted, he could borrow their weapon. He replied that he couldn't handle such a heavy weight. This one would do. He did it to remember what was important. No matter how strong his allies, this is all he can fight with, not relying too much on the people around him, fighting in a way that makes him feel good about himself. She replied, that's it. It can't be helped. If he needs anything, he should ask her without hesitation. And he lowered his stick and said, no, just clothes will be enough for him. If he has too many things, it will be difficult to transport them when he moves. At that moment, she looked at him in surprise and asked, moving? Was he planning to leave? And he replied, definitely not now. If he no longer needed to live here, he could try going to another country. Elias placed her hands on the table and asked if he wasn't satisfied with ties. He answered, no. How could he be dissatisfied with such a pleasant environment? She asked, then why? And he explained that he wanted to find a way to return to his own world. Then he placed the stick near the fireplace and added that he liked this life. He wanted to take care of Wolf and thank her in full. But still, he didn't know what the future would hold. Perhaps the comforts of the old world wouldn't be enough, and he would run out of strength to live in this one. He turned to her and added, and for this moment, he was trying to find as many ways out of this situation as possible, to get used to this world. After that, he smiled awkwardly and, scratching the back of his head, said, well, there's no need to worry. He wouldn't go away irresponsibly, leaving everything here. Elias said that if he disappeared, Wolf would be very lonely. He answered that perhaps, but she just needed to get to know this world better. And until then, he would try to let her experience as many encounters and sensations as possible. Of course, he wouldn't abandon Wolf to some dubious people. She noticed that he really did act like her father. By the way, does he have friends or family there? The protagonist turned toward the stairs and said he apologized, but it was personal. Maybe he'd tell her when he was drunk. After that, he bid her good night and walked on ahead. Elias remained seated at the table and thought his way of life was completely different from the knightly one she believed in. At least, she couldn't imagine living like that. But he walked this path without a shred of doubt. Then she became angry with him for following the path of evil. She was convinced it was a path from which there was no return. However, he leaped between them without hesitation. After that, she remembered the old man's words, who told her to listen. The boy still respected her, and she shouldn't forget that. Because she runs down one path and follows another, she must understand that this is something the boy cannot do. And finally, speaking of respect as a knight, he thinks he respects her more than him. She thought he was just like her. They were attracted to each other by what they couldn't do for themselves. Was that right? She didn't know what path he would choose in the future, but now he was. After a while, she abruptly opened the door to the room and shouted, "Good morning." She walked up to the protagonist's bed and said, "It's morning already." Morning. He wasn't going to get up? In response, the protagonist said he apologized, but the sun had only just risen. She continued to silently look at him and smile. After that, he sat up and wondered what she was doing there. She put her hands on her waist and replied, "Well, starting today, she's his guard. She has to be by her target's side all day, starting from the moment she wakes up. That's why." Then he shouted that he understood. After that, He walked over to the dresser and, looking at her in surprise, asked if she would be changing his clothes too. She replied that she didn't mind, but he shook his hand at her and shouted, "Get out." A little later, the protagonist and Wolf sat down to breakfast, and Eli stood nearby, approaching the protagonist from different sides, asking if he'd finished eating. Did he want to go outside, or maybe do something? After that, Wolf grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and pulling him aside, told them to go, and Elias, smiling happily, followed them. After a while, Marito, walking down the hallway, laughed and said that he understood, which meant he was fine. He'd come with so many people, he was starting to think something had happened. In response, the MC apologized, and Marito replied, "No big deal." Their conversation was quite fruitful. The conversations about weather forecasting and the differences in military technology were entertaining. By the way, they seemed to get along well with Lakra Self from the Yugura church. He heard they lived together. The protagonist replied that it was a strange coincidence. She finally found a job she could handle and would now pay the rent. He responded, "Wow." The protagonist thought, it seems like Lakra has a hard time keeping track of everything, but she can do a good job if she focuses on one thing. In battle, she has only one goal: to destroy the enemy. That's why she has no problems with it. For example, when Maya asked her to embroider a complex design, Lakra completed it with incredible speed. This is precisely the kind of work she excels at, although her childishness is unlikely to be cured. After that, Marito said, however, they've been working with her for quite some time. Perhaps she's trying. Before he could finish, the protagonist placed a hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry. She's too simple for that. She's not trying to convert anyone to the Megis. Marito sighed and said that it makes him uneasy when people see right through him. After a while, the protagonist noticed a beautiful garden. Then he shielded himself from the sun with his hand and said, "Wow." Marito spread his arms out to the sides and said, "Aha, this is his pride." Then they walked forward, and MC remarked that it looked like the Western gardens in his world, although it wasn't something you see everywhere. He was surprised, right? He passed his hand near a flower and asked, was this in his country? And he replied that it wasn't. Most gardens in Japan are quite primitive. Simple, but with a deep meaning, it's hard to explain in words. Marito asked, is the beauty of nature when the plants haven't bloomed yet? Something like that? He replied, yeah, they also have bonsai, which is growing a tree in a pot. Marito said that sounds interesting. Can they do that indoors? The protagonist replied that he thought, yes, there is mana in this world. It could be their source of nutrition. Speaking of mana, the trees on Black Demon Slayer Mountain were beautiful. He replied, yeah, it must be. There are such rumors about them. This one says the trees are like crystals. Their trunks and leaves glow. It must be beautiful. I wish I could see them someday. Then MC thought that he knew Marito liked gardening, but he didn't expect that he seemed so delighted. After that, he turned around and said, Elise, she looks bored, and she put her hands in front of her and said, that's not true. Marito asked if Lady Elise likes admiring plants. She smiled and, clenching her fist, said, if these are blades, then she admires them from time to time. The guys looked at her awkwardly, and then walked forward, and Marito said, tastes differ. The protagonist agreed with him, and he added, in any case, hasn't he thought about marriage? He noticed that it was sudden. Doesn't he need it more? Marito agreed that it was true. People around him often told him this. They said that he should have at least 3 wives. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised, thinking, 3? As expected from the royal family. Then he asked, by the way, does he have brothers? And Marito stepped forward and, smiling, said that although his father had 3 wives, he is the only prince, and so he has 4 sisters from different mothers. MC noticed, but he is protected from various feuds. He replied, yes, that is true. And then he sat down on a bench and added, some of his sisters married someone, and others became adventurers and went to other countries. The protagonist thought in surprise, became adventurers? He said that means the country will have no other heirs if something happens to him. No wonder everyone insists on marriage. Marito folded his arms and said, of course, he is right, but he sometimes showed up at dinner parties, but he hasn't found a girl he likes. He raised his index finger and added, so how about they search together? He promises the local girls won't disappoint him. Then Elise said, Your Majesty, he prefers older girls, so she doesn't think it's a good idea. Marito cried out in surprise. What? Is that true? And the protagonist smiled awkwardly and, looking at Elise, said that she should stop saying questionable things. She asked if she was wrong. After observing him, it wasn't hard to come to that conclusion. She thought he liked women like Maya. He replied, of course he would speak to her politely. Maya was older than him, and she was certainly an interesting person. But that didn't mean he liked older women. She cried out in surprise. What did he say? And he added that since he had decided to take care of Wolf, he couldn't look at her that way. Lakra is certainly attractive, but she's as dumb as a brick, so she doesn't count. Elise shouted, that's understandable, then what about her? He replied that she had muscles instead of brains, but she shouldn't worry. Unlike some people, she doesn't irritate him. Then the protagonist asked, Wasn't she the one who got mad when he addressed her as a girl? She knew he was very attentive to her at first, and she was surprised at first. And what about now? He replied that he thought of her as his feminine self, deciding everything with brute force, but somewhere deep down he still saw her as a girl. While she looked at him in bewilderment, Marito burst out laughing and then began wiping away tears. The protagonist noticed this and asked, why is he laughing? He knew there was a reason for all this. He was trying to force him to start a family so he would stay in Tease, right? And Marito folded his arms and replied that it was true. He just knows that after the decryption is finished he will no longer have a reason to stay here. However, he believes that he is needed in the country. He will do anything to get what he wants. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was not going to leave yet. Marito raised his hand and said, for now, yes, but that's what they just discussed. If he doesn't give him a reason to stay, then one day he might suddenly disappear. Besides, it's true that he is bored looking for a wife on his own. He will help him, right? They are friends, right? MC looked at him awkwardly in silence, then folded his arms and said that he didn't like this. He suggested doing things fairly. Thus, the said rule was established between him and Marito. Every time one side proposes a girl, the other invites someone back. Marito thoughtfully placed his finger to his chin and said, well, it seemed he couldn't overwhelm him with numbers. In any case, he would date the girls he recommended. It would be a duel to find the best candidate. That would do. The protagonist sighed with relief upon hearing these words. After that, they agreed to add another rule, one that prohibited the use of underhanded tricks. After a while, the protagonist walked forward, and Elise ran after him, asking why he was dragging his majesty into his strange games. He turned and sighed, noticing that she was offending him. Given Marito's wishes, he could pull the strings and marry her off. She wondered what he was talking about. He continued walking forward and added that, in any case, he intended to find him a good wife. That shouldn't be a problem. She followed him and said, by the way, this is just a simple question, nothing out of the ordinary. But what kind of girls does he like? Meanwhile, Marito continued sitting in the garden, and then his subordinate approached him and placed a glass next to him. He said, Your Majesty, he thinks you should refrain from smiling like that while you're thinking. He smiled and said that he shouldn't worry, that he was the only one here. He took the glass and added that he was a very interesting conversationalist. If only he were a prince instead of a king, he could spend more time with him. They could weave intrigues together. Although he was worried about his possible departure, he couldn't do anything about it. He wondered what his next move would be. He wanted to see it. With these words, he looked at his reflection in the glass, and his subordinate agreed with him and added that, although he was weak, he could achieve results their knights never dreamed of. It was incredible. Marito said, It's incredible. He didn't think he'd be interested in him. Until now, he hadn't shown interest in anyone, regardless of their strength. And he replied, It can't be helped. In his view, everyone in this country is weak. Marito said, about assigning a bodyguard, he thought he should have assigned one. He was surprised. Was he joking? If he wasn't with him, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the terms of the contract. Then Marito said, Well, it's time to get back to business. A few days later, Patriarch Uparo arrived. So did Archbishop Uka, captain of the Holy Knights Meiji Sio, and mediator Laliza. They walked down the street and then reached the main building. After a while, Uparo stepped forward and introduced himself. He said that first of all, he would like to apologize for their carelessness. He bowed and added that because of them, ties had suffered great damage, and he asked for their apology. Marito looked at them and replied, No need, their losses were minimal. It was Archbishop Uka's mistake. Thanks to that, they learned about Lashit. After that, Marito took out a book and said, Now the problem is this book. He handed it to the Patriarch and added, First, according to their agreement, he will return the book. The people who know the contents of this book are him, Sir Ragudo, and the only one who can read it, him, three in all. With these words, he pointed to the protagonist. Their gazes met, and Uparo said, So he came to them from another world. Could he shake his hand? He extended his hand and said that he wanted to understand what kind of person he really is. Then Laliza said, His Holiness can understand the kind of person standing before him by touching the magical power that flows through his body. MC smiled awkwardly, then extended his hand and said, Okay, they will begin. They held hands, and then streams of energy swirled around their hands. Uparo said thoughtfully, He doesn't have much mana, so that means he's a coward. He's afraid of any possible incident. He's trying to understand everything in order to prepare for it, all because there have been many cruel people on Earth. The protagonist thought he was dangerous, having learned so much from a simple handshake. Then he said he was right. After that, Uparo stepped back and bowing, added, Thanks to this, he was able to discover the demon that had infiltrated their country, and he was grateful to it for that. And the protagonist said that if he wanted to express his gratitude, he should visit the grave of the man who died in that incident. If it weren't for his death, he wouldn't have acted. He replied, Okay, He promises. He also wanted to apologize for calling him a coward. He apologized. He replied, the truth doesn't offend. Archbishop of Uka. He bowed and said that he heard that he defeated Lashait. He was very grateful. He awkwardly replied, no need, it was his own fault for what happened. He grabbed his head and said, he was just overcoming his mistake. And then Liliza covered her smile with her hand and said, Uka was very worried on the way here. He shouted, she shouldn't say too much, and she apologized and smiled. After that, MC looked at her and asked, Liliza, is he right? They haven't met before? And she looked at him and, adjusting a strand of hair, replied that that was not true. She was new to ties, and this was also their first meeting. The protagonist thought he would check her just in case. After that, the patriarch began leafing through the book and said, by the way, regarding the contents of this book, he heard that he can only report something in person. He answered, that's right, but first, will he be able to do something similar to his technique? He answered, no problem. Does he have similar techniques? He replied, in a way that is true. Since they are all here, he will try it on each of them. This method measures their self-confidence. It will start with him, the patriarch. He must repeat after him. He is the patriarch Uparo. He said, he is the patriarch Uparo. Something like that. MC smiled and replied that that was true. He was grateful. Now the Archbishop of Uka. He is the patriarch Uparo. He asked fearfully, huh? He is the patriarch Uparo. The protagonist continued, he is the Archbishop Uka. He added, he is the Archbishop Uka. He was surprised, but what is the point? The protagonist said by mixing truth and lies, he can measure how confident a person is in his words. He replied, okay. Then the protagonist continued, next Yo. He's the patriarch Uparo. He said he's the patriarch Uparo. MC said he's the Archbishop Uka. Yo also repeated after him. The protagonist added that he's the captain of the Holy Knights Yo. He repeated this as well, and then the MC said, excellent. He barely hesitated. And finally, Liliza. She repeated everything, and then after repeating Yo's name, he said, he's a Lachita. Everyone present looked at him in bewilderment. Streams of energy swirled around him, and then Liliza turned around with a sly smile. The protagonist asked, well, she can't repeat it? Of course, because Patriarch Uparo and Archbishop Uka can tell when a person is lying. In other words, they'll see through her immediately. Then she asked, well, when did he notice? He replied that he wasn't sure. But the fact of his ending his life was incomprehensible to him, and he wanted to understand. For such a person to part with his life so easily, seriously? He knew what the book was about, but not the details. But what if he had the opportunity to learn more? He definitely tried to establish contact with them. That's why he was always wary when meeting new people. The others were surprised, and Lasheta said, come on, that's no argument. After all, he's sure it's him. No, he wants to know why. Why does he suspect Liliza? MC thought, didn't move. Well, yes, he would prefer not to answer his questions. He's sure he has something to answer. Then he said that he's excellent at determining what kind of relationships people are in. During His Highness's conversation with the patriarch, he observed everyone's behavior. Of all those present, he alone seemed uncomfortable. He asked, was he uncomfortable? The protagonist replied, smiling as he teased the archbishop. The patriarch maintained a neutral stance. He would say, not overly friendly, but not hostile either. He also pretended to be assessing them. Wasn't it suspicious that the mediator, who should understand his superiors better than anyone, was acting so brazenly in front of his superiors? On the other hand, one might have thought she simply fancied him, but unfortunately, that's impossible, because he has dark hair and eyes, and black is considered a symbol of evil in this world. So it wasn't meant to be. Lahaide said, I see. He guessed he was overly excited to meet him. Who would have thought that would be reflected in his behavior? Then MC asked, do you remember him asking him if they'd met before? The way he said it sounded like he was trying to avoid answering, so he decided to test it. He figured he'd use this trick himself with Maya and Lakra, since they couldn't tell when he was lying. He felt a sense of déjà vu. The next second, Lashate spread his arms wide, laughed and shouted, wonderful, as expected, from a man from Earth. Then Uka shouted in irritation, idiot. What did you do to Liliza? And he turned around and asked, Uka, can't you see? This body is definitely Liliza's. He smiled wickedly and, placing a finger to his neck, added, the knife he used to slit his throat was charged with magic capable of separating the soul from the body. That's how his soul escaped. But the ritual requires that the object into which the soul will be transferred be designated in advance. Also, you can't have multiple vessels. By the way, he turned around and added, the new body is already ready, so he sees no point in harming this one. The protagonist thought, a rather useful spell. He also doesn't need to fear necromancers. It's hard to believe he can switch bodies so easily. Then Uparo shouted, forbidden soul transfer magic. Who knew he was capable of such a thing? Lashate waved his hand and said, I'd like to ask a few more questions, but it seems their pleasant conversation is coming to an end. He bowed, however, and said he apologized for leaving them, but the show was over. He wasn't saying goodbye. The next second, Liliza's body fell dead to the ground, and Uka ran toward her in fear, calling out to her. He placed her head on his lap and said, it looks like he was holding sharp magical stones in his mouth. Hurry, We need to help her. After that, everyone present was thoroughly checked. They were only able to continue the meeting after several hours. After a while, Yuparo bowed and said that because of them, they suffered damage twice. The king, he asks for his forgiveness, and Marito rose from the throne and said, Lachette was cunning. Now they should worry about Liliza's condition. He replied that he was grateful for his concern. Marito added that it seemed that Lachette had fled quite far. Yo said that, just in case, he informed the people guarding his body. MC thought that it would be a good idea for them if he returned to his own body. Although he doesn't think he's that stupid. Most likely, he'll lie low. What a thorn he is. I wonder what he looks like now, although, screw him. After that, Marito cleared his throat a little and said, so they should continue their conversation. Patriarch Yuparo, if possible, he would like to speak with him personally first. He needs to look into the matter himself. He also asks everyone unfamiliar with the book's contents to leave. Lady Elise, she replied that she understood, and then headed for the exit. The others followed her example. After that, Marito moved the table closer, and, placing a book on it, said that he would now tell them the contents of this book, from beginning to end. The protagonist came closer and answered, of course. He opened the book and said, well, first, he will tell you what this book is about. The contents in principle are roughly the same as they told them. The patriarch said, then there's nothing to worry about. But that's not all, is it? He answered, right. The problem is on the last page. Yuparo said that it doesn't seem very important. MC said, this is what is written here. This is where his research reports end. But they are only interested in the last line. The name of the person who created this book is written here. Then Yuparo cried out in surprise. The author of the book? Who? Who could use resurrection magic, the one who objected to the Demon King? The protagonist said the author's name was Yugura Naria. That's the name of the man who defeated the Demon King and founded the Yugura Church. The name of a hero. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Yuparo's face, and he asked if he thought Yugura, meaning hero, created the Demon King. MC closed the book and replied that he saw 3 scenarios. First, the book was written by an earthling. But is there an earthling with magical powers? Yuparo said he has very little mana, a child's level, or even worse. He answered, exactly. There's no magic on Earth. Consequently, they've never had mana, and given the time difference between their worlds, the hieroglyphs used in this book were outdated about 100 years ago. He'll say more. Even back then, magic was considered unscientific. Perhaps someone does have some magical power, but he doesn't think this Yugura was that remarkable. The patriarch said he certainly didn't look like a fighter, but maybe he was different. He replied that wasn't true. People in this world were used to fighting, using their magical power to enhance their abilities. But that created a huge gap between them. They would admit that he was able to increase his magical power through training after coming to this world, but he didn't think his training had bloated him so much that they were even calling him a hero. Yuparo placed his hand on the table and asked, so what does that mean? The protagonist replied that the man who defeated the Demon King wasn't the hero Yugura. He would assume it was a man from this world who had some connections to Yugura and simply used his name. He thought that an earthling named Yugura developed resurrection magic and revived the Demon King. Then one of his followers, calling himself Yugura, defeated the Demon King. He thought that was the most likely scenario. On the other hand, perhaps he thinks so, because he himself hasn't received any abilities. Then he extended his hand forward and spoke. But it seems very likely that the man who created and the one who defeated the Demon King are somehow connected. Therefore, he decided to tell His Holiness everything so he could make a decision. Then the patriarch covered his face with his hand and said that he had come face to face with a terrible truth. Yugura, the man who saved their world and abandoned his teachings, one of those who created humanity's greatest enemy, or one of his followers, what should he even do with this? And Marito said that Tais wasn't going to divulge this information, and couldn't. Most of the believers in his country adhere to Yugura's teachings, so they can't allow unnecessary confusion. Therefore, he asks that this information be divulged only to trusted people. The patriarch replied, yes, of course. Thus, Patriarch Yuparo found himself in an enviable position. He was glad he could finally share this information. He wanted to say, but after consulting with Magis, something similar could happen. He imagined the church officials saying, this must remain a secret. Anyone who knew this information must be destroyed. He thought he couldn't be sure that something like this wouldn't happen. No matter how much of an embodiment of virtue the patriarch was, that didn't guarantee his entourage would be equally favorable. Apparently, a quiet life wasn't in store for him. Sometime later, at Magis, in a tavern, the people gathered in the establishment were saying they were going to have a drink. Had they already ordered? A fight had broken out in the establishment. But at that moment, several people were sitting at a table. They were sitting inside the barrier. And beyond the barrier, shouts could be heard. What is he doing? Hey, someone has to stop him. Then Gilista stretched in her chair and said, in any case, putting a barrier between them wasn't a bad idea, although the fact that they were also cut off from the waiters wasn't so great. Then Parshuro shouted indignantly, idiot. What kind of idiot would come and take an order from someone who carries a bigger gun than he does? He tossed her a piece of meat and told her to at least chew the jerky. Then she took a small bite and said, That's better, she's grateful. And he angrily slammed his hand on the table and yelled at her to stop. Hitting her would be enough. She could say it a little more gently, she replied, as he says. And he continued irritably, she shouldn't talk with her mouth full, idiot. They say it'll be easier if she drinks. She said it, the very embodiment of kindness. Then Edwige's chain slid down, and then Lachette came up to them and asked, don't you guys think it would be easier to blend in if they got rid of this barrier? With that he smiled and, removing his hood, said that he was grateful that they had come. Gilista, she asked, is it really him, Lachette? And he added, Parshuro, Edwige. Gilista smiled and said how cute he was now, and he walked up to the table and climbing onto a chair said, the real body remained in the Yugura church. Parshuro shouted that he was going to die laughing. He had to sit down. Then Lachette said, so he gathered them here to propose a dangerous task. Gilista smiled and running her hand over her face asked, dangerous, huh? Does he really want them to kill the patriarch? And he handed the notes forward and said that it was shameful, but it wasn't. Their target is this guy, who recently sided with the patriarch. He's sure they can handle him without any trouble, but his bodyguard is a real pain, one of Tai's 5 best knights. The next second, Gilista rose from the table and shouted, hey, a girl, and a strong one at that. She reached for her huge weapon and smiling added, just like her. Parshuro shouted, what a moron, he's sending them to Tai's. Well, what time frame? He replied, the sooner the better. They don't exactly get along with this man, so he hoped they wouldn't show him any mercy. Then he got off his chair and walking forward added, yeah, the patriarch is in town too, so they could stop by on their way back. Gilista asked, really? Then they'd have to try harder. And Parshuro shouted, just because he can't do something doesn't mean they should participate. Idiot, he'll take care of it. Edwige continued to sit silently, and Lachette added, in that case, he thanks them all. They should give it their all. After a while, the protagonist moved a chess piece, and Wolf looked at him in surprise. Several days passed. There was no news from Lachette. He went about his days as usual. Elise wondered if she knew what they'd been talking about when they'd been asked to leave. But she'd be very happy if the weight on his shoulders would lighten a little. She wanted to believe it was just empty worry. But his face after that meeting was just... At that moment, the protagonist asked Marito, what had Yuparo decided in the end? And he, rereading the notes, said, surprisingly, it looks like he wants to stay in Tai's. The Yugura church is planning a harvest festival, and apparently he wants to take part in it. Wolf made her move, and MC said, I see. He supposed he'd originally planned to stay in Tai's, otherwise his visit would have seemed extremely suspicious. Marito remarked he was right. They were going to stand in the church. Maya would have more trouble. The protagonist added that he thought Maya was prepared for this. That's why she kicked Lacra out. He placed the next piece on the chessboard and added, by the way, he wanted to ask about Archbishop Uka. The salvation spell. Couldn't it restore people's memories? With memory-altering magic, Lachette could easily manipulate Archbishop Uka's memory. Marito said thoughtfully, perhaps they could try, but he'd heard it was a rather excruciating process and felt like torture. The protagonist said the Archbishop would have to go through with it. He was sure that if the Patriarch asked him, he'd agree. The next second, Elise shouted, he must wait. She came closer and screamed, this is torture. Didn't the Archbishop say he regretted it? They shouldn't go that far. He replied, who knows? She was indignant, who knows? And he said, however, it was the Archbishop who interacted most with Lachette. Accordingly, there was a high chance they could get valuable information from him. If they hesitated, more than 1 or 2 people would suffer in the future. Marito, he must report to him if the Archbishop remembered even the slightest detail. It's very difficult for a man to refuse, if it was not just anyone who asked, but the king himself. He answered as he said. Elise thought about it, and since then his behavior has changed greatly. Of course, he treats them the same as before. But when he says nothing, it looks very sad. He revealed Lachette's plans not once, but twice. So why can't he just relax a little? Then the protagonist took the next piece and asked, Wolf, he thinks this is a checkmate. She looked at him thoughtfully, and answered, yes, she won. And he put his hand to his face and said that he lost again. They had played 10 times, and he lost every time. Elise screamed in surprise. What? She thought that this board game was used to practice tactical skills. After all, they had only recently explained the rules to them. Besides, he said that this game was similar to chess, so this wasn't his first time playing it. But even so, that meant, she asked, did he give in? He replied that he hadn't. He had played seriously. She screamed in surprise. How could that be? He replied. Okay, Wolf, she must vacate her seat. He will play once, Elise, she replied. Okay. Then the protagonist began placing the pieces on the chessboard again and said, by the way, Elise, was she angry when the Patriarch called him a coward? Captain Ragudo told him about it. She answered hesitantly. She just... Before she could finish, he said that he had apologized to him. You shouldn't lose your temper so easily. She rose from her seat and was indignant. But he's not a coward. Take that operation with the bandits in the mountains, for example. And he said he had strong bodyguards, otherwise he simply wouldn't have gone there. She responded, but he's very useful. That's why she respects his abilities so much. She's sure His Highness does too. He said, she says abilities, he'll tell her just once. She and Marito value different things in him. Although, he took the notes from Marito's hands and added that he wasn't sure she would understand. Even if he explained it. Then Marito took the notes and said, I understand. After that, The protagonist folded his arms and said, well, he's in trouble. Elise asked if he was even trying. He replied, yeah, it's hard for him to imagine something like that. She screamed, but he did. The next second, a loud bang rang out in the room. Elise kicked the door open, and Marito followed her into the hallway and asked, what happened? One of his subordinates said, Your Highness. The armor decorating the hallway suddenly collapsed to the floor. Perhaps the unstable foundation is to blame. Then Elise returned to the room and said, it seemed like nothing serious. She looked at the chessboard and screamed in surprise. What? Did he really move a piece? He's cheating. MC asked, did anyone see him do that? Then Wolf raised her hand, and he told her to put it down. After that, Marito said, God, he wished he thought more about the people around him. And the protagonist stood up from his seat and said that he would say this is his own method of solving problems. He is not Elise, who can win every 100 battles. If he wants to win this game, then this is the only way he can do it. It won't work a second time. This is not something to be praised. The patriarch and Marito respect him, even knowing that he can do something like this. He shows excellent results, not despite the fact that he doesn't have any special abilities or anything like that. Then Marito approached him, smiled, and raised his index finger. He asked if he knew. He really appreciated his unusual way of thinking. The protagonist replied that he was very grateful, but he should act more like a king. He replied that he knew. Elise looked at him in surprise, and then MC ruffled her hair and told her not to make such a complicated face. The enemy is the enemy. As they say, all is fair in war. He went further and added, he means to say that he will win no matter what and will be glad to be praised. He would like her to praise him. She replied that she understood what he meant. But still, knights could never have achieved such a result. If he is not strong, and as he says, far from smart, then what is the reason for his success? He replied, well, in short, the ability to live well. Probably exactly that. She looked at him in surprise, then smiled and said, he says to live. I understand, she thought, really. He doesn't know how to use a sword or magic, and certainly doesn't have a high intellect. She said, I understand. She thought, nevertheless, he assesses a situation well and knows how to control himself. These are his greatest virtues. The patriarch and his majesty recognized this very trait in him, and so they were able to appreciate him. It's a shame they got ahead of her in this. She must learn to understand him better. Fortunately, she was the one chosen to be his bodyguard. And then the protagonist added, by the way, he really is a coward. He thought she would not let him live day or night. That's why he wanted to ask Marito to assign someone else. Now he doesn't want to give up her protection until everything calms down, but he still would like this to end as soon as possible. Cowardly enough, and she smiled and awkwardly scratched her cheek, saying, perhaps so. Then she watched him go and told him to wait. Wouldn't let him live? He replied, well, she should watch. She's watching him even when he's changing in the morning. She told him to wait. And he said, well, Wolf, he wants to be her teacher again. Does she have anything in mind? She answered decisively, yes. She wants to learn to predict people's actions. After some time, Maya was managing her subordinates, and they were asking, Maya, what should we do with these boxes? And what about these materials? Then Lakra ran up to her and said, Maya, she's finished. She smiled and replied, great. Okay, now she has to do this. With these words, she handed her a huge stack of documents. She shouted indignantly, why her? MC looked at it and noticed how noisy it was in here. And Elise agreed with him. After some time, they went outside where preparations were in full swing. The protagonist said, wow. And Elise raised her hand and said that the Harvest Festival is a very important event for the kingdom. It's held with the support of the Yugura Church. He said, so that's why Marito was so busy. It seems that even in this world, people take a break from studying during the holidays. So everyone became free. She said, but there is still independent training. And then the protagonist shouted, excellent, Wolf. He patted her on the head and offered to buy her something as a reward for her work. What would she like? Elise indignantly asked, hey, doesn't he want to praise her in Lakra? And he replied, she should listen. Wolf should remember what it feels like to be pampered. In the future, she will definitely meet people who will rely on her, who will need her attention. Do you think she will be happy if out of ignorance she only feels stress? He must teach her not only how to live and be prepared for battle, but also how to help the people who rely on her, to pamper them if necessary. Elise looked at him thoughtfully, and then asked, so why not ask Lakra for this? He replied that he was worried that Wolf would start imitating her. That is, as the saying goes, you become what you associate with. He thought that he wanted Wolf to be who she really was. This question would help him find out who has the most influence on Wolf. Then she laid down her fists and said, that's it. She's decided. She wants a weapon. And the protagonist pointed at Elise with his hand and shouted, it's her. And she shouted in surprise, she? Then Wolf pointed at the protagonist and said, I want a weapon like his, mentor. And he was surprised. Wait, now it's him. Elise asked why he was even carrying that wooden sword. He scratched his head and said he'd already told her he was a coward. He thought about it, but she still wanted a weapon. He asked, Wolf, what kind of weapon does she like? She replied that she didn't know. Elise smiled and said that it was probably because she was equally proficient with all weapons. MC said she needed to think about it, seeing all the options in front of her. Then Elise said that in that case, they should go to the weapon shop. After some time, they arrived at the right place, and going inside, Elise asked, Thorwid, is he here? He asked. Well, who else is there? Lady Elise? She hadn't visited him in a long time. Had her sword finally broken? At that moment the protagonist thought, wow. He was seeing him for the first time, but he could definitely tell that he looked like a professional blacksmith. Then, Elise handed the sword to the master and said, unfortunately, that's not true. The sword he dug up was incredibly durable. But she wanted him to remove the cracks from the blades. The protagonist thought any Japanese person would be delighted with this, like a little boy. Thorwid cried out in surprise. She must wait. The scabbard isn't a weapon. How did she manage to damage it so much? The protagonist thought he had a brilliant eye. After that, Thorwid returned to the weapon and said, my god, this is practically falling apart. Then he looked at the others and asked, did she really bring someone with her? Wolf came forward next, introduced herself, and said that she asked for his love and favor. He asked, a demi-human, huh? She has incredible mana reserves. She reminds me of her in some ways. Compared to her, that boy looks so weak, as if he were living on his last Monday. MC replied, he may be weak, but he's very confident. Then Eli said that they came here to pick out a weapon for Wolf. Since they were here, maybe he would like to find something for himself too? And the protagonist looked at his wooden sword and replied, no, this is enough. She wanted to object, but after watching the protagonist, Thorwid threw him a jar and told him to take this. This is the oil that he uses to maintain the quality of the wooden parts of weapons. He can use it in good health. He happily picked up his sword and shouted, seriously, he is grateful. And Elias looked at Thorwid and said, he is an excellent blacksmith, so why didn't he offer him a normal weapon? He replied that he knew perfectly well what he was capable of. Therefore, he chose a weapon that perfectly suited his physique. The only thing he could do was give him something to help maintain this weapon. Meanwhile, Wolf was sorting through different types of weapons, and Thorwid asked, so how are you, Snow White? Did she find a weapon for herself? And she held a knife and an axe in her hand, and said that she couldn't choose. He replied, you can tell right away. She can easily handle any weapon she picks up. But at the same time, it will be extremely difficult for her to find the perfect weapon for herself. Then Wolf looked at the protagonist and said, mentor, she's asking him to choose something for her. And he thought he knew it. Remembering all the battles with Wolf, he can confidently say that she fights best barehanded, but she said she wanted a weapon. And that means, after that, he approached the counter and, picking up a quill, said, Thorwid, he needs to discuss something with him. He made a few notes and said something like this. He replied, interesting idea. In that case, you can make some adjustments here and there. After that, he looked at the notes and said that it looks good. The protagonist asked, by the way, what's the price? Thorwid made some notes and said it was the first time he'd received an order like this, so, well, that's about it. MC looked at it, then said that in that case, he was counting on it, and he was surprised. So suddenly, it seems she's very dear to him, Snow White. And Wolf asked in surprise, mentor, are you sure? The protagonist replied that if he couldn't pay, he wouldn't have agreed to it, so she shouldn't worry about it. After that, Thorwid put his pen down on the notes and said, it's decided. He needs her measurements. She should follow him. He turned around and then, turning slightly, said he'd finish by tomorrow evening. Wolf ran after him and the protagonist thought, so quickly? Is he really a dwarf or something? The next day they returned to the shop and stared in surprise at the finished item. Elias smiled and said, I see. Gauntlets. These gauntlets were made from an alloy of several metals, allowing Wolf to maximize the damage she deals while minimizing the damage she takes while defending herself. These gloves also utilized a metal that easily conducts mana, allowing these weapons to be enhanced with magic. The fists are lightly metallized, allowing Wolf to perform powerful magic-based slaps without issue. The metal structure around the fists also serves as a protector. Thorwid also crafted additional armor for her legs. Wolf admired the new weapon, then approached Elias and offered to fight. After a while they went outside, and MC waited while the girls practiced their combat. After a while they walked forward, and the protagonist, smiling, said, she seems to like this Wolf. He thinks she'll get used to it quickly. She happily replied, aha. She turned to him and said, master, he must teach her how to deceive her enemies. And he replied, there she goes again. He placed his hand on her head and added, she must listen, Wolf. There's no concrete way she could deceive her opponent. Of course, it's very satisfying to fool an enemy after so much preparation. But she must continue her training to learn how to use her power like Ilis or Lakra. She must understand everything she can and can't do. After all, he would be very sad if she buried her talent. After that, she smiled and declared that she understood. The protagonist thought that she always listened to his instructions, but in a way it was a shame, since she couldn't learn anything on her own yet. Most often, children learn about the world around them through their parents, but Wolf is alien to that. He really wants her to learn things like justice from Maya, Elias, and the other knights, how to be someone you can rely on, and how to pamper others. And he also wants her to be herself. After a while, Wolf was cleaning her new outfit, and noticing this, Lakra shouted that she also wanted a nice gift from him. Maybe he'll give her a ring? Well, he knows, the one that goes on the ring finger. The protagonist irritably told her to shut up. He already bought her a drink from a dog bone, so she should sit still. He thought that now he was 100% sure that Wolf shouldn't hang out with her. After some time, they came to a decorated street. The protagonist was surprised. Wow, How beautiful. And Eli said that the harvest festival will last 3 days. The first day in the square in front of Tai's castle, to bless them for a good harvest next year. The next, the last day, when all the villages will receive the blessing, and the tools will be returned to Tai's and burned at the closing ceremony of the festival. The protagonist looked at the leaflets and said that it looks like this noise and hubbub will continue day and night for all 3 days of the festival. Elias asked where Lakra was. Did she really have work? And he replied that she didn't. She got some money from the Yugura church and went out to have fun alone. She was surprised and said, "How could that be?" And he said, "No wonder, considering how much trouble her clumsiness can cause." Well, he figured as soon as she ran out of money, she'd go looking for it. They should really enjoy the holiday before that happened. And then she asked, by the way, what was he reading all this time? The protagonist said, a copy of the research results. It seems they managed to extract all available information from Archbishop Uka's memory, as well as the wanted posters he asked to be prepared. Elias asked, wanted posters? MC replied, well, does she understand? A lot of people came to the festival. It's possible that Lachate might make his next move. Judging by these records, he's not the type to sit idly by. Elias asked, and that's why he needs the posters, right? Lachate himself isn't very strong, that's for sure. MC replied, according to Lakra, Archbishop Uka isn't very strong in combat either. He simply doesn't have any skills for it. It seems that Lakra would be much more useful in a battle than Archbishop Uka. And Lachate's strength is about Lakra's level. Besides, if Lachate uses another person's body, its combat abilities will decrease. But it is this ability that is its main strength. The only problem is what kind of person he will use. Elias asked how he knew this. MC replied, firstly, it is unlikely that he will use the services of the assassins from Megis again. Pope Uparo ordered close monitoring of suspicious characters in nearby states, so the likelihood is high that the assassins will be caught by the guards. In this case, Lachate will be forced to limit himself to the services of people in whose abilities he has 100% confidence. Elias replied, I see. So, these leaflets depict all the adventurers with a dark past. MC replied, yes, and yet, it seems that every world has its villains. Especially her, a girl wielding a sword larger than her own body, a bloodthirsty maniac. She lost her composure during one of the large-scale monster extermination operations, resulting in the deaths of many adventurers, including those who tried to stop her. The protagonist looked at the ad and asked, why did they just leave her alone? If someone like her appears in the city, she will immediately. He looked up and saw the girl and froze, and Elias asked, what is it? Why did he stop abruptly? MC thought, is it her? He needs to calm down. Even if it is the girl from the leaflet, it is not a fact that she was sent here specifically by Lachate. Perhaps she is an ordinary tourist who came to Tais for the festival. Callista smirked, and Wolf sensed danger and frowned. MC said, Elias? He thinks this is not the best place for a battle. Elias said that if they go to the square, they can enlist the support of the knights and the battle will be much easier. MC answered, he understood. He turned to Wolf and asked to transfer them to the roof. They are going to the square. She answered, yes, sir. She grabbed MC and Elias and lifted them to the roof. MC turned around and thought, isn't she following them? What is she planning? The protagonist screamed, Elias, make her stop. Her real target is the people around her. Callista grabbed her sword and swung it, and Elias rushed forward and screamed, she attacks innocent people without any remorse? Callista smirked and asked, so what? But didn't they want to escape from here? Knights protecting the weak and defenseless. She looked at the girl lying on the ground and looked at her with fear. Elias ordered everyone to run, or they would die. Wolf screamed, Master, what will they do? MC said, what a noise. The other knights should definitely come running to it. They need to stall for time. Wolf replied, she understood. They jumped off the roof, and Jalista turned around and mockingly asked, who do they have here? Have they really decided to join in? How happy she is. Elias screamed, you idiot, why didn't he run away? MC showed the ad and asked, is she Jalista? He's right. Yeah, she didn't hesitate to attack the city in the daytime. Jalista replied, yes, it was her. Their beloved Jalista. The protagonist asked, was Lachate sending her, right? She looked at him and asked again, what was he talking about? MC told her not to fool around. A few days ago, Lachate declared war on them. Jalista asked again, right? Is that true? And she didn't even hear. What a bad boy Lachate is. Suddenly, a scream was heard from behind. You idiot, it's obviously a lie. How easy it was to fool her. Jalista replied, how could they? And she believed them. Her partner screamed, as if Lachate would do something like that. You idiot. He pointed his finger at MC and screamed, but he's no slouch. 10 out of 10. The protagonist thought, what kind of emotional swing is this? Callista asked to forgive Parshuro. He screamed, can she shut her mouth already? Well, let her stop and call him Parshuro like the others. MC started sorting through the leaflets and thinking, Parshuro, Parshuro, he found it. Parshuro. In the past, he was a disciple of the Holy Fist of Greydon and one of the candidates for this title. He once carried out an assassination, killing a huge number of Greydon's disciples. Since then, he makes a living doing work in the Adventurers Guild or working as a bodyguard. What an unpleasant guy he is. Another madman. Since the assassins sent by Lachate keep appearing one after another, so will their reinforcements. Jalista smirked and said, no, the other knights will not come to their aid. She cast a barrier so that no one interferes with their battle. He can leave here, but he will never be able to enter. Such is the barrier. MC thought, I see. So that's why it was so quiet here. There are a few civilians here who didn't have time to escape and no reinforcements for them. In that case, he turned to Elise and told her to create distance. She turned around and screamed, but what if they let them go freely? The protagonist interrupted her and said that he wasn't telling her to keep her distance, but to create distance. Elise replied, she got it. She kicked Callista, causing her to fly to the side. Callista said in displeasure how painful it was. How could she hit a girl in the stomach? Elise asked for forgiveness, but now she wouldn't have to hit her with her hands. They could easily fight each other with swords here. Callista smirked and said, no way. She was stronger than her. But Parshuro burst into the fight and shouted, don't forget about him, you little brat. 2-on-1? Like, that's unfair? Callista replied, of course. The girl? We shouldn't forget about her either. She swung her sword, but Wolf hit her and screamed. Those were her words. Callista said what a cute little dog joined their fight. Parshuro, she's not very good with animals. Can he take her on? Parshuro irritably ordered not to give orders here. Idiot. He attacked Wolf and said, she lacks skills, but she fights well. MC ordered Wolf to avoid reckless attacks and not to underestimate her opponent. At that moment, Callista said, yeah, there's no way she'll win in a fight like this. Then, she released dark mana from her sword and asked, how about this? Bon appetit. Elise asked, is this a demonic blade? Callista answered, exactly. It drinks the blood of people and feeds on their flesh. And it also likes to crunch on the bones of its enemies. Well, time to feast on a delicious girl night. MC turned around and thought, this was the only place the townspeople didn't run away from. Overall, they managed to avoid most of the damage. Elise versus Callista. Wolf versus the fickle Parshuro. It looks like Elise is doing more or less okay. Callista swung her sword and shouted, come on. Elise dodged and said, this sword is hard to block. Besides, it also absorbs someone else's mana. MC looked at her questioningly, and Callista asked, did she notice? That's right. With every swing, this sword devours the surrounding mana. For example, it will absorb mana even if it misses its opponent. MC thought, this is incredible. He wanted to say, but the odds are not in their favor. At this rate, Elise will quickly lose all his strength. He doesn't know exactly how much mana this blade absorbed, but looking at their fight, he can say it's definitely a lot. The same goes for Wolf. Parshuro frowned in irritation and said that his blows were so weak that he couldn't enjoy the fight at all. He admitted that she had a lot of mana, but other than that, she was good for nothing. He was fed up. Let her prepare to die, brat. The protagonist thought. Had his mood changed again? Parshuro hit Wolf, and MC screamed, Wolf! She stood up, and Parshuro said, by the way, Callista wielded a demonic sword, so he didn't recommend thinking that her partner was fighting with ordinary bracers. Let her burn to ashes, brat. MC asked fearfully. Wolf? He turned around and said, she's alive. No need to relax. Parshuro said in surprise. She changed the trajectory of his attack in an instant, and she's not a miss. But at that moment, MC looked at the wall in surprise and thought, the stone wall caught fire? What kind of joke is this? Parshuro said the fire created by his bracers isn't actually fire. It's mana capable of burning other mana. That's the true nature of his flames. The protagonist thought, I see. So he set fire to the mana trail left behind by Wolf. He thanked his opponent for the explanation. He thought, but burning mana is no joke. If he directly uses this technique on Wolf, who is practically a huge accumulation of mana, for her to reflect this attack with her mana would be like putting out a fire with gasoline. If she gets it wrong, there will be an explosion. No matter how you look at it, Wolf is at a disadvantage. If he wants to interfere in their fight, no, that's not an option. Even if he doesn't catch fire because he has no mana in his body, he can't help in any way. The only thing he can do now is keep a close eye on Callista and Parshuro and find their weak spots. But their actions are illogical. They just attack them with unimaginable brutality. Okay, stop whining. MC wondered if his understanding alone was enough. He had to do everything he could. It was horrible. His body was so heavy. These chains were getting in the way. His body was shackled and he screamed. What? Wolf screamed, teacher. Elise screamed. Another one? Callista swung her sword and answered, or else. There aren't two of them. She'll reveal the secret. Neither she nor Parshuro can cast barriers. She laughed and said, that's great work, Edwige. The protagonist thought he was too careless. There was another person with them. He loses consciousness. MC started to close his eyes, and after a while he woke up and asked, where is he? He was tied up and thought, a nightmare. He can't move. He's lucky to be alive. He doesn't know what happened. But apparently, they escaped from Elise. Yeah, he doesn't even want to think about the fact that Elise and Wolf lost. At that moment, Callista entered the room and said, how offensive. Just a little more, and she would have devoured those knights. Parshuro told her to calm down and suggested getting ready for the next battle. He screamed, and he was just warming up. A nightmare. Callista asked to listen. Why did he drag them along with him? What was he planning, Edwige? He sighed, and Callista sat down on a chair and said, he really is a taciturn person. And what's going on in his head? She looked questioningly to the side, and then got up and walked up to MC. She stuck her sword near his face and asked, is he awake? And she so wanted to cut off his hand to wake him up. MC replied, well, are there really no girls in this world who could wake him up without using brute force? Callista said, and he is very calm about it. The protagonist asked again, so, why did they leave him alive? He thought Lecce ordered them to kill him. Callista happily answered, that's right, that's why they are here right now. Suddenly a voice rang out. It's simple. Everyone turned in surprise to Edwidge, who said, he's going to use him. He will kill Lacra Salf, and to achieve his goal, he will use him. The bandits looked at him in surprise, and MC thought, Lacra? Lacra Salf? She is 25 years old and unmarried. She was abandoned by her parents and raised in an orphanage at the Uyghur church. She really loves to get close to others, but she has never been able to create strong bonds, which is why people quickly lost interest in her. She was often the cause of emergencies, which often affected others. After leaving the orphanage, she worked as a servant at the main branch of the Uyghur church, but she couldn't handle paperwork. Co-workers avoided her, and her superiors often reprimanded her. To avoid future incidents, she began training in magic control. She performed well in one of the training sessions, which led to her becoming a student of the Archbishop of Uka. The Archbishop trained Lacra using his own methods. Lacra quickly realized her potential. During her first monster-slaying mission, Lacra showed amazing results. For these achievements, she was immediately promoted to the position of priestess. He received this comprehensive information from Lacra herself. Stop it. Now is not the time to count crows. He is in a room with real psychos. It is difficult to find any specific logic in their actions, and that says it all. But here is the third one. He is a killer who uses chains, Edwidge. Apparently, he came to this city only because of Lacra. He needs to study it. Where should he start? Julista said, well, he surprised me so much. She went up to Edwidge and asked, did he really talk just now? Parshuro said, he scared him so much that he almost hit him. That's very unusual. Edwidge replied, he only speaks when it makes sense, and he doesn't see the point in communicating with idiots like them. Kilista shouted in displeasure, what? Edwidge said, Earthmen, he was right. Lashite ordered them to find and kill him, but it's worth noting that he didn't specify how and when they should deal with him. MC replied, I see. So he plans to use him as a hostage to achieve his own goals. Edwidge replied, that's right. They sent a message to the knights. He will be bait for them. Gilista will deal with Elias Ratzel, and Parshuro with Pope Uparo, and he will kill Lacra Salf. MC thought, what did he dislike about her so much? The only thing that comes to mind is her stupidity and irritating frivolity. He said, he still understands the goals of Gilista and Parshuro, but what is the point of killing Lacra? Since he can talk, maybe he will tell him about. Edwidge screamed, she is his father's enemy. MC thought, enemy? Lacra? She certainly has hidden potential, but will she have enough courage to kill a person even if her life is on the line? Although, there is one reason that can push her to murder. The protagonist asked to be allowed to ask, was he really raised by a demon? Edwidge laughed and said, now he understands why Lahaite is so afraid of him. That's right. When he was a baby, the villagers of one village sacrificed him. His father was a demon in the literal sense, but instead of eating him, he decided to raise him. And the reason was ridiculously stupid. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the inhabitants of this very village fell at the hands of a baby they abandoned. MC said, yeah, right. He must have really missed his parents' love. Does that mean he just wants to gain his recognition? Edwidge said, exactly. His father didn't love him because he was a human. However, he is much better than those scum who threw a baby to be devoured by a demon. The fact that he is still alive is entirely due to his father and his gift to him. However, one day, his father was killed by an inexperienced nun named Lacra Salf. She disgraced his father. He appeared weak not only in the eyes of humans but also in the eyes of demons. MC asked, he wants to kill Lacra in a fair fight, so he didn't kill him so that she would have an incentive to fight. Edwidge answered, exactly. Let the earthling rejoice. He will let him stay alive as long as he deals with Lacra. The protagonist said it was so sweet. He could barely hold back his tears. He thought about it. He roughly understood the situation. To tell the truth, he was very grateful to Edwidge. He was able to conduct an adequate dialogue, which already puts him ahead of the others. Among the three, Edwidge had the strongest motivation, but this gave him the idea that each of them was not just following Lashite's orders, but also pursuing their own goals. And if so, he needed to think not about how to psychologically crush Lashite, but about how to outplay these three. This meant his current task. After a while, Lacra turned around and, running into the room, asked for forgiveness. Was she that late? A cry rang out. What a shame. She was supposed to protect him. Lacra turned to Illis and said that it was not her fault. They had a numerical advantage. She simply couldn't win. But she could disregard Mr. Secretary. He was more of a burden than a backup. Wolf ordered her not to speak ill of the mentor. Illis thanked Lacra and said she didn't even know what would have happened if she hadn't come to the rescue. Lacra replied shyly that she'd spent all her bonus, so she decided to shake him down. Or rather, find Mr. Secretary. Then she felt a very strange aura. She needed to know what was going on. That's how she came across the barrier. Then she just went and broke it. Edwidge turned around and said, they have guests. They're retreating. Elias said, at that moment, they were a few moments short of killing him. As soon as that killer noticed her, all his bloodthirstiness was directed at her. Lacra asked again, but why? She didn't remember anyone who hated her so much. Elias said, they are killers. They probably treat anyone like that except for the client. Lacra said, but she wouldn't hurt a fly. No, of course she killed monsters and demons, but this is different. Elias said, be that as it may, thank you. Thanks to her help, the knights were able to approach before innocent people got hurt. And they also didn't kill the secretary. Lacra said she was of course glad she was able to prevent his murder, but she was far from calm. They understand. They don't seem like the kind of people capable of adequate dialogue. Maybe they won't kill the secretary, but will he be safe and sound? The girls were thinking, when suddenly a knight burst into the room and shouted, "Lady Elise." They found this letter on the main gate. Elise took it and quickly opened it. She read, "They will wait for Lacra Salf, Elise, and Euparo at midnight in the square near the western wall. They can take the white-haired girl with them, if they sense the presence of strangers, but they will immediately kill the guy." At that moment, in a wooden, dilapidated building, Gilista said, "By the way, Edwige," she thought about it, "maybe she should cut off the guy's legs so he couldn't escape." MC replied, "He's actually a very weak person. He'll die instantly if his legs are cut off." Gilista replied, "No need to worry. You can't tell from her, but she can stop the bleeding with magic." MC thought, "That sounds logical. She's an adventurer after all, and a sadist to boot. It's terrible. The other two aren't going to stop her at all. He has no choice." MC fell to the floor and screamed, "What a nightmare." Gilista asked what he was up to. The protagonist replied, "Nothing special. He just thought that since she was bragging so much, it would be nice to see her magic in action." Gilista extended her hand forward and said, how alarmist he was. "It's an elemental wound. Let him see." She created an energy seal and said, "Like this, why?" She looked at MC's wounds in confusion and asked, "What?" Parshuro screamed, "You idiot. It didn't work? That's weird." MC said the problem is in his body. He has too little mana. That's why he doesn't get any benefits from spells that increase vitality. He wanted to prove it to them before he died. Edwige turned to Gilista and said, "He is terribly weak. His weapon is an ordinary wooden sword, and he will never free himself from these shackles of weakness." MC replied, "He is fine as is." Gilista grabbed the sword and said, "What a pity," and she so wanted to hear him squeal. The protagonist chuckled and thought, "Nightmare. They really are such idiots. There's almost nothing he can do in this situation, let alone escape." The key word is almost. He was able to understand Edwige's mindset and motives, his manner of speech, his hatred towards Lacra, and the fact that he is very eloquent, despite not talking to his partners. At the same time, he was able to see how Gilista and Parshuro behave outside of battle. They are very far from the concept of sane people. The more he learns about them, the more convinced he is of this. This is exactly what he needs. After all, knowledge is the key to understanding. He has no need to change his methods. He certainly found himself in a slightly difficult situation, but nothing should stop him. Exactly. He just needs to understand them. But this time he will have to dig a little deeper. Gilista turned around and said in surprise what a scary face he had. MC replied that if he felt uncomfortable, maybe it was time to think about his life. Does she understand? He has one work habit. Sometimes he unconsciously starts to impersonate his interlocutor. Gilista replied, "No, he didn't get it. She likes that expression." MC smirked and said, "Yeah, how could it be otherwise?" Parshuro said it gave him goosebumps. Now he understands why Lashede wants to kill him. The protagonist said, "Come on, that's complete nonsense. He's just a weakling. Any of them can easily kill him. After all, he's a very, very weak person." The next day, they will wait for Lacra Salf, Elise, and Euparo at midnight in the square near the western wall. They can take the white-haired girl with them. If they sense the presence of strangers, they will immediately kill the guy. Elise frowned and said, "Edwige wants to deal with Lacra, Gilista with her, and with the Euparo, Parshuro, or maybe Lachate." They also allowed Wolf to accompany them, as if they wanted to settle everything themselves. Lacra asked fearfully, "What should they do?" Elise answered, "They can handle them." But Pope Euparo. The order rang out to prepare the horses. Elise cried out in surprise, "His Majesty?" Marito entered the room and said he hoped she was ready to take responsibility. "Lady Elise?" She lowered her head and asked for forgiveness. She was assigned as his bodyguard, and Marito said, they expect that they will want to ensure his safety. And since this is how it turned out, their duty is to fight to the end. Let them leave remorse and doubts for later. Elise answered, "Yes." Marito said, "Lacra from the Order of Ugra. She will support her. The enemies look human, but their essence is monstrous. Will she be able to help them?" Lacra answered happily, "Of course. She will do everything possible to protect the candidate." Wolf said so too. Elise said no. She is staying here. Since she was mentioned in the letter, then most likely, this is Parshuro's work. But he is too strong and dangerous. He is much more dangerous than Gilista. Wolf screamed, "No, she will go too." But if Elise was told not to go, would she listen? Elise answered, "Their enemies are strong. She is not sure that she can protect her." Wolf answered, "And there is no need. She is going there only to protect the master." Elise said, "They cannot be defeated in a fair fight. They will have to resort to tricks to save him." Marito said that concerns her, Lady Elise too. To save him, they must act differently. If knightly pride prevents them from fighting, let them throw it away here and now. Elise answered, "Yes. This time, his salvation is their top priority." Wolf and Lacra are ready to rush into battle, and she, a knight who failed to protect him. She has no right to cling to pride now. They will save him at any cost. But his path is like a distorting mirror. In the face of evil, he becomes a part of it in order to understand it. So it was with Dokor. So it will be with these madmen. But if he tries to comprehend them, what will he turn into? Elise lowered her gaze and thought, let him just wait for them. Please, let him not lose himself. After a while, MC came out of the hut and said, "Thank you for freeing him." He knew he would understand. Right? He had something to tell him. At this time, in the square by the western fortress wall, Lacra looked around and said, so quietly, and yet, not long ago, the harvest festival was taking place in the square. Eli said the festival should have continued, but as soon as they received the letter with the meeting instructions, they cancelled it, and the residents from the nearby houses were evacuated. A squad of knights is hiding in the distance. If something goes wrong, they will intervene. A cry was heard. The hour has struck. However, only when they will no longer be alive. Elise drew her sword and asked, well, will they show themselves, or will they wait? Gilista stepped forward and said with a smirk, she thinks someone is missing here. Parshuro shouted, they dare ignore their conditions, idiots? Do they not value the life of the hostage at all? Elise replied, Pope Uparo is not in the city. Right now he is touring the nearby villages. Right, so there's no way he could be here. They should have at least known about this before demanding his presence. Gilista said, their disorganization has split. Parshuro asked, fool, how could she not know about this? But now they know where he is, and he is left without his bodyguards. Wolf screamed, where's Master? Gilista turned around and mockingly said, forgive me. She couldn't help but say it. He was looking at her so sternly. Wolf thought fearfully, Master. She rushed forward, and Lacra grabbed her and ordered her to stop. Wolf, at least she shouldn't fall for these cheap provocations. MC's voice rang out. She's right, Wolf. She should control herself. The lice turned around and joyfully screamed, Master, is he all right? She saw the wound on his shoulder, and Parshuro said, they brought him here on purpose, the idiots. So they couldn't get away with it because they had never seen the hostage alive. Gilista said, well, she just wants to enjoy a life or death fight, and besides, if he tries to escape, she'll just finish him off and be done with it. Parshuro screamed, he heard her, so no tricks, idiot. MC stepped forward and said, Yes, he hadn't planned on making a move from the start. Elise frowned and thought, she thought they'd calculated the situation well, they didn't even tie him up, and she didn't see any serious injuries. And yet, Edwige said, he deployed an isolation barrier. No one will stop them, and now. He got angry and said, Lacra Salf. For killing his father she will pay with her life. Lacra asked for forgiveness. Mr. Edwige, did she pronounce the name correctly? She's never killed people. He widened his eyes in surprise and cried out, she. The protagonist said, Lacra, he was raised by that demon she once destroyed. Lacra said, so that's where that vile inhuman aura comes from. Edwige said, yes, the great demon Beglagyud, he is his adoptive father. He fell at the hands of such a worthless thing as her. A priestess, shamefully helpless outside of battle. Today he will restore his name. Lacra said how profound it is. And one more thing. Edwige asked irritably, what else? Lacra asked a question, and who is Beglagyud? She has defeated so many demons that frankly she doesn't remember. Edwige got even angrier and screamed, she's an idiot. He screamed loudly and swung his chains. He screamed, it's decided. He will kill her so many times until his name sounds right from her. Lacra screamed, but for what? MC said, Edwige, let him teach this forgetful fool a good lesson. Lacra asked fearfully, and he too? Gilista sighed and asked, can we start already? She's already getting bored. Despite the situation, he managed to get the whole biography out of him. How much did he manage to learn while he was captive? Elise swung her sword, and Gilista said, how lovely. She could see it. She was already seething with rage. Elise replied, she wasn't in the mood to play their games. MC sat to the side and wondered when exactly his view of the world had dimmed. It was as if someone had been methodically grinding it down day after day until his beliefs crumbled to dust. Light and darkness, good and evil. The endless tossing and turning between these concepts had completely exhausted him. Any ardor, any attachment, it all fades with the slightest push. Now he longs for only one thing, simply to live. This is his small wish, to live in peace and safety, without struggle or heroism, which he wants to preserve at any cost, and anyone who tries to prevent him from fulfilling this dream. Elise swung her sword, and Lacra waved her hand. Elise thought, Edwige's fighting style is unknown, but she tested the strength of the Lacra barber on her own body. The only problem is Wolf. Did training against old man Kara, who is 2 heads stronger, really give such a result? She's coping so far, but Gilista said that from what she sees, she still has a lot of energy. This is wonderful. He will take it all from her. MC sat aside, and Lacra asked, maybe they should calm down? She doesn't want to hurt people. Edwige screamed, he's the son of a demon. Do you need another excuse for a fight, you holy man? Lacra asked. Even though he says so, he's still a human, right? Edwige screamed loudly, and Lacra screamed, Mr. Secretary. He's not listening to him at all. The protagonist said to beat his face and be done with it. Lacra screamed, but she's always only fought monsters and demons. If she fights back, he will definitely die. Edwige asked, how much longer is she going to humiliate him? He created a huge axe and ordered her to die already. Lacra said, this is too much. Such a dangerous weapon cannot be used. She waved her hand and asked him to surrender. His weapon is already broken. Edwige asked again, broken? Why? He created a weapon even stronger than the previous one, and Lacra screamed, how convenient. Edwige said, these chains, this is his rage, his grievances and revenge that will never be broken. Lacra said in fear, he restored this. This is not fair. Master, let him help her. MC replied, if he takes even a step, they will finish him off on the spot. Lacra screamed. Well, let him at least give her a hint. He thought Lacra sees Edwige as a person. She swore not to kill people, even when she herself is in danger of life and death. The protagonist said, if her tactics don't work, let her try to do it differently. Lacra raised her hand and screamed. Lady Elise, let her help. MC ordered them not to drag others into their fight. Lacra asked, what should she do then? Edwige screamed, as soon as his mana runs out, these chains will crush her to death. Lacra cried in fear and screamed, she can't move. At the same time, Elise parried her opponent's attack with her sword. She sighed and thought that even in normal combat, this blade drained her mana, and she wanted to get it over with. However, she was sure that she had prepared a bunch of traps for this as well. Behind her frantic behavior was the meticulousness of a hunter. She ran up to her and struck her several times from different sides, but Galista easily parried these attacks. She turned to her with a smirk and asked, what was that? She looked at her with a serious expression and said that this two-handed sword weighed much more than it looked. This one has a density much higher than iron. Without mana enhancement, she wouldn't be able to lift it. She asked with a smile. Even if so what? Suddenly, at that very moment, she began to sink underground, which surprised her greatly. She stood to the side and said that this was a type of earth magic. Such soil could not support her weight. She thought that as a knight, she had already miscalculated once. However, now she was his bodyguard. She ran up to her, attacked with a sword, but she parried the blow. After that, she plunged the sword into the ground and asked loudly, did she decide to fight dirty? Her body was engulfed in dark energy, and she said with a wide smile that this was commendable. When Elise jumped towards her, a huge mouth flew out of her sword, and she said loudly in a frightening tone that she would play by her rules. At the same time, Lacra stood in her barrier with a thoughtful look and said that a centipede, which reminded her that something similar had happened once before. She remembered how earlier he was digging a hole with a shovel, and she called Mr. Secretary and said that no one and nothing in this world could destroy the barrier. He threw insects at the barrier, and she asked with a worried look, what is he doing? He started to leave, and she called him in a very worried tone and asked where he was going. He must help her. She can't leave the barrier. There are these bugs everywhere. At this moment, she said with a sad look that Mr. Secretary is such a cruel person. She had an idea and said that, however, as long as these are not real insects, she can handle it. She released a strong wave around herself, pushed away, and broke the chains. The protagonist bowed his head so that the flow of wind passed him, and said that she claimed that she was afraid of insects. She said loudly that she simply scattered them in the wind, and it was not clear what was bugs and what was not. Edwige continued to control his chains and said that he thought that she had already resigned herself to fate, but she did something again and again. Lacra put up a barrier again to protect herself from his attacks and asked when he would calm down. Mr. Secretary told her what to do, however. She had an idea. She created magic circles around her feet, and he loudly wished her death. However, at the last moment, she removed the barrier, began jumping through the air and refused to die. He turned sharply to her and loudly asked, did she decide to run away? He tried to catch up with her with the chains, but she continued to rise quickly. However, the chains caught up with her, but she pushed them away, and he loudly said that no matter how high she climbed, it would not save her. She used magic, calmly refused, and said that it would save her. He asked loudly with a very dissatisfied expression, is she putting up the barrier again? She must finally fight him. She put the barrier under her feet and said that she did not want this. Moreover, she did not put up this barrier to hide. She increased the barrier and chained it together with the chains inside this barrier. He attacked this barrier with chains and loudly asked, does she think she was able to lock it? No matter how strong her barrier was, he would attack until her mana was depleted. She raised her hand and said that because his chains had drawn out a lot of mana, their mass was now much greater than usual. No matter how much she tore them, as long as he fed them mana, they would recover. However, on the other hand, these were just ordinary chains, right? She wouldn't even give him a chance to pump mana into them. At the same time, Elise stopped the mouth of energy with her sword and asked, was she trying to eat her again? Galista was about to say something loudly, but she ran up to her very quickly, cut off her arms and said that she was too slow. Because of this, she dropped her sword. Lacra jumped down from her barrier, and with that, huge pieces of broken chain began to fall inside the barrier. And Edwige looked at this and loudly called her name. She landed on the ground and said how heavy his feelings were. She called out to the master with a happy expression and said that she had followed his advice. The protagonist asked with a confused look, wait, didn't he die? She said loudly in a confused voice that it was all debris, and that it wasn't her fault. Galista escaped the trap, used magic on her wounds, and said that it looked like she had caught her, although she was glad that she had kept her head. Elise looked at her and asked, is that high-level magic to stop bleeding? She said that with a wound like that, she could, in principle, sew them back on. However, it would take time, and the severed arm needed to be washed. She began to leave and said that this time she would admit defeat, although if life was not important, they could continue. At the same time, Parshuro punched her fist hard with a very displeased expression. He angrily called them damned nobodies and said that he would have to do all the work himself. With that, the games ended. He tried to attack Wolf, but she easily dodged all of his attacks. He skeeved in displeasure and called her an annoying insect. At that moment, Elise attacked him with her sword, but he noticed it and blocked the blow with his fist without even looking. She jumped back, her sword engulfed in flames, and he asked with a smirk, "Interfering in a one-on-one duel, is that what knights do?" She swung her sword, knocked back the flames, and said that he could say whatever he wanted. His words, the words of scum who drag others in and use hostages, were worthless. Lakra watched in admiration, and said that she had answered him so cleverly. The black flames burned mana, so she gathered all the mana that had been spilled across the blade into its tip to stop the destruction. MC sat in front of her, called her name, and said that he was grateful to her for the clarification. However, Wolf, at that moment, she jumped towards him and struck him with her fist, but Parshuro easily blocked the blow and loudly called her stupid. She waved her hand, pushing away his flames, which couldn't touch her, and he loudly said that her mana was bursting out uncontrollably. He could easily destroy it. Lakra was surprised by what she saw and asked, "Won't the mana burn?" Elise used magic on her and said that Lakra wasn't the only one who could create barriers. She understood everything and said that the mistress had cast a barrier on her. He also looked at it and said that compared to her barriers, it was clearly inferior. For example, it couldn't be renewed without direct contact with the target, but it was still effective. She said with a serious expression that she would keep his attention on herself, and her job was to deliver precise blows and dodge him. Wolf agreed, and immediately after that, they attacked him simultaneously. The protagonist raised his hands, watched their fight, and thought that even though this was an impromptu duet, they knew each other's strengths and fighting style very well. The self-confidence disappeared from his face. It was about to begin. He clapped his hands, and at the same moment, Parshuro kicked the ground and created a circle of flame around himself. The girls jumped back, and he, with a very angry expression on his face, loudly declared that they should burn to ashes. He delivered a powerful kick, throwing Elise aside, and she turned to her and asked, "Is this a trap?" He loudly asked, "What is it? Has she decided to retreat? Where has her fighting spirit, her knightly spirit, gone?" He continued to watch this with a calm expression on his face and clapped his hands again. Wolf, looking worried, called out to her mistress, and he released a stream of black flame and loudly wished them death. They both managed to jump back to avoid being caught in the flames that engulfed a large area. Lakra looked at this in surprise and said that he was so assertive. She had forgotten his name, but he reminded her, and she said that the two of them made a well-coordinated duo. She just thought they were used to his style, but he was already changing tactics. He clapped his hands a couple more times, and she said in surprise that it happened again. This time he had created a sword of black flame. He even created fiery claws now. She turned to him and asked, "By the way, why was he clapping his hands all the time?" He called her by name and said that she should put up a barrier in front of them. She did so, and at that very moment, a stream of dark fire crashed into the barrier. She was very surprised by this, and loudly said that her barrier was burning. Parshuro loudly called them timid puppies, and said that those who are not fighting should mind their own business. The protagonist thought he must have seen through his ruse, but it was okay since he'd bought himself enough time. Wolf turned around abruptly, called out to Elise loudly, and told her to be careful. They both jumped back at the same time, and he missed his attack. He insulted them loudly, in a very displeased tone, saying they were using such dirty tricks. Lakra turned to him and asked, so he was angry because he was distracting him? However, she still didn't understand why he was clapping. He said with a calm expression that he was chaotic. He changes not only his tone of speech and fighting style, but even his thought patterns. However, before the next change, he repeats the same action. He only clapped at the moment this change occurs. Wolf noticed his signals and began to stop him before he could do anything. He thought that if reading minds is the highest level of skill, then reading the opponent's mood is not so difficult. His strength lies in the unpredictable attacks born of his inconstancy. However, his weakness lies in this very inconstancy. If he is forced to resort to an attack that he does not like. Elise attacked him with her sword, jumped back and asked, "What is wrong with him? Does he think he can defeat them like this?" He tensed up greatly from the tension and cursed loudly. Wolf jumped towards him, swung her fist, and loudly said that this is where it will end. He dodged her attack, chuckled loudly, and asked, did she seriously think she could hit? She shouldn't be arrogant. However, she quickly redirected her blow and hit him right in the head. Her blow was so powerful that he was thrown several meters to the side. She was surprised that she was able to hit, and her glove showed its true nature. The protective plates around her fist weren't armor, but nozzles. The power of her magic flare had already been proven in shadow fights, and now that power was converted into jet thrust. MC called her name and said she had done a great job. She happily agreed, and Elise called his name and said his comrades were down. Parshuro struggled to his feet and said she should stop making fun of him. These wounds weren't enough to break them. Gilista stood nearby and said he sounded pathetic. Was it really so shameful to admit defeat? He loudly ordered her to be quiet and said it was all because she was just useless trash. He called out to Edwige, called her incompetent, and told him he had to get up. Hearing this, he actually rose from the pile of broken chains. She assumed a fighting stance and told him he had to accept it. Even if their wounds weren't fatal, continuing this fight would only humiliate them. He looked at her, grabbed his head, sighed wearily, and said that he was so fed up with them. He waved his hand wildly and said loudly that if she wanted it all to end, she would get it now. At that moment, a powerful flame appeared around the protagonist, and Wolf, in a surprised, worried tone, loudly called out for her mentor. Locke was very worried about what had happened and asked how that was possible. Did he really have enough mana for such a burning? Had the spell really been prepared from the very beginning? He loudly confirmed this and said that now they should all stand still. He was holding back the power of the flames for now, but if they moved, there would be nothing left of him. Elais, with great indignation, loudly said how low he could sink. He said in a very serious tone that he advised her to shut her mouth and not anger him unnecessarily. It would be easy for him to turn him to ashes. He turned around, called out loudly to Edwige, and said that he had to move. He had no intention of simply running away with his tail between his legs. If they had come to save this guy at the cost of their own lives, let at least a couple of them die. He would kill the white-haired one next time, and he had to kill Elais. They knew the price of resistance. He grabbed his head and said that they didn't look like the kind of people who would calmly accept death on his terms. Parshuro said loudly in a mad tone that he's mistaken. This woman was his bodyguard. He was sure that she would give her life without a second thought if necessary. As befits a proud knight, right? Lacra, with a very displeased expression, called out to him and asked if they really had no concept of honor. He asked in a displeased tone if the nun was going to lecture him. She should shut her mouth. If she truly believed her high-flown nonsense, then she should die for this youth first. He finally got the chance to fulfill what he came here for. He was about to say something, but suddenly Edwick pierced him with his chain. He was shocked by this, began to fall, called out to him and was about to ask something. He said in a serious tone that he was absolutely right about everything, how pathetic he was. The flame around the protagonist began to fade, and he said that he betrayed them from the very beginning, and it was all his fault. A few hours ago, he was sitting in the barn, called out to Edwige, who was standing at the entrance, and said that for him, victory was just a way to protect his father's honor. If he defeated Lacra in a fair fight, his good name might be saved. However, his honor would be safer if he lost. He should just remember his words. He turned to him and asked with a displeased look, what was he saying? He said that his victory would only prove that his father had trained him well. Then how could he actually prove his strength? Lacra needed to be put on a pedestal. He was very surprised by what he heard, and he said that if he made her into someone even a great demon wouldn't be ashamed to lose to, his father's honor would become unshakable. After all, even the Demon King fell at the hands of a hero. He began using his chains with a displeased expression and asked if he seriously thought that such nonsense would make him give up on revenge. MC calmly said that he absolutely didn't think so. He must fight with all his might, as befits a warrior. However, if he loses, he will have to reconsider his views on life. Also, there's one more thing. His father could be dragged through the mud even if he wins. Does he understand when that might happen? Edwige said loudly that it was simply impossible. His victory would be undeniable proof of his father's greatness. He said with a smile that only if he wins by his own efforts. He must answer. What will happen if she loses, without even being able to resist? Can it be called a worthy victory? Also, if hostages are used for this, what will such a dirty victory say about him? He squeezed the chains in his hand and asked if he wants him to release him. He refused and said that he admits that he needs the hostage as bait. He acted logically in that regard. However, what about the others? Take Parshuro, for example. He is a fickle guy and will resort to any baseness for the sake of victory, squeezing every last drop out of the hostage. He must imagine how he uses the hostage, and he will simply kill the defenseless Lacra. Also, when the whole world finds out about him and his father, what will they say then? He is not going to run. But if he unties them, he promises that he will sit quietly and just watch their fight. If he wins fairly, that's great, and if he loses, at least he won't become a puppet in Parshuro's hands. Does he agree with that? He thought about it, attacked with the chain, and cut the rope that bound him. The protagonist stood up, thanked him, and said that he knew he was smart. He went to leave, and Edwige turned around and asked why he should help him. He said in a serious tone that such is this world. They always root for those who are true to their principles, be they saints or sinners. By the way, he must warn him of one thing. If something does go wrong, he will be powerless. When someone dares to trample on his honor and the memory of his father, only he can eliminate them. For now, he called Lacra and asked if she could put out the flames. She used magic to knock the flames off him and he walked away. He approached Parshuro and said in a serious tone that he was very sorry for him. If Edwige hadn't been so obsessed with his pride, he could have been in his place now. He was breathing heavily because of the wound he received, insulted him, and he said that in fact, he was on his side until the very end. Until he, a greedy freak, said about her murder. Also, he simply can't trust such unbalanced freaks. He must accept it. He lost because of his own insignificance. As he sees it, he is also a fickle guy. His mood swings, how can I put it, were surprisingly easy to calculate. He left him, and a shocked Elise came to him and asked what had happened here. He stopped in front of her, grabbed her cheeks and pulled, and she was confused about what had happened. He looked into her eyes, then took a deep breath in and out. He let her go, walked on and said that everything was ready. She was even more confused by what had happened, and could not say anything. He approached Edwige and Julista and asked, "It seems that none of them intend to continue this fight anymore?" He nodded in agreement, and she said that perhaps so. All her fighting spirit gone as if by the wind. He said that this place should already be cordoned off by knights. If they were planning to escape, then now was the best moment, before they united with the main forces. Elise ran up to him and loudly asked what he was saying. He said that, however, he had conditions. His word of honor would be enough, but they had to accept his demands. If they refused, he would not restrain her. They looked at each other, understood without words, and he asked them to tell him about his demands. The protagonist said that, firstly, they would never again become a threat to them. As for him, he could trust him. However, she was just a battle-obsessed madwoman. She calmly said that he didn't need to worry so much. Even if he healed her arm, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully without guarantees from him. He said it sounded like she was going to bare her fangs again as soon as she recovered. She said she already understood everything and wouldn't lay a finger on him again. He called her by name and said that she had to stop this, otherwise he would end the negotiations. She smiled and said that she wouldn't pose a threat to his company. She promised. Was he satisfied now? He thanked her and said that the second condition was that they had to sever all ties with Lachate. Julista agreed and said that after such a failure, she shouldn't show her face to him anymore anyway. Edwige said that if it would help him achieve his goal, then he accepted the terms. He scratched his head and thought that in this way, albeit formally, they had managed to reach a truce with them. It was unknown whether they would keep their word, but an agreement had been made. Since Lacra, who could see through lies, was silent, it meant that they were speaking sincerely. Elise loudly asked him to stop and asked if he even understood what he had just done. These people had kidnapped him, and in the worst case, they planned to kill him. He said that was indeed the case. Since he was the victim, it was also his decision whether to let them go or not. He removed her hand from his shoulder, called her name, and said that Parshuro's goal was to rebel against those in power. This could have affected them all, so he had decided on this matter. She clenched her sword in her hand and asked, "Then what about Julista's bloodlust? Wasn't it the same? Where they don't see, even more innocent victims could appear." He thought that this picture was not difficult to imagine. However, if things went that far, it would no longer be his concern. He began to shake his head to regain consciousness and thought that this was not good at all. His thoughts were leading him in the wrong direction. He was still poor at switching gears. He turned to them, called her, and asked how long it would take for her arm to fully heal. She thought about it and said approximately more than a month. He said that then she should be kind and refrain from killing during this time. During this time, he would try to find a way to curb her bloodlust. If nothing works, then Elise will simply kill her. She agreed with a smile and said that if he promises her a rematch, then she is ready to be patient for a little while. However, does he really believe her? Without a second thought, without a drop of doubt, he agreed and said that he believes her. Julista and Edwige began to leave, and she said in a joyful voice that then she will try very hard to keep her word. Shocked by this, Elise turned around abruptly and saw Lacra actively nodding her head. MC thought that this was how the incident was resolved. They both disappeared, and Parshuro died. His and the great sword that she threw were delivered to the castle. The knights gave chase, but the criminals vanished without a trace. They were unable to capture the shadows of those who dwell in the darkness. Soon after, some unpleasant rumors began to circulate. But the harvest festival resumed and came to a successful conclusion. A few days later, Marito, with a calm expression, said that it was time to discuss the details of what had happened. The protagonist was also present at the meeting and reflected on the state with its rich natural resources and powerful knightly orders, ties. Nearby lay a great power, proud of its vast lands, Garne. Finally, a theocracy, home to the main faith, Ugraism, Missis. At its head is also Popopara Rosario. He listened to their story and said that now he understood the situation. Uka, with a displeased expression, said that the damned Lachite dared to attempt the life of His Holiness, as if it were some small thing. He asked him to be quiet and said that, nevertheless, as for Parshuro, he was, after all, a disciple of that very same holy fist, Gradno. It was a true miracle that they emerged from that fight unscathed. The protagonist, whom he looked at with a slightly wary expression, thought that this was the first he had heard of this. Although he had indeed fought Elise on almost equal terms, he could not say that he was very surprised. He asked, however, why he allowed the remaining two to escape. There was a good chance they would become their enemies again. He, with a calm expression, said that it was done for information. It is worth starting with him, Archbishop. Buka, worried by what he heard, asked if something was wrong. He said that he was grateful to him for his assistance in extracting the memories. He thought the Archbishop was helping them with memory immersion, a procedure so painful it was compared to torture. He said that, while they hadn't gained any critical information, it had helped them better understand Lashite. Besides, the two had communicated with him in their normal state, not under anyone's control. He could see how he behaved with the victims of his hypnosis and how he behaved in normal times. The difference between these images would allow them to create a more detailed and accurate portrait. He was also unlikely to use the same pawns twice. At least, they had already gotten rid of those two as assassins. Uparo asked, will they voluntarily share information? He said there was no problem, since he had already started exchanging with Edwidge. They were very surprised by what he heard, and he thought that in the midst of the harvest festival, he had met him in the very cave the bandits used as a lair. In the end, Lakite's catch wasn't much. He was only told that he was an earthling who supposedly created forbidden knowledge. He was warned about this, but nothing more. Of course, they also knew nothing about the connection with the Demon King. There is only a small lead. Now he is hiding under the guise of a boy, but he can change his appearance at any time, so there is not much use in it. Although he is more worried about those jewelry. Red bracelets and hairpins do not match his image at all. Even if he is on the run, he should avoid such flashy accessories. There is clearly a reason. He said that besides, there was another condition under which he agreed to share information. He asked to do something with Lakra. She was very surprised by what she heard and asked, did he mention her? Everyone looked at her and MC asked if she even understood why Edwidge was hunting her in the first place. She denied it and said that he just suddenly started shouting something like she was his sworn enemy. She just thought what a strange person he was. He grabbed his head and thought that even he felt sorry for him. He said that this is a man who was raised by demons. He despises the people who abandoned him and has the deepest respect for the demons who raised him. She killed this father. She asked with a confused look, so it was blood feud? He said that too, but what infuriated him even more was how hopeless she was. She was confused by what she heard, and he said that she constantly gets into trouble because of her clumsiness. So not only people, but even demons respect her. She asked loudly in a shocked tone, is this really true? He said that a demon who lost to such a clumsy and his son, his pride is simply trampled into dust. Uparo said that in other words, for him to calm down, she just needs to raise her authority. He asked with a very wary look, but is this an impossible task? She called for His Holiness with a shocked look, and the protagonist agreed and said that, frankly, just thinking about it made her feel sick. She started crying, called for him, and he said that there was still one way. Her reputation among people can no longer be helped. It was hopeless. She called it very cruel. And he said that, however, with demons, everything is different. They just need to show the demons that she poses a real threat to them. Uparo, with a thoughtful look, said that this meant sending her to the demon world. She became very worried about what she heard and said loudly that this was a very bad idea. He said that it would be enough to simply send her to the front lines, where she could demonstrate her talents. By the way, why did they keep her away from the front in the first place? Uka, looking very concerned, said that when it was time to reward her for her services, she tearfully begged to be taken away from the front lines. They all looked at Lakra with displeasure, and she, looking confused, said that the food at the front was simply bad. There were no proper baths, and the bed was hard, and everything was dirty. The protagonist said that for the sake of decency, she could at least say something about the fear of battle or the senselessness of war. She, looking happy, said that so be it then. Uparo listened to this and said that it was decided. Then he entrusted her into his hands. He was worried about what he heard, called His Holiness, and he said that he was confident that he could guide her on the right path. He, looking very concerned, said that the supreme leader should not push his problems onto others. He went to him and said that he was not doing anything like that at all. They just weren't able to fully realize her potential. He grabbed him by the shoulders and said loudly that he believed with all his heart that he would make an outstanding servant of the faith out of her. He decided to believe it. He asked in a shocked tone. In the end, he said directly that it was just more convenient for him to think that way. Marito said with a smile that by the will of the Almighty, he entrusted her future to him. He said indignantly that this was unfair. He understood their feelings, but it was still vile. MC wondered how it was possible to use their power so brazenly. He said loudly that His Holiness should wait. He pointed his finger at Lakra and said loudly that she was not an object. She had the right to choose her own path. Uparo, with a thoughtful look, said that there was some truth in this. He called her by name and said that he would completely respect her choice. Who did she want to entrust her future to? She thought about it. The protagonist approached her and said with a displeased look that he would warn her right away if they entrusted it to him. He would not give her an inch. She could not even hope that her life would remain the same. She tensed because of this, turned around and said that in that case His Holiness seemed the best option. He said that, by the way, He intended to send her to the demon world that very day. Lakra immediately returned to him, knelt down and told the minister that she chose him. She grabbed the protagonist's hand, and he turned and said that it was not nice to use threats. Yuparo sighed and said that he should not say such a thing. This was the best way to reveal her talents. After all, he himself said so. They will prohibit any invasion of the demon world through the Mises lands. He cannot condemn such a promising youth to certain death. He became indignant about this, and said loudly that he should remember what he had said a minute ago. He grabbed his head and thought that it was hopeless. He had a ready answer to every argument he made. He couldn't defeat him in a verbal duel, because the difference in their positions was too great. His Holiness cleared his throat and said that it wasn't that he wanted to simply push the burden onto him. He had heard about this from Bishop Maya. It seemed he had been able to find and entrust her with work that was within her capabilities. The protagonist calmed down a little and said that at first glance it seemed obvious, but they themselves hadn't noticed it. Because of this, her talent remained wasted. Yuparo, with a slight smile, said that their minds were too rigid. That was precisely why he, a man with a flexible mind, wanted with all his heart to entrust her future to him. He became angry and thought that after such words, he had nothing to say. But no, he had something to say. Why did they decide to end everything on such a good note? He called the king and said that he would like him to ask him too, for the sake of friendship between Tais and Masis. Marito said that since he put the matter this way, he apologized for it. He became even more angry about this and asked loudly, did he also take his side? He thought that against the will of the two greatest leaders in the persons of the king and his holiness, the protest of an ordinary person had no chance. Thus, Lakra became an official resident of the Eli's house. A few days later, MC walked down the corridor and asked, so has Pope Yuparo and the others already left for Masis? The king, walking next to him, agreed and said that, although they lingered here much longer than they originally intended, it seemed that His Holiness had noticed some tavern to his liking. He was a little surprised by this and thought that, be that as it may, the current trouble was over. All that remained was to deal with Lashate. Taking into account the information received from Archbishop Uka, and what he managed to find out from Edwidge. Having put all this together, he came to certain conclusions. If he always lags behind, he will never see a peaceful life. Perhaps it is time for them to go on the offensive themselves. He called the king by name, asked him to listen to him, and said that in general he wants to go to Garna. He was very worried about what he heard and said that he would prefer to hear a little more detailed explanation. Sometime later, when night fell, Edwidge and Jalista jumped onto a huge wall. She looked at him with a smile and asked, so, what is he going to do next? He said that he is going to lie low, somewhere nearby. As for Lakra, he must follow what this man does next. She said with a slightly surprised tone that he really had not changed. She didn't even expect that he had such a side. However, she likes him like this much more. He is a funny person. Parshura was funny too and she liked him. He turned around and asked, by the way, what will she do? Won't there be problems without arms? She was a little surprised by this, ran up to him and asked with a smirk, was he really worried about her? How cute. He jumped down from the wall and said that she can do whatever she wants. She was indignant about this and screamed loudly. He ran very quickly into the forest and she started chasing him. He said with a little displeasure that she should stop following him. She still ran next to him and with a happy expression on her face said that he should stop that. Until her arms regenerate, she will be terribly uncomfortable. It won't be so bad if he takes care of her a little. Edwidge said in a displeased tone that he didn't say he was going to mess with her. Galista asked what was wrong with him. Had he really decided to abandon her, poor thing, to her fate? He fell silent, and she said cheerfully that it was so sweet that he had kept quiet. Later, Elias came to the forge, handed over the broken scabbard, and a very displeased blacksmith loudly asked, has she already broken it? He just fixed it. So what the hell is it? She said with a very guilty look that it just happened.